The Death Penalty. Volume I. Jacques Derrida. Edited by Geoffrey Bennington, Marc Crépon, and Thomas Dutoit. Translated by Peggy Kamoff. Foreword to the English edition. When the decision was made to edit and publish Jacques Derrida's teaching lectures, there was little question that they would and should be translated into English. From early in his career, in 1968, and annually thereafter until 2003, Derrida regularly taught at U.S. universities. It was his custom to repeat for his American audience the lectures delivered to his students in France the same year. Teaching first at Johns Hopkins and then at Yale, he read the lectures in French as they had been written. But from 1987, when he began teaching at the University of California, Irvine, Derrida undertook to lecture in English, improvising on-the-spot translations of his lectures. Recognizing that the greater part of his audience outside of France depended on translation was easier, however, than providing an ad libitum English version of his own elegant, complex, and idiomatic writing. In the circumstance, to his evident joy in teaching was often added a measure of suffering and regret for all that remained behind in the French original. It is to the memory of Derrida the teacher as well as to all his students past and still to come that we offer these English translations of the seminars of Jacques Derrida. The volumes in this series are translations of the original French editions published by Editions Galilee, Paris, and will in each case follow shortly the publication of the corresponding French volume. The scope of the project, and the basic editorial principles followed in establishing the text, are outlined in the general introduction to the French edition, translated here. Editorial issues and decisions relating more specifically to this volume are addressed in an editorial note. Editors' footnotes and other editorial interventions are all translated without modification, except in the case of footnoted citations of quoted material, which refer to extant English translations of the source as necessary. Additional translators' notes have been kept to a minimum. To facilitate scholarly reference, the page numbers of the French edition are printed in the margin on the line at which the new page begins. Translating Derrida is a notoriously difficult enterprise, and while the translator of each volume assumes full responsibility for the integrity of the translation, as series editors we have also reviewed the translations and sought to ensure a standard of accuracy and consistency across the volumes. Toward this end, in the first phase of work on the series, we have called upon the advice of other experienced translators of Derrida's work into English and wish to thank them here: Pascal Anne Brault, Michael Naz, Elizabeth Rottenberg, and David Wills, as well as all the other participants in the Derrida Seminars Translation Project workshops. Geoffrey Bennington. Peggy Kamoff. December 2012. General Introduction to the French edition. The complete edition of Jacques Derrida's seminars and lectures will give the reader the chance of an unprecedented contact with the philosopher's teaching voice. This edition will constitute a new part of his oeuvre, to be distinguished from the books and other texts published during his lifetime or revised by him before his death, and with a clearly different status. It is not certain that Jacques Derrida would have published the seminars as they stand, probably he would have reorganized or rewritten them. Taken as a whole, but also in their relation to Derrida's philosophical oeuvre, these lectures and seminars will constitute an incomparable research tool and will, we believe, give a different experience of his thinking, here linked to his teaching, which was always, both in France and abroad, a truly vital resource of his writing. The corpus we are preparing for publication is vast. From the beginning of his teaching career, Derrida was in the habit of completely writing out almost all his lectures and seminars. This means that we have at our disposal the equivalent of some 14,000 printed pages, or 43 volumes, on the basis of one volume per academic year. This material can be classified according to a variety of criteria. First, according to the place where the teaching took place, the Sorbonne from 1960 to 1964, the École Normale Supérieure in the Rue d'Ulm, from 1964 to 1984, the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales, EHES, from 1984 to 2003.1. Then according to the type of teaching, classes with a very variable number of sessions, from 1 to 15, up until 1964, what he always called seminars thereafter. Finally, and no doubt most relevantly for the editorial work according to the tools used, we have handwritten sessions from 1960 to 1970, typescripts, with manuscript annotations and corrections, from 1970 to 1988, electronic files and printouts from 1988 to 2003. Derrida seminars, which already had their own style and already attracted a broad and numerous following at the Rue d'Ulm, where the choice of subjects and authors, if not the way they were treated, was constrained by the program of the aggregation, to take on their definitive character at the Hesse where, on Wednesdays from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., a dozen times a year, Jacques Derrida, sometimes improvising a little, would read before a large audience the text of his seminar, entirely written out for each session as the year proceeded. Add to that a few improvised sessions, sometimes around a reading, and a few discussion sessions. Henceforth free in his choice of subjects, Derrida launched research projects over periods of several years, which linked together in explicit, coherent, and gripping fashion. The Great Question of Philosophical Nationality and Nationalism, 1984-88, leads to that of the Politics of Friendship, 1988-91, and then to the long series of Questions of Responsibility, 1991-2003, focusing successively on The Secret, 1991-92, on Testimony, 1992-95, Hostility and Hospitality, 1995-97, Perjury and Pardon, 1997-99, and the Death Penalty, 1999-2001, with the final 2 years devoted to The Beast and the Sovereign, 2001-3. Derrida was in the habit of drawing on the abundant material of these 11 seminars for the very numerous lectures he gave every year throughout the world, and often, via this route, parts of the seminars were reworked and published. Several of his books also find their point of departure in the work of the Seminar of Grammatology, 1967, for example, in large part develops sessions of the 1965-66 Seminar on Nature, Culture, Writing, the Seminar on Hegel's Family, 1971-72, is picked up in Glass, 1974. Politics of Friendship, 1994, is explicitly presented as the expansion of the first session of the 1988-89 seminar, and there are traces in it of other sessions too. But in spite of these partial convergences and correspondences, the vast majority of the pages written from week to week for the seminar remain unpublished and will incomparably complement the work already published. Whenever a session was later published by Jacques Derrida, in modified form or not, we will give the reference. We do not consider it appropriate for the edition of the seminars themselves, as original material, to offer a comparative reading of those versions. As we have already pointed out, the editorial work varies considerably according to the mode of production of the text. For the typewriter period, many handwritten amendments and annotations require a considerable effort of decipherment, the more so for the seminars entirely written in Derrida's handsome but difficult handwriting, which require laborious transcription. So we shall begin by publishing the seminars of the last 20 years, while beginning preparation of the rest. In all cases, our primary goal is to present the text of the seminar, as written by Derrida, with a view to speech, to reading aloud, and thus with some marks of anticipated orality and some familiar turns of phrase. It is not certain that Derrida would have published these seminars, although he occasionally expressed his intention of doing so. But if he had taken up these texts for publication, he would probably have reworked them, as he always did, in the direction of a more written text. Obviously we have not taken it upon ourselves to do that work in his place. As we mentioned above, the reader may wish to compare the original version presented here with the few sessions published separately by Jacques Derrida himself. Geoffrey Bennington, Marc Crépon, Marguerite Derrida, Thomas Dutoit, Peggy Kamoff, Michel Liss, Marie-Louise Mallet, Jeanette Michaud. Death penalty. In continuing the past year's seminars, Pardon and Perjury, we will take up this year, under the heading of the unforgivable, the question of capital punishment. We will start by studying its history, its juridical and political dimensions, the present stakes of its abolishment, in the process of mondialization, the becoming worldwide, or globalization, particularly in the United States. We will also analyze the scene, the history of its visibility and of its public character generally, but also its representation in the arts of theater, painting, photography, cinema, and of course, literature. Intertwined in this first approach will be two guiding threads, the equivocal concepts of cruelty and of exception, which play a determining role in juridical discourses, for and against the death penalty. 17 On the horizon, the big question of sovereignty in general, of sovereignty of the state in particular. Point 4. The 2 years of the seminar include 22 separate sessions, of which there are 12 in the first year, 1999 to 2005, while the second year, 2000 to 2001, contains 10 sessions. Both seminars were written by Derrida on the computer. Of the 12 sessions in this first year, the first is double, numbered 1 and 1, continued, 6, which explains why the last session is numbered 11th. The entire set is unpublished, with the exception of this first double session, which was the basis of a lecture in Sofia, Bulgaria, followed by a publication titled Peine de mort et souveraineté, pour en déconstruction de l'ontothéologie politique, Death Penalty and Sovereignty, for a deconstruction of political ontotheology. Point 7. For the present edition, we worked from different printed versions, which we designate as typescript, as well as available electronic files. The printed set of the seminar for 1999 to 2000, deposited at the Institut Mémoires de l'Édition Contemporaine, IMEC, Caen, are found in 3 folders. A buff-colored folder contains sessions 2 through 7. On the first page of several sessions, Derrida has written copy. There are no handwritten annotations 18 on this set. A yellow folder contains sessions 1 and 1, continued, and 8 through 11. Derrida has written copy on the first page of the first session. On the 9th session, he has corrected by hand several typos and indicated that he will present a part of the session at New York University. He has also corrected several typos on the printed copy of the 10th session. On the back of the last 2 pages of the 9th session, which are the photocopied pages of an American newspaper article, Derrida sketched a brief outline on the relation between biopower according to Michel Foucault and the question of interest in the death penalty. We have not transcribed it because, first, we have not included an oral exposé that a student presented on the chapter Right of Death and Power over Life in Foucault's History of Sexuality, Volume 1, an introduction, and, second, it is only partially decipherable. Finally, a blue folder contains a complete set of the seminar sessions, annotated by hand by Derrida, principally as he prepared the course for presentation in English at UC Irvine and NYU, and adapted certain parts as a lecture like the one given in Sofia. It is in this set that the photocopies of texts quoted in the seminar are included and annotated very clearly so as to find the precise passage and comment on it. It is thus above all on the basis of this copy that we worked. Our editorial interventions in Derrida's typescript are as minimal as possible. As always, the seminar is entirely drafted, and Derrida carefully indicates on his typescript the source of the quotations that he will read out to the audience and comment on in detail. When he does not reproduce the text of quotations, he indicates very clearly where they begin and end with a system of cross-references between his typescript and the books or photocopies from the books from which they are extracted. When these bibliographic references had to be spelled out or completed, we did so on the basis of his own photocopies or the volumes consulted in his personal 19 library. When the edition he used could not be found, we relied on the most authoritative editions. We have footnoted significant handwritten additions that Derrida made in the margin of the typescript. When a grammatical correction seemed necessary, we signaled it either with angle brackets, in the text or an explanatory footnote. Likewise, we have stayed close to this writing marked by its oral destination and thus, among other things, by rhythm and temporality whose stylistic modalities affect the syntax of the sentence and the movement of the paragraph. We have occasionally made minimal adjustments to the punctuation. Concerned to preserve the orality of this writing, we have also reproduced all the didascalia that figure in the typescript, as well as the reminders he addressed to himself, such as the read and comment on that precede a quotation and often an improvised development during the session. Taken from audio recordings, these improvised comments have been integrated in footnotes each time they added substantially to the development underway. Jacques Derrida's personal library on the death penalty is extensive. His annotations of books, scholarly articles, newspaper clippings but also of publications from Amnesty International attest to an abundant and varied documentation. In the study where he worked, these documents were prominently placed, next to those relating to different writing projects that occupied him during the same period, notably, touching Jean-Luc Nancy. 8. Unlike certain other seminars that come before or after the death penalty, very little of his own research devoted to the death penalty was published in France. 4 years before the beginning of the seminar, however, he did write the preface to Live from Death Row by Mumia Abu Jamal. 9. We have already mentioned that the only publication linked directly to the seminar was of the lecture in Sofia, published in the journal Divinatio. One can nevertheless read Derrida's remarks in For What Tomorrow as a veritable synthesis of his seminar. 10. During a stay in Hong Kong several days after September 11, 2001, on a detour from a trip in China where he was not able to present his seminar openly given the taboo nature of the subject and the risks to which his hosts and friends would have been exposed, 11. Derrida ventured to discuss once again the theme of the death penalty. According to witness accounts by Chen Fai Chung and Kwok Lau, professors in the Department of Philosophy at the University of Hong Kong, who invited him, Derrida improvised for several hours on the conjoined questions of mondialization or globalization and the death penalty. We thank Marguerite Derrida, who opened her home to us and gave us access to Jacques Derrida's library and his working papers. Without her affectionate and attentive support, our work would never have been completed. We also thank Chen Fai Chung and Kwok Lau of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, François Bordes and José Ruiz Funes of IMEC, our advance scouts, Michel Liss, Marie-Louise Mallet, and Jeanette 21 Michaud, the editorial team of the preceding volumes of The Beast and the Sovereign Seminar, Dilmaro Rocha, Federico Rodriguez Gomez, and Beatriz Blanco, as well as Cristina de Peretti, for their help these last 4 years, the many participants in the Derrida Seminars translation project. Directed by Peggy Kamoff, Eric Prenowitz for having given us access to his recordings of the seminar, and Patrice Thery and Dominique Perrin of the Centre Audiovisuel and Multimedia at the University of Lille 3 for the digital conversion of the audio files. Jeffrey Bennington. Marc Crépon. Thomas Dutoit. First session. December 8, 1999. What do you respond to someone who might come to you, at dawn, and say, you know, the death penalty is what is proper to man? Long silence. As for me, I would first be tempted to answer him, too quickly, yes, you are right. Unless it is what is proper to God, or unless that comes down to the same thing. Then, resisting the temptation by virtue of another temptation or in virtue of a counter-temptation, I would be tempted, upon reflection, not to respond too quickly and to let him wait for many days and many nights. Until dawn. Long silence. It is dawn, now, we are at dawn. In the first light of dawn. In the whiteness of dawn, Alba. Before beginning, let us begin. We would begin. We would begin by pretending to begin before the beginning. As if, already, we wanted to delay the end, because this year, with the death penalty, it is indeed of the end that we are going to speak. It is indeed of an end, but of an end decided, by a verdict, of an end decreed by a judicial decreerity par honorat de justice. It is of a decided end that decidedly we are going to talk endlessly, but of an end decided by the other, which is not necessarily, a priori, the case of every end and every death, assuming at least, 24 as concerns the decision this time, as concerns the essence of the decision, that it is ever decided otherwise than by the other. And assuming that the decision of which we are getting ready to speak, the death penalty, is not the very archetype of decision. Assuming, then, that anyone ever makes a decision that is his or hers, for himself or herself, his or her own proper decision. I have often expressed my doubts on this subject. The death penalty, as the sovereign decision of a power, reminds us perhaps, before anything else, that a sovereign decision is always the other's. Come from the other. So we would pretend to begin not after the end of the death penalty, which is abolished today in only a limited number of nation-states in the world, a growing number but still limited. 10 years ago, it was a minority 58, today it is a small majority, but to begin before the beginning, on the eve of the beginning, at dawn, in the early morning, as if I wanted to begin in a somewhat pathos-laden fashion, but who would dare conduct without pathos a seminar on the death penalty? As if I would prefer to begin, in a deliberately pathos-laden fashion by leading you or keeping you with me, before beginning, at dawn, in this early morning of prisons, of all the places of detention in the world where those condemned to death are waiting for someone to come either to announce to them a sovereign pardon, that pardon grace we often spoke of last year around the subject of forgiveness, or else to lead them away. A priest almost always being there, and I insist on this because today I will be speaking above all of political theology and of the religion of the death penalty, of the religion always present at the death penalty, of the death penalty as religion, or else to lead them away, then toward one of those very numerous apparatuses for legally putting to death that men have ingeniously invented, throughout the history of humanity as history of techniques for policing and making war. Military techniques but also medical, surgical, anesthesial techniques for administering so-called capital punishment. Along with the cruelty of which you are aware, and a cruelty, always the same, which you nevertheless know can range from the greatest brutality of slaughter to the most perverse refinement, from the most bloody or burning torture to 25 the most denied, the most concealed, the most invisible, the most sublimely mechanized torture, invisibility and denial being never, and in no case, anything other than a piece of theatrical, spectacular, or even voyeuristic machinery. By definition, in essence, by vocation, there will never have been any invisibility for a legal putting to death. For an application of the death penalty, there has never been, on principle, a secret or invisible execution for this verdict. The spectacle and the spectator are required. The state, the polis, the whole of politics, the co-citizenry itself or mediated through representation must attend and attest, it must testify publicly that death was dealt or inflicted, it must see die the condemned one. The state must and wants to see die the condemned one. And moreover it is at that moment, in the instant at which the people having become the state or the nation-state sees die the condemned one that it best sees itself. It best sees itself, that is, it acknowledges and becomes aware of its absolute sovereignty and that it sees itself in the sense in French where ilse voit can mean it lets itself be seen or it gives itself to be seen. One never is the state or the people or the community or the nation in its statist figure, never is the sovereignty of the state more visible in the gathering that founds it than when it makes itself into the seer and the voyeur voyant et voyeuse of the execution of an irrevocable and unpardoned verdict, of an execution. For this act of witnessing the state as witness of the execution and witness of itself, of its own sovereignty, of its own almightiness, this act of witnessing must be visual, an eyewitness. It thus never happens without a stage and lighting, that of the natural light of day or artificial lighting. In the course of history, the light of fire might have been added to it. Not always or only that of gunfire, of the condemned shot by a firing squad or by a single bullet to the base of the skull, but also sometimes the fire of the stake. We have not yet begun, nothing has yet begun. We are in the early morning. It is dawn, the dawning of one knows not what, life or death, pardon or execution, the abolition or perpetuation of the death penalty, also the 26th perpetration of the death penalty. Whatever we may think or say during the seminar, we have to think, we will have to think ceaselessly, taking ourselves there by way of the heart and the imagination, by the body as well, of the early morning of what is called an execution. At the dawn of the last day. It is dawn, then. Early light, earliest light. Before the end, before even beginning, before the 3 blows are struck to the actors and the places are ready, they are waiting for us in order to begin. Just as, last year, we played without playing at the theater, we pretended to play at staging, as theatrically but also as non-theatrically as possible, at staging for men, statesmen or thinkers of the state, statesmen or churchmen, thinkers of the state or of the church or both, Hegel, Mandela, Tutu, Clinton, 4 Protestants of modern times, not one woman, no Catholic, no Orthodox, no Jew or Muslim, 3. Well, this year, before beginning, and because the question of the theater will have to keep our attention even more and otherwise than in the scene without scene or stage without stage of forgiveness, the history of the relations between the death penalty and spectacle, the mise en scene, the essential voyeurism that attaches to a putting to death that must be public because legal, this history of the theater of capital punishment would in itself deserve a whole seminar, and it will interest us a lot, even if never enough. Well, this year again I will begin, before beginning, by evoking, by convoking or resuscitating a few figures, great personalities, great characters for who will accompany us incessantly whether or not we name them or see them. Once again they will be 4, this time there will be no Protestant among them, they, masculine and feminine, will 27 once again be 4, but this time a woman will come to remind us of one of the sexual differences in this truth of the death penalty. Recall the question that we were asking or quoting last year, from out of the South Africa of Antje Krog, author of Country of My Skull, and of the women victims who testify or cannot testify before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. 5. Does truth have a gender, or else, and it is the title of a chapter, Truth is a Woman. 6. What will be, this year, who will be these masculine and / or feminine characters? Those condemned to death, to be sure, or those who accompany them, a chorus of great condemned ones from our history, from the history of the Greco-Abrahamic West, condemned ones who have illustrated, or even founded, by means of the scene, by means of the visibility and the time, by means of the duration of their putting to death, who have illustrated, then the properly theologico-political meaning of what is called the death penalty. Each time the state, associated with a clerical or religious power in ways that must be examined, will have pronounced these verdicts and executed these great condemned ones that were then, there are 4 of them, once again, who were then, I will name them only one after the other when the time comes. First of all Socrates, of course, the first of the 4. Socrates who, as you know, but we will come back to this, was reproached with having corrupted the youth by not believing in the gods of the city and by substituting for them new gods, as if his aim had been to found another religion and to think a new man. Reread the Apology and the Crito, you will see there that an essentially religious accusation is taken up by a state power, a power of the polis, a politics, a juridico-political authority, what one might call with terrible ambiguity a sovereign power as executive power. The 28 Apology says it explicitly. 24b, see the Categoria, the accusation lodged against Socrates, is to have done the wrong, to have been guilty, to have committed the injustice, ad ikain, of corrupting the youth and of, or for, having ceased to honor, nomesian, the gods, theos, of the city or the gods honored by the city, and especially of having substituted for them not simply new gods, as the translations often say, but new demons, Derrida daimoniacana, and daimonia are doubtless often gods, divinities, but also sometimes, as in Homer, inferior gods or revenants, the souls of the dead, and the text does indeed make the distinction between gods and demons. Socrates did not honor the gods, theos, of the city, and he introduced new demons, Derrida daimoniacana. Thus, in its content the accusation is religious, properly theological, exegetical, even. Socrates is accused of heresy or blasphemy, of sacrilege or heterodoxy. He is misled about the gods, he is misled, or he misleads others, especially the youth, on the subject of the gods. He was mistaken about the gods, or he has caused contempt and misunderstanding le méprise et la méprise concerning the gods of the city. But this accusation, this charge, this category of an essentially religious nature is taken up, as always, and we will be interested consistently in this recurrent, always recurrent articulation by a state power, as sovereign, a state power whose sovereignty is itself essentially phantasmatico-theological and, like all sovereignty, is marked by the right of life and death over the citizen, by the power of deciding, laying down the law, judging, and executing the order at the same time as the condemned one. Even in nation-states that have abolished the death penalty, an abolition of the death penalty that is in no way equivalent to the abolition of the right to kill, for example, in war, well, these several nation-states of democratic modernity that have abolished the death penalty keep a sovereign right over the life of citizens whom they can send to war to kill or be killed in a space that is radically foreign to the space of internal legality, of the civil law where the death penalty may be either maintained or abolished. 7. 29. To return for a moment to Socrates and Plato and to the fundamentally religious character of the charge, the complaint, the incrimination, the criminalization, the inculpation taken up by the state, I refer you to Plato's laws that justifies the death penalty in cases of impiety, asebia, of stubborn impiety, of repeated offenses of impiety. I leave you to read closely these long and riveting pages in Laws, 907d, 909d. The city, the polis must proclaim to all that the impious must make amends and be converted to a pious life, and that if they do not do so, if they show impiety, asebia, in words or deeds, the first to witness this must denounce them to the magistrate who will call them before the appropriate tribunal. There follows the description of the types of impiety, including, and I note this because of the subject of our seminar, irreverence with regard to oaths horcos, and then the taxonomy of 3 types of prisons or houses of correction. I leave you to read this on your own, then. But in this long and rich passage, I note merely 2 or 3 indications. One first indication, to persist with this moment of dawn, I note that in the description of the punishments, it is said that the prisoner will receive no visit from citizens, with the exception of members of a certain nocturnal council. So, if you wish to know what this nocturnal council is, which I point to, then, because of dawn and religion, and soon the dawning of religions, if not the twilight of the gods, go to the place where the said nocturnal council is first defined by Plato, that is, not Laws, 907-9, which I have just quoted, and where the nocturnal council is certainly named, merely named, but further on, in Laws, 951d, e, where the Athenian describes this nocturnal council, this nighttime sylagos, as a place of gathering, an assembly where the young are mingled with the old, but that, I quote, shall be required to 30 hold daily sessions from daybreak until after sunrise. 951d, point 8. The sylagos is neither a synagogue, explain, 9, nor a Sanhedrin. This supreme council of the nation that was also a high court of justice, the one that sentenced Jesus and that we will speak of again, but 10. A sylagos, comment, will be comprised of priests and, among the priests, ton hierion. This is literally a hierarchy, a sacred order or authority of priests who are in command, those who have received the highest distinctions, and then, among the guardians of the law, ton nomophilakon, the 10 oldest, then finally any minister of education, whoever has charge of the education of the youth, tes paideas passes epimelides, whether he be currently in office or whether he has been in the past. Imagine the equivalent of the nocturnal council in France today, Lusticher, the head rabbi, the head mufti, Allegra, his predecessors, and company, 11. So, this great sylagos, this great pedagogico-confessional council meets at dawn. And it alone is entitled to visit the prisoner. First indication. 2. Second indication, the council, the sylagos, receives visitors, consultants, observers, experts returning from abroad where they went to study the customs and laws of other countries. Well, if one of them comes back spoiled or corrupted, if he continues to make a display of his false wisdom, to refer willy-nilly to foreign models, and if he does not obey the magistrate, he shall have sentence of death, taith nato. If the court convicts him of illicit interference in any matter of education or legislation, peri ten padian kai tu nomus, laws 952d.12, once the court of justice has proved that he is intervening wrongly, on behalf of the foreigner, in the formation of the youth and the formation of the laws, he is punished with death. 31. So there is the definition and the theatrical scene of this nocturnal council that can decide life and death, and that alone can visit prisoners. If now we leave Book 12 of the laws, where the status, the composition, and the jurisdictions of this Dawn Council are defined, and go back to Book 10 with which I started, one finds the legitimation of the death penalty in the listing of all the punishments, all the modes and places of incarceration. When someone has made licentious comments about the gods, the sacrifices, or oaths, for example, or encouraged belief in corruptible gods and thus been guilty of a crime of impiety, irreligiosity, he is locked up in a house of correction, in a sophronisterion, a sophronistery, literally, a place of wising up diassagissement, a house of correction or reformatory as a place of wising up, a place where one is supposed to acquire or recover sophrosun, wisdom, wisdom in the more precise sense of moderation, temperance, self-control, health of mind or heart. The point is to be put under surveillance so as to become wise once again, with that wisdom or sages, sophrosun, that has the sense given in French to the word sage, of the child who is sage, that is, not unruly, disciplined. The sophronistery is a disciplinary institution. One is locked up there for at least 5 years. There, during this time, no citizen can visit the guilty one, with the exception precisely of the members of the Nocturnal Council, Tou Nutarinu Siligu, who will come to see him to admonish him, and here is the most important point: to save his soul, for the salvation of his soul, tes psyche soteria homilance. This soteriological function is essential. One must first attempt to amend, save, rehabilitate the soul of the condemned one, and this soteriological mission, this work of saving or salvation, is confided, assigned, by statute, to the Nocturnal Council, to those who alone have visiting rights, in the sophronistery, in the house of correction, in the wising up institution. Now, if, and here we come already upon our theme of forgiveness and repentance, after this soteriological attempt, the condemned one saves himself, if he repents, if he comes to see the error of his ways and wises up again, if he rehabilitates himself, then he will have the right to live among virtuous people. If not, if he incurs the same sentence a second time, if he commits the offense again and does not repent, he will 32 be punished by death, thanatois emiest ho. If he does not repent and mend his ways, then he is unforgivable, and the sanction for the unforgivable, for the inexpiable, is the death penalty. Expiation of the inexpiable. But what I wish to underscore already, because this will become an organizing theme of our reflection, is that the death penalty, that is, the legal and legitimate sentencing, is distinct from murder or from putting to death outside the law, from assassination in some sense, in that it treats the condemned one as a subject of rights, a subject of the law, as human being, with the dignity that this still supposes. Here, in a logic that we will continue to find up to Kant and many others, but in Kant par excellence, access to the death penalty is an access to the dignity of human reason, and to the dignity of a man who, unlike beasts, is a subject of the law, who raises himself above natural life. That is why, in this logic, in the logos of the syllegos, the death penalty marks the access to what is proper to man and to the dignity of reason or of human logos and nomos. All of this, death included, supposedly testifies to the rationality of laws, logos and nomos, and not to natural or bestial savagery, with the consequence that even if the one condemned to death is deprived of life or of the right to life, he or she has the right to rights, and, thus, in a certain way to honor and to a burial place. For, in this logic, in this obscure syllogistics, in the syllogism of this council or of this nocturnal syllagos, there is something worse than the death sentence. This is the case of those guilty ones who are like beasts, who are no longer men and no longer have even the right to be condemned to death, no longer the right to a burial place, and no longer a right to visits by the nocturnal council. Here it is better to be content with reading an extraordinary passage from Laws, 909b, d. It follows immediately the reference to the death penalty, the penalty deserved by those who do not repent, the penalty destined, assigned to those who are not rehabilitated, the penalty set aside for those who thus remain as incorrigible as they are unforgivable. In the passage I am going to read, you will discover that there is something worse than the death penalty, there is a punishment more terrifying still because more inhuman, more inhuman than the death penalty, which remains a thing of reason and the law, a thing 33 worthy of reason and the law, logos and nomos. The criterion of the distinction between the death penalty and what is supposedly still worse than the death penalty, this line of demarcation between the bad and the worst, is not determined by what precedes death, nor is it in the instant of death, it is not in the present of the event of death itself, it is not in death but in the corpse, it is in what follows death and happens to the corpse. For here it is the right to burial that marks the difference between man and beast, between the man condemned to death who still has a right to burial, to men's honor, and the one who no longer deserves even the name of man and who therefore does not deserve even the death penalty. I underscore this point heavily because later we are going to come upon the idea again that the death penalty is a sign of the access to the dignity of man, something that is proper to man who must, through his law, be able to raise himself above life, which beasts cannot do. This idea of the death penalty as condition of human law and of human dignity, one might almost say of the nobility of man, in particular in Kant's argument when he justifies the death penalty, and more than that, when he sees in it even the ultimate justification of the Jews, of justice and of law. There would be no human Jews, no law and no justice in a system that excluded the death penalty. Read Laws 909b, d. These distinctions once recognized, the law shall direct the judge to commit those whose fault is due to folly apart from viciousness of temper or disposition to the house of correction for a term of not less than 5 years. Throughout this period they shall have no communication with any citizen except the members of the nocturnal council, who shall visit them with a view to admonition and their soul's salvation. When the term of confinement has expired, if the prisoner is deemed to have returned to his right mind, he shall dwell with the right-minded, but if not, and he be condemned a second time on the same charge, he shall suffer the penalty of death. As for those who add the character of a beast of prey to their atheism or belief in divine indifference or venality, those who in their contempt of mankind 34 bewitch so many of the living by the pretense of evoking the dead and the promise of winning over the gods by the supposed sorceries of prayer, sacrifice, and incantations, and thus do their best for lucre to ruin individuals, whole families, and communities, the law shall direct the court to sentence a culprit convicted of belonging to this class to incarceration in the central prison, where no free citizen whatsoever shall have access to him, and where he shall receive from the turnkeys the strict rations prescribed by the curators of the laws. At death he shall be cast out beyond the borders without burial, and if any free citizen has a hand in his burial, he shall be liable to a prosecution for impiety at the suit of any who cares to take proceedings. But should he leave children fit to be citizens, the guardians of orphans shall provide for them also, no worse than for other orphans, from the date of the father's conviction. 909a, d. Pick up again here. Forgive me for recalling now at the outset, on the occasion of the example of Socrates and once and for all, a few massively obvious facts, notably the two most massive and, at least apparently, the crudest among them. These two obvious facts are going to hold my attention a certain while, but do not forget that it is upon the occasion and in the margin of the Socrates case, of the first of our 4 exemplary or prototypical characters, that we take this long detour, after which we will let the 3 other exemplary condemned ones come back in our direction. What, then, are these two massively obvious facts. On the one hand, the struggles underway, for a long time now and in an accelerated fashion over the past few decades, since the end of World War II, for the universal abolition of the death penalty, struggles that we will study at least in their main outlines and international juridical sequences, for they have often taken the form of universal declarations and recommendations by international communities. These abolitionist struggles do not concern 35 putting to death or killing in general. For example, in wartime, but only the death penalty as legal apparatus of the domestic politics of a nation-state supposed to be sovereign. It is always legal to kill a foreign enemy in the context of declared war, even for a country that has abolished the death penalty, and in this regard we will have to ask ourselves what defines an enemy, a stranger, a state of war, civil war or not. The criteria have always been difficult to determine and are becoming so more and more. On the other hand, secondly, up until certain recent and limited phenomena of legal abolition of the death penalty in a strict sense in a still limited number of countries, well, nation-states of Abrahamic culture, the nation-states in which an Abrahamic religion, Jewish, Christian, or Islamic, was dominant, either because it was the state religion, the official and constitutional religion, or because it was simply the dominant religion in the civil society, well, these nation-states, up until certain recent and limited phenomena of abolitionism, found no contradiction between the death penalty and the commandment "Thou shalt not kill," about which Levinas says that, although sixth on the list, it is in fact the first, the fundamental commandment and the archifoundation of ethics, the very essence of ethics and the first meaning that the face signifies to me. These nation-states of Abrahamic culture saw no more contradiction between this "Thou shalt not kill," thus, apparently, this absolute right to life, this prohibition against putting to death, and the death penalty, no more contradiction in truth than God himself seemed to find there when, after having thus, in Exodus 20:1-17, prescribed "Thou shalt not kill," he ordered Moses to set out before the children of Israel what is translated as the judgments. What do these so-called judgments say specifically, right after the 10 Commandments? Well, in substance, that one must condemn to death, and put to death, all those who transgress one or the other of these 10 Commandments. As you might guess, there are delicate and decisive points of semantics and 36 thus of translation here. We are coming to that, but I quote first Derraide's translation in the Pliat edition, which translated the 6th commandment as "Tu n iteris point," 13 in German, Luther's translation modernized and revised "Du sollst nicht töten," in English, King James Version "Thou shalt not kill." Chaurakwi translates differently, and we will come to that in a moment so as to situate a crucial difference between two ways of inflicting death or putting to death or taking away life. Well, when God, after the 10 Commandments, and thus after this "Thou shalt not kill," orders Moses to set out before the children of Israel a list of judgments, and it is indeed a matter of judgments, from the Hebrew word mikpat, which has to do with justice, judgment, jurisprudence, law, God prescribes to his people or his nation, to the children of Israel, a constitution, a law, a jurisprudence, and in particular a penal law, a penal code. All the translations mark this fact. In French, in Derrida and in Chaurakwi, it is jugments. God, then, orders Moses to set out these judgments before the children of Israel. Voici les jugments que tu exposeras devant eux, Derrida, voici les jugments que tu mettras en face d'eux, Chaurakwi, 14 in English, King James. Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. In German, the reference to the law, to penal justice is even more explicit. Die sind die Rechtsordnungen die du innen vorlegen sollst, among these judgments. In what is literally a penal code, a series of principles or rules for determining legal sentences, well, there are quite a few death sentences, precisely justament, condemnations to death. God literally prescribes to condemn to death, to subject to the death penalty all those who transgress particular prohibitions set down by the 10 Commandments, in particular the "Thou shalt not kill." I quote first the French translation by Derrida and I defer temporarily that by Jacques, which will help us in a moment to see things more clearly here. Point 15. Among the judgments that God orders to be made known to the children of Israel, there are the following, which I select because they carry death penalties. 37. He that smite the man, so that he die, shall be surely put to death. And if a man lie not in wait thus whose deed is not premeditated, if I follow correctly, but God deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint thee a place whither he shall flee. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor, to slay him with guile, thou shalt take him from mine altar, that he may die. And he that smiteth his father, or his mother, shall be surely put to death. And he that stealeth a man, and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curseth his father, or his mother, shall surely be put to death. 21:12, 17, 16. In English, still in the King James Version, the equivalent of the French il sera mis à mort is he shall be surely put to death, or for the parasacrificial motif of si portant un homme attaqué son proc hein pour le tuer par ruse, diopre de mon autel tu pourras le prendre pour tuer il mur, thou shalt take him from my altar, that he may die. In German, still Luther's translation revised and modernized, it is each time for whoever did this or that der soll de Tod sterben, or in the parasacrificial scene, so sollst du in von meinem Alter wegreißen, das man in Tod. So, how can God tell Moses to order the children of Israel thou shalt not kill and in the next moment, in an immediately consecutive and apparently inconsistent fashion, you will deliver up to death whoever does not obey these commandments? 17. How can he decree a penal code, a law that looks like a flagrant offense against the ethic of the Ten Commandments? Naturally, I am limiting myself for the moment to this first, very initial example, of Exodus, because if one began to study the death penalty in the Bible we would need an interminable seminar. Well, it's because, as you suspect and no doubt have already understood, the death penalty, the juridical order, Riksordnung, the judgment, the verdict that sentences death does not 38 refer to the same death, the same putting to death as the one in question in the thou shalt not kill. One must insist on this difference between two deaths, both so as to discern the specificity of the death penalty, which by law ought to be something other than a simple murder, and because in the modernity of the abolitionist movement that we will be studying, reference is often made to a right to life as a human right that, even as it seems to refer implicitly to the biblical thou shalt not kill, exceeds or disregards what it is in this biblical text that in no way concerns either the absolute right to life or even a simple opposition between life and death, but first of all a distinction between two ways of putting to death donner la mort, the one prohibited by the thou shalt not kill, the other prescribed by the penal code that God dictates to his people through the intermediary of Moses. And the words are not the same, God chooses his words carefully, if I can say that, and that is why Chaurakwi's translation interests us here. Chaurakwi translates the sixth commandment not by tu en eteris pa thou shalt not kill but by tu en assassineris pa thou shalt not murder, 2013, as if one had to recall here that the important thing is not the difference between life and death, between the fact of letting live or of taking life, but the modality, the unjustifiable quality of the aggression or the violence, the criminality of that which violates life, but not the fact of attacking life. And as for the judgments, the Riksordnungen, Chaurakwi translates them, as close as possible to the letter and the repetition of the Hebrew, by Mora, il Mora, frapper qui murd, Mora, il Mora. Striker of man who dies, will die, he will die. Tu un homme promedite contre son compagnon de le tuer par ruse, de mon autel, tu le prendras pour tuer il mur. If a man premeditates against his companion to kill him by ruse, from my altar you will take him so that he will die, frapper de son père, de sa mère, Mora, il Mora. Striker of his father, of his mother, will die, he will die, voler d'homme et qui le vend, trouve en sa main, Mora, il Mora. Thief of man and who sells him, found in his hand, will die, he will die, Maudisseur de son père, de sa mère, Mora, il Mora cursor of his father, of his mother, will die, he will die, 21:12, 17.18. The two deaths, the two puttings to death apparently have no relation, or 39 so little relation, they are so heterogeneous that there would be no contradiction in proscribing the one while prescribing the other, in saying thou shalt not kill in the sense of thou shalt not murder and then saying, ordering that whoever murders shall be punished with death. No relation of affinity, in this logic, between murder and the death penalty, between murder outside the law and the legal death penalty. The difference that counts here is not between life and death but between two ways of putting to death. One death, that of the death penalty, reinstates the law or the commandment that the other death, murder, will have violated. This divine logic will be, moreover, the very one that inspired sometimes literally the most canonical philosophical discourses in favor of the death penalty, as we will see in studying them, I hope, more closely later. Furthermore, all the great thinkers of the Renaissance and the Reformation referred to the Bible. Grotius did so explicitly. Hobbes and Locke justified the death penalty for murderers, as Kant will do later, we are coming to that. Locke in his second treatise of government says, "Political power then I take to be a right of making laws with penalties of death, and consequently all less penalties, for the regulating and preserving of property, and of employing the force of the community, in the execution of such laws, and in the defense of the commonwealth from foreign injury, and all this only for the public good." 19. Rousseau, in The Social Contract, also justifies the death penalty according to a logic that is more or less analogous, only analogous perhaps, in a very beautiful, very complex chapter that I hope to read closely with you later. It is chapter 5 of Book 2 of The Social Contract, titled On the Right of Life and Death, a chapter that not fortuitously comes just after the chapters 40 on sovereignty. In the course of a tricky, nuanced, uneasy, even awkward argumentation, from which I excerpt only, for the moment, the following proposition, Rousseau approves the death penalty in these terms. The death penalty inflicted on criminals may be seen from much the same point of view, the point of view he has just recalled, that of the state whose prince says, it is expedient for the state that you should die, and the citizen must then die, since it is only on this condition that he has lived in security until then, and since his life is no longer just the bounty of nature but a gift received conditionally from the state. 20. So as not to be the victim of a murderer, one consents to die. If one becomes a murderer. 21. Far from throwing one's own life away, one thinks only of assuring it, and we should not presume that any of the contracting parties premeditates getting himself hanged. 22. This is an extraordinary sentence in many ways, not least because it inscribes the death penalty in a calculated contract. I want my life to be safe and assured, I must therefore promise to lose it in exchange for this assurance if I should ever threaten or make an attempt on the life of another. A rational and contractual exchange, a total social contract and circular economy that, moreover, rests ingenuously on the principle of the preservation of life, on an instinct of preservation about which Rousseau says with an equal measure of prudence and imprudence that it may be presumed, namely, that one may presume that none of the contracting parties premeditates getting himself hanged. Oh really? Really? For if this were the way it was, if no one dreamed of getting hanged or risking getting hanged, well, there would never be any murders or a death penalty. It is true 41 that Rousseau is more meticulous in his expression, for he says presume that no one premeditates getting himself hanged. 23. We will quickly see how gingerly one must take such a presumption, and without even invoking some notion of a death drive. Moreover, Rousseau himself does nothing more than nervously proliferate reservations, folds, and regrets in this chapter that I hold to be one of the most tormented and most interesting in the social contract. I hope to have the chance to come back to it so as to read it with you word by word as it deserves. Provisionally, then, I outline the reservations that Rousseau sets out at the very moment he is upholding the principle of the death penalty, and apparently according to the biblical tradition of the murderer who deserves to die. 1. First reservation, he makes of the death penalty a verdict that does not fall under civil law but in fact under the law of war, as if in civil law there were no place for capital punishment. The law of war, because the wrongdoer, by attacking social law, becomes a traitor to the fatherland, he is no longer a member of the state and becomes, in Rousseau's words, a public enemy, for such an enemy is not a legal entity, he is simply a man, and therefore the law of war is to kill the vanquished one. 377. This is a way of expelling the death penalty from the internal civil penal law. One could even say it is a way of abolishing it a priori by not admitting it into the law except as a law of war. This gesture is all the more strange in that the question of foreign policy and notably of the law of war is excluded from the social contract or treated by way of preterition, deferred until later in the 42 last paragraph of the conclusion. 7 lines on this new object that is too vast for my short-sightedness, I should have kept my eyes trained on what is ever closer to me. 470. 2. Second reservation, Rousseau dissociates, he is ready to dissociate, and this is an unheard of gesture in the tradition. The exercise of sovereignty and the exercise of sentencing, of any sentencing even, he recognizes that the sentencing of a criminal is not the general act of the sovereign but a particular act, and then he adds, in a very embarrassed way. But, it will be said, the sentencing of a criminal is a particular act. Agreed, thus this sentencing does not belong to the sovereign, it is a right that he can confer without being able to exercise it himself. All my ideas hold together, but I cannot set them out all at once. 376, comment 24. 3. Third reservation, the guilty party can always be rehabilitated or ameliorated, and the idea of an exemplarity of punishment is unjustifiable. This is a way for Rousseau to oppose in advance the most tenacious argument in favor of the death penalty, exemplarity, the efficacy of the example. Nonetheless, despite this objection and this reservation, Rousseau upholds the principle of the death penalty in cases where a danger is in principle irreducible, which leads back to the example of the public enemy and of the law of war. He writes, "There is no man so bad that he cannot be made good for something. One has no right to put to death, even as an example, except whoever cannot be preserved without danger." 377. These 3 reservations complicate in a singular manner and overdetermine 43 the fundamental point, the affirmation of the legitimacy of the death penalty, enough to torment Rousseau, who concludes the final paragraph on the right of pardon, a right that does belong to the sovereign and toward which Rousseau does not seem very favorable. He concludes, then, the paragraph on the right to sovereign pardon and the chapter on the right of life and death with these words from the heart and with this signature of confession, "But I feel my heart stirring, that is, against my objection to the state's right of pardon and restraining my pen. Let us leave the discussion of these questions to the just man who has never erred and who has himself never had need of a pardon." Ibid. Guilt, confession, autobiographical signature, not politico-juridical meta-theory to be compared to the incidental remark, "All my ideas hold together, but I cannot set them out all at once." 25. To the long and still open list of those who legitimate the death penalty for murderers, as God does in Exodus, one could also add, just to remain in France, Diderot and Montesquieu, but we will come back to this history. Diderot, who said, "I cannot find the reference again, it will come back, it is natural that the laws ordered the murder of murderers." 26. Or Montesquieu, who, in the spirit of the laws, more reserved, more restrictive in the enumeration of death penalty cases, was nevertheless not an abolitionist, like the 44 great Beccaria whom we will speak of again, who wanted to substitute life imprisonment for the death penalty, and succeeded in convincing Voltaire, Jefferson, Paine, Lafayette, and even Robespierre, who, before changing his mind, one must recall, argued abolitionist theses without success when the Penal Code was being drafted in 1791. Later, he demanded the execution of Louis XVI, described as a criminal toward humanity. 27. A turnaround that Thomas Paine deemed a betrayal of the abolitionist ideal that he had at first shared with Robespierre. It is also true that the abolitionist spirit had not vanished from the revolution because the convention, after the execution of Robespierre and during its last session, decreed, I quote, dating from the day of the general proclamation of peace, the death penalty will be abolished in the French Republic. For Brumaire, year 6, point 28. One would have to wait almost 2 centuries for this day and this date dating from the day of the general proclamation of peace for the death penalty to be abolished in France, September, October 1981. No execution since September 17, 1977. 2 centuries is an infinity of eternities, and it is a fraction of a second in the history of humanity. All and nothing. I point to these several examples only in order to give you a first small idea of the tortuous complexity of this history, but especially in order to follow the inheritance or the tradition of the logic of the judgments that in Exodus followed on the 10 Commandments. But before leaving this context, which is a sequence in the course of which I allowed myself, then, to recall from the outset, and once and for all, a few massively obvious facts, notably the 2 most massive and, at least apparently, the crudest among them before leaving this context, then, I note as well that in this same passage from Exodus, right after the 10 Commandments and before the 45 judgments, there was that striking and very revealing moment, you remember it no doubt, when the people, the children of Israel, having heard the 10 Commandments but not yet the judgments, the children of Israel want to hear no more. They do not want to hear God anymore. At least they do not want to lend an ear directly to the divine speech. They do not want to listen to God any longer, as if they were expecting the worst, which also awaited them, in fact, and they ask Moses to talk with them, because they will listen to Moses, whereas the word of God, if they hear it directly, without intermediary, risks bringing about their death, of putting them to death. As if, you are going to hear the text in a moment, as if, when God has just told them, among other commandments, thou shalt not kill, but before he draws its legal and in a certain way jurisprudential consequence, that whoever kills will die, that whoever murders will be punished by death, as if God risked bringing about their death with his own voice, just after having told them thou shalt not kill. As if the children of Israel felt, had the presentiment that the voice of God carried a sinister message, announced the news of death, the threat of death, of the death penalty, at the very moment in which he has just prohibited killing. It is the same law, the ethical law, thou shalt not kill, that commands the juridical, or penal, law, the death penalty for the criminal who transgresses the ethical law. They have the presentiment that God is on the verge of inventing not killing but the death penalty, and the Jews, the children of Israel, are terrified by this divine word that elects them, that chooses them by uttering in their direction, addressing them, by getting ready to utter the first threat of the first death penalty in the world, on man's earth. This transition, this trance that then seizes hold of the children of Israel is extraordinary. They see the death penalty coming, they see it coming from God. I will read 2 translations of it. It is right after the last of the 10 Commandments, Exodus 20:18, 21, King James Version 29. And all the people saw the thunderings, and the lightnings, and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking, and when the people saw it, they removed, and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou 46 with us, and we will hear. As if they could no longer hear God himself, immediately, up close, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, etc. 20:18, 22. And soon it will be the list of judgments, the penal code and the death penalty. Another translation, that of Chaurakwi. All the people see the voices, the torches. The voice of the shofar, the smoking mountain. The people see. They move and hold themselves far off. They say to Moshe, Speak, you, with us and we will hear you, as if they could not hear God, a God too fearsome and threatening, who, after having told them do not kill, was going to threaten them with death, with the death penalty that he premeditated inventing. Let Elohim not speak with us as if they were saying, let him be quiet, this God, be quiet, don't speak to us any more, you, Moses, tell him to be quiet and let him be content to tell you what he wants us to know. Let Elohim not speak with us so that we do not die. Moshe says to the people, do not tremble. Yes, it is in order to test you, same word, test, as is used later for Abraham and the sacrifice of Isaac, that Elohim has come. And in order that his trembling be upon your faces, so that you do not err. The people hold themselves far off. Moshe goes toward the cloud, there where Elohim is. 20:18, 22, 30. Mark a moment of silence. Remember where we are coming from. Remember that it is the case of 47, our first condemned one, the Greek, Socrates, that led us here. Now, among all the notes that are consonant or that resonate in an analogous fashion between such different and apparently incommensurable scenes as that of the Decalogue and the trial of Socrates, there is this one, denunciation of a cult of false gods, of bad gods. On the one side, Socrates is accused of having introduced new gods, on the other Yahweh's condemnation of the adoration of idols, of gods sculpted in stone, of images, and of Elohims made of silver and gold, is made to precede, begin, and follow the Ten Commandments. Naturally, among all the exegetical resources and hermeneutical models that could be brought to bear on such an account, some might be tempted to decipher in it a historical revelation, others a mythology lending an allegorico-narrative form to the birth of the law as birth of the death penalty, still others might be tempted to decipher through the weave of the narrative, revealed or mythological, a fabulous historical staging of the very structure of absolute law as founded on the death penalty, on the threat of the price to be paid for killing, namely, the death penalty, at the origin of the social contract or the contract of the nation-state, at the origin of any sovereignty, any community, or any genealogy, any people. I have just recalled the analogy with the Socrates case, thus, the first one, but there will also be the Jesus case. I say each time the case as a reminder that it is a question of a judicial dispute, of a trial, and of penal law. Moreover, the whole of American constitutional jurisprudence, which we will talk about again, particularly on the subject 48 of the death penalty, the death penalty instated, then abolished, then reinstated, suspended, reapplied, in the legislation of one state or in another, and so forth. This jurisprudential history can be scanned through the history of law around cases, case X versus Y, that each time mark a date of decision, for example, by those Supreme Court's decisions that set jurisprudential precedents. I say case, then, to recall this judicial dimension and these trials, but also because case is the fall, the headlong descent, or even decapitation that brings down the head or the life or the body that falls, that drops, on the ground, beneath the scaffold or on the cross. There will, then, be the Jesus case, on the subject of which one can carry out again the same demonstration, religious accusation taken up by a sovereignty or a political power of execution, of course. Socrates and Jesus, then, but also Joan of Arc, 1431, same pattern, to which we will return again and again, religious incrimination at the service of or served by a political sovereignty capable of carrying out the execution, alliance between religion and the state. These three, Socrates, Jesus, Joan, are far from being the only or the first, of course, still less the last, but they are great emblematic figures with which, at the dawn of the seminar, I would like to begin before beginning. This time, there are no longer or not yet any Protestants, there is a Greek who is more or less pagan, prey to new demons, Socrates, there is a woman who is very Christian but not Protestant, and there is a kind of Jew named Jesus, before Pauline Christianity. The fourth one, my Muslim, if one may say that, could be Halaj, between the time of Jesus and that of Joan of Arc, which would allow us to reconnect with the texts of Messiaen that we studied a few years ago in the seminar on Hospitality 31, and first of all on what Messiaen called the hospitality of Abraham. In his 1914 preface to his great book La Passion de Hallaj, Martyr Mystique de l'Islam 32, Messiaen recalls that, if one can believe Islamic legend, in Arab, Persian, Turkish, Hindu, and Malay poets, Hallaj is held to be the perfect lover of God. He will also be called God's fool, condemned to the gallows, hanging accompanied by torture, for having cried out, as if in a state of drunkenness, I am the truth. Literally Christ-like words, words of a Christ who is not content to say, as Socrates often did, that he is merely seeking truth, but that he is the truth. I am the truth. Jesus does not merely invoke the truth at every turn in the 449 Gospels. In the Gospel of John, he says to Thomas, 14:6, I am the way, the truth, and the life, no man cometh unto the Father, but by me, ego sum via, et veritas, et vita. Nemo venit ad patram, nisi per me, ego I me e odos kai e aletheia kai e zoe, udius ercatai pro ton patera e I me deima. 33. So Hallaj was condemned to the gallows for having been intoxicated to the point of ecstasy and crying out I am the truth, and crying it out again from the height of the gallows, Ana el Haqt, here I am, the truth, which likely did not displease Messiaen the great Christian, who recounts how, in 922 CE, and this is the point that is important for me here in the history of the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad, Hallaj was the victim is Messiaen's word, of a great political trial provoked by his public preaching. This political and thoroughly theologico-political trial set all the Islamic forces of the period against each other, Imamite, Sunni, Fuqaha, and Sufi. In order, then, Socrates, Jesus, Hallaj, 922, Joan of Arc, 1431. Each time a complaint, an accusation, a religious incrimination aimed at a blaspheming offense against some divine sacredness, a religious incrimination that is invested, taken up, incarnated, incorporated, put into effect, enforced 34, applied by a sovereign political power, which thereby signals its sovereignty, its sovereign right over souls and bodies, and which in truth defines its sovereignty by this right and by this power, over the life and death of subjects. This is how the essence of sovereign power, as political but first of all theologico-political power, presents itself, represents itself as the right to decree and to execute a death penalty, or to pardon arbitrarily, sovereignly. If one wants to ask oneself what is the death penalty, or what is the essence and the meaning of the death penalty, it will indeed be necessary to reconstitute this history and this horizon of sovereignty as the hyphen in the theologico-political. An enormous history, the whole history that at the 50 moment we are only touching on or glimpsing. It is not even certain that the concept of history and the concept of horizon resist a deconstruction of the scaffolding of these scaffolds. By scaffolding, I mean the construction, the architecture to be deconstructed, as well as the speculation, the calculation, the market, but also the speculative idealism that provides its supports. History, the concept of history is perhaps linked, in its very possibility, in its scaffolding, to the Abrahamic and above all the Christian history of sovereignty, and thus of the possibility of the death penalty as theologico-political violence. Deconstruction is perhaps always, ultimately, through the deconstruction of carnophalagocentrism, the deconstruction of this historical scaffolding of the death penalty, of the history of the scaffold or of history as scaffolding of the scaffold. Deconstruction, what is called by that name, is perhaps the deconstruction of the death penalty, of the logocentric, logonomocentric scaffolding in which the death penalty is inscribed or prescribed. The concept of theologico-political violence is still confused, obscure, rather undifferentiated, despite the hyphen we see being clearly and undeniably inscribed in the four great examples, in the four great paradigmatic cases that I have just so quickly evoked: trial with thematic religious content and execution, putting to death by a state political agency, law itself, the juridical, beginning with the judgments and the code of Exodus, the juridical, then, always assuring the mediation between the theological and the political. This relatively crude but already sufficiently determined concept of the theologico-political, the theologico-juridico-political will demand from us an interminable analysis. An analysis in the course of which we must not suppose that we already know what theologico-political means and that we have then only to apply this general concept to a particular case or phenomenon named death penalty. No. Perhaps one must do just the reverse. One must perhaps proceed in the opposite direction, that is, attempt to think the theologico-political in its possibility beginning from the death penalty. One would then ask oneself, what is the theologico-political? And the 51 answer would take shape thus: the theologico-political is a system, an apparatus of sovereignty in which the death penalty is necessarily inscribed. There is theologico-political wherever there is death penalty. This interminable analysis, this deconstruction could begin, at least in a very preliminary way today, by taking up the following feature, the following complication. In the four cases there is this other common feature, which we have not yet emphasized and which is all the more remarkable in that the contexts and the religions and the state structures are dissimilar and very distant in each one of them: Athens, Jerusalem, Baghdad, Rouen. It is that the point was not to condemn or execute in the name of the reason of state, the security of the city or the state, here allied or complicit with the religious authority. The point was not to put to death, despite appearances and despite allegations or denials, an enemy of the state or still less an enemy of God. The point in all four cases was to put to death a speech, the body of a speech that claimed to be but the presentation of a divine speech to which the clerical state authorities, the double power of the churches and the states, the twinned and conjugated power of the church and the state remained deaf and intended very well to hear and understand nothing. All four of them, Socrates, Jesus, Hallege, and Joan of Arc, said in sum that they heard voices, the voice of God, and that they were in this regard the truth. I am the truth, said Jesus and Hallege literally. Joan said literally that she heard voices. Jesus and Hallege also bore the same witness, for by each saying I am the truth, they meant to say, sometimes literally, I am the witness, I can testify to a truth greater than I and than you, which comes into me but into me from the beyond. I underscore this transcendence, and more precisely this word beyond for obvious and general reasons, but for more literal, or even literary reasons that will be specified later on. They are killed perhaps because people are afraid to hear directly, immediately, the voice of God, like the children of Israel I was speaking about 52 a moment ago. They are killed perhaps because they are felt to be bearers of death insofar as they say they bear the voice of God. This testimonial or even martyrological relation with the transcendence of a voice speaking from the beyond is too obvious in the case of Jesus, Hallege, and Joan, but it is also true of Socrates, already, who not only claimed to speak and to question only in the name of truth, but who also said he bore within a daimon and received signs from God. This word daimon is important for us here, with all its Greco-Christian ambivalence, Greek first of all, because the daimon is both divine and inferior to the divinity of the God, theos. It means both the soul of the dead and the revenant, but also fate, the singular destiny, a kind of election, and often, in the bad sense, the unfortunate destiny, death, and in Christian language, in the Greek of the Gospels, in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, the daimon is always taken in the bad sense, as the bad spirit, the demonic, the spirit of evil. Thus in this unstable and equivocal value of the daimon, we have both the motif of the transcendent and sanctifying divinity and the motif of the evil demonic, of the evil genius, good and evil, the cursed and the sanctifiable. We will see these two sacred values crop up constantly in the scene of the condemnation to death and in the sacred figure, cursed and sanctified, of the one condemned to death. Now, to return to Socrates, precisely in the famous passage of the Apology, 40a, he says that he, too, regularly hears the voice of his daimon. And what happens in this precise moment of the scene? Well, he announces to his judges that he is going to tell them how he interprets what is happening to him, the accident that is happening to him, his cases, his case, in some sense, this accident that is going to cause his fall. This accident is a marvelous, miraculous, thaumazion, thing. And what is thaumazion here, what is astonishing, extraordinary, miraculous in this case, is that the voice of his daimon, the divinatory, mantic, power of his demonic god who usually, customarily speaks in him and warns him, higar io thui amoi mantik hitio u daimonuo, so as to guide him in the most ordinary things of life, well, this mantic power of his daimon, this time, when he seems to be exposed to the worst, to the supreme misfortune, eskatakakan, the most extreme of ills, death, well, his daimon has fallen silent, has dropped him, it is as if he has let 53 him fall. It is also that as if his case, his casus, his God has not restrained him from presenting himself at the tribunal and from accepting the verdict. Socrates says, yet neither when I left home this morning, nor when I was taking my place here in the court, nor at any point in any part of my speech did the divine sign oppose me. I am quoting the translation of Theosemion, no sign of God held me back. 35. After which, read what follows. Socrates interprets the sudden silence of his god or his demon and the good reasons the god might have had to keep silent, and to drop him, to let him speak so as to accept his death from the laws of the city. And, I would say too elliptically, it is all of philosophy, Platonic philosophy, perhaps philosophy tout court that finds its place in the silence of the daimon, at the moment of the condemnation of Socrates. I will not compare the silence of the God of Socrates with the scene in which the children of Israel asked to hear Yahweh no more, but only his human mediator, Moses, at the moment of the establishment of the judgments and the sentences of penal law, but the temptation to do so would be strong indeed. So what I would like to make clear with this reminder is that in the theologico-political structure we are talking about, and in the trait of this trait d-union, the alliance of the theologico-political is not made against some non-theologico-political, against some atheologico-political, it is not opposed, in a simply antagonistic or oppositional or dialectical scene, to something that would be neither theological nor political, it attempts either or both at once to make imminent. Once again a transcendence, the reference to a transcendence, by signifying to the condemned ones, to the four condemned ones that they have no right to say they are bearers of God's word, that they are committing a crime, or even perjury and 54 blasphemy, by claiming to hear voices come from beyond, and that it is necessary to bring them back to earth, to the laws of the city or the church or the clergy or some terrestrial organization, and this is politics or the state or else, and this amounts to the same thing. By accusing them of profaning, blaspheming, abusing, perjuring, abjuring when they claim an immediate and personal contact with a beyond that ought to remain transcendent and inaccessible, an inaccessibility of which the Church, the Sanhedrin, or the Greek priests or the Nocturnal Council are the guardians and the only guarantors. This condemnation is issued, then, both in the name of transcendence and against transcendence. And this complication has the effect that what is condemned, in all four cases, what sees itself theologico-politically condemned is not the non-theologico-political but another political theology that is visibly promised or announced or demanded or attested to by the four who are condemned to death. All four have a theological and political message, 55 another message. Later we will see to what extent today, at a moment when, by contrast with what was happening still in 1989, 10 years ago, when only 58 countries had abolished the death penalty for all crimes, today, then, when, conversely, the 105 countries that have put an end to the death penalty are now in the majority, even though there are still 72 countries that apply the death penalty. Well, we will see to what extent the positions of the churches, the Christian churches and notably the Catholic Church, are ambiguous or contradictory depending on which authority represents them. The Council of Christian Churches, for example, declared in 1991 its hostility to the death penalty, whereas the Universal Catechism signed by the Pope justifies this penalty for what are called cases of extreme gravity, thereby following the tradition illustrated notoriously, among so many others, by a Saint Thomas Aquinas, who was an eloquent and fervent proponent of the death penalty for heretics. Those counterfeiters of the faith who, like counterfeiters in general punished with death by secular princes, must also be rightly killed. 36. All four of them, I was saying, have a theological and political message, another message. And, by way of supplementary complication, we will find the essential part of this other message, in the history that is thereby opened and already parsed out, across the whole cultural, political, juridical, and religious history of the death penalty, on the two sides, both on the side of those who, from very early on, then in another manner in modernity, have fought against the death penalty, and on the side of those who have upheld the principle of the death penalty, sometimes only the principle but sometimes also its cruelest implementation. This will not simplify our readings, our interpretations, our work. But we are not here to simplify. We are here, permit me to recall this, because it is essential and decisive at this point, neither in a courtroom or on a witness stand, nor in a place of worship, nor in a parliament, nor in print, radio, or televised news. And neither are we in a real theater. To exclude all of these places, to exit from all of these places, without exception, is the first condition for thinking the death penalty. And thus for hoping to change it in some way. First session. December 8, 1999, continued. 1. Socrates, Jesus, Halage, Joan of Arc, war, sometimes armed war, not between the theologico-political and its other but between at least two histories and two versions of the theologico-political. That is to say, also of sovereignty. But, still before beginning, still at the dawn of the seminar on the quasi-theater of the death penalty, I wish to bring in someone else here, not onto the stage or into the witness box, because I have just said that this is neither a courtroom nor a true theater, but right here. I would like to bring back here the ghost of Jean Genet, the great poet and playwright, the great witness and man of the theater of our time, the fascinated analyst, and this fascination will be one of our themes, the fascinated analyst of that legal murder called the execution of a death penalty, the great witness or actor, the great 58 theatrical character who is equally fascinated to the point of merging them or reminding us of their profound resemblance, or even of their essential collusion with the weapon of the crime and the weapon of the capital punishment that for him is another crime, another kind of crime. And it is through him that we are really going to approach here our beginning, that we are going to begin. Or pretend to begin. For several reasons, which belong to very different orders. The first one counts less, for it is merely personal, autobiographical, as they say. The first time that, as a child, before the last World War, one learned from the press in Algiers that something like the death sentence existed, that the condemned one was made to wait, and that he was made to wait and to hope for the sovereign presidential pardon, and that one morning, at dawn, one proceeded to decapitate him, well, the one condemned to death was named Weidmann. I can still see his image, the image of his photograph in El Echo d'Alger. Now, Weidmann is the first word and the first proper name in Our Lady of the Flowers by Jean Genet, a book that was published right after the last World War, the end of the worldwide war, after which there arose a vast, increasingly worldwide movement, and this is why one always underscore the word worldwide, mondial too, and numerous worldwide declarations with universal pretensions against the death penalty, appeals, declarations, or decisions condemning condemnation to death, and finally heard here, for example in Europe, and not there, in other parts of the world, in particular, in the United States. So, a fragment of Our Lady of the Flowers was published right after the Worldwide War, in 1944, and the whole text in 1948, almost 40 years, then, before the abolition of the death penalty in France, Our Lady of the Flowers, a book in which the imaginary hero, Our Lady, is sentenced to capital punishment, I say the imaginary hero because the first name and the first word of the book, Weidmann, whose name and face I saw appear in the newspapers of my childhood, Weidmann is the name of a real life character, as they say, who was guillotined, and whose name echoed in everyone's ears in France, all the way to Algeria, which was then part of France. 59 I am going to read this passage from Genet in a moment. You will notice other motifs, which will be yet other reasons, so many reasons to quote it. One concerns the theatricality and the fascination with the spectacle, with the immediate or deferred spectacle, in the press, the written, or today the cinematographic press. The other concerns the Christ-like allegory or metonymy, which, in our Abrahamic culture, makes of the one condemned to death a kind of repetition or parody, a comedy of Christ's passion, an imitation of Jesus Christ. Before reading this incipit of the book, I propose another reason for beginning in this fashion, in short with literature. Why, on the death penalty, begin with literature? Not only in order to revisit those large veins that are literature and death, literature and the right to death, or the trail of countless literary or poetic works that put crime and punishment, and that punishment called the death penalty, to work or on stage. There is all of that, of course, and we will think about it, but I believe I have a more pointed hypothesis concerning what it is that can link, associate, or dissociate the history of literature and the history of the death penalty. This hypothesis will be put to the test slowly and in a discontinuous, careful, and uneasy fashion, no doubt, but in its major features it would come down to this: if the history of the general possibility, of the largest territory of the general conditions of possibility of epic, poetic, or belletristic productions, not of literature in the strict and modern sense, supposes or goes hand in hand with the legitimacy or the legality of the death penalty, well then, on the contrary, the short, strict, and modern history of the institution named literature in Europe over the last 3 or 4 centuries is contemporary with and indissociable from a contestation of the death penalty, an abolitionist struggle that, to be sure, is uneven, heterogeneous, discontinuous, but irreversible, and tending toward the worldwide as conjoined history, once again, of literature and rights, and of the right to literature. A desacralization that, in a complex and contradictory fashion, as in the history of the pardon or forgiveness, breaks with the scene and the authority of Exodus and of divine punishment. I leave this hypothesis here in its crudest and most risky 60 formulation. We will have the chance to discuss and come back to it. To support this hypothesis, I will not draw an argument from the fact that a good number of the most eloquent and committed abolitionist discourses, in what I call literary modernity, that is, in literature in the strict sense, were put forward by writers and poets, for example, Shelley, Hugo, Camus. These are merely indications from which I will draw no argument, all the more so in that there are also counter-examples, such as Wordsworth, who wrote in favor of the death penalty. But these indications deserve to be pointed out as indications first, and then we will attempt to approach these texts. Here then is the first page of Our Lady of the Flowers. It begins with a proper name. This is not the only example in Genet. The screens began without a sentence, with the crying out of a name that is both proper and common noun, Rose. Warda, point 3. Here it is, Weidmann. That is the first name on a list of famous condemned ones who are celebrated, sung, commemorated. One has to say glorified by the narrator, glorified because it is a matter of a certain glory. You are going to hear the word glory resonate, that is, the word of a luminous radiance, a lustrum, an aura, a halo, a Christ-like light provided, above their head, by their execution, sometimes by their decapitation, by their very decollation. Weidmann, first word, first name of the book, is also the moment of an apparition, a vision. Genet or the narrator has the vision of these men condemned to death, and this vision is the vision of a spectacular spectacle, of an apparition that is both theatrical and spectral, and Genet played a lot, you know, with specters in his theater. Weidmann appeared before you are the first 4 words of the book, and while reading this list of those who died on the field of honor of capital punishment, of these martyrs and these saints, I will underscore certain Christ-like features, perversely Christ-like, but with a perversity that both reveals and betrays perhaps what could be called a Christian perverity. 61 I am the truth, I am the way, the truth, and the life, no man cometh unto the Father, but by me. Here then is the first sentence. Weidman appeared before you in a 5 o'clock edition, thus apparition in the media, vision that is already television, in a newspaper photograph, the theatrical and the mediatic become one in this apparition, which is also an issueparution of the newspaper coinciding with a court appearance comparution, no death penalty without the phenomenality of an appearance, his head swaddled in white bandages bandelettes, a nun religieuse, or again a wounded pilot, fallen into the Rye 1 September day, like the day when the world came to know the name of Our Lady of the Flowers. Point 4. I pause for a moment on this first sentence. I have to say that I remember this photograph myself. But that is not the important thing. What counts is not only the word religious that makes directly explicit the venerable sacredness of this apparition, this vision, the sacralization that immediately takes hold of this murderer condemned to death, in his public, theatrical, and fascinating image. Immediately one is in the sacred element of an appearing seized by religiosity, by religious solemnity. But more precisely, what counts is the analogy with Christ, as if Our Lady of the Flowers, as if the book that bears this title were a fifth apocryphal gospel according to John/Jean, Jennett, the analogy with Christ, then, in memory of Christ, an analogy that is marked by those white bandages that swaddle someone, a man who, because he is swaddled, the word sufficiently connotes it, is like a newborn babe, a little Jesus. We will come upon the name Jesus 3 pages later, but still more precisely white bandages that literally recall the linen cloths with which the body of Jesus is wrapped according to, this time, the authentic Gospel of John, 1940.5. What does John's text say? I mean first of all John the Evangelist. This, after the description of the torture inflicted on those who had been crucified with Jesus and whose legs 62 were broken. Jesus was already dead, his legs were not broken, but a soldier pierced his side with a spear and blood and water flowed from the wound. And after this writes John, Joseph of Arimathea, being a disciple of Jesus, but secretly for fear of the Jews, besought Pilate that he might take away the body of Jesus, and Pilate gave him leave. He came therefore, and took the body of Jesus. So Pilate, representative of the Roman state, will have had in this whole process the role of the power that, despite a certain reticence to accede to the religious demand of the community and the Sanhedrin, takes charge, while washing his hands of it, of organizing the death, the execution of the punishment, and the responsibility for the body. The text continues. And there came also Nicodemus, which at the first came to Jesus by night, and brought a mixture of myrrh and aloes, about 100 pound weight. Then took they the body of Jesus, and wound it in linen clothes with the spices, elabonoun to somatio uisokai et as an auto adhaniois adhanion, is a piece of linen, a strip, or shred of cloth or a veil mediton aromaton, in Latin, exceperunt ergo corpus Jesu, et ligave runt illud lintus cum aromatibius lintum is also a cloth of linen, a veil, a fabric, a woven cloth. John 19:38, 40. Adhanion or lintum, then, which in French is most often translated bandelettes because in fact in Jewish custom one bandages band the corpse by rolling it up, surrounding it with strips that resemble bandages for the wounded or swaddling clothes for infants. By choosing the word bandelettes to describe Weidman's face, which, then, I myself saw in the newspapers surrounded by strips or wrappers that were not linen cloths or bandelettes, this John/Jean, here Jennett, seems to me to be pointing with a Christological sign toward John the Evangelist, or toward Luke, who uses the same words for the same scene, and this seems significant in many respects. Not only because in a general, massive, and constitutive fashion, the whole book Our Lady of the Flowers, or even all of Jennett's literature, is immersed in the 63 Gospels, in the spirit of the Good News, and plays with Christian notations and connotations, however perverse or iconoclast they may be. The work is a performance of anti-Christian Christian iconoclasm, of perjury and abjuration, fascinated with the very thing that it makes literature of, the way one says to make a mockery of, but more precisely, more locally, because the book Our Lady of the Flowers sings the passion of those condemned to death. You know that there is a long poem by Genet titled Le Condamné à Mort, the one condemned to death, also published in 1945, which follows Our Lady of the Flowers in Genet's Ouvres Complètes, and which is dedicated to Genet's friend, Maurice Pilarge, sentenced, says Genet, to have his head cut off. He was executed March 17, 1939, in Saint Brook. This poem, Le Condamné à Mort, tenderly and amorously names, in its poetico-slang usage, my sweet Jesus in its penultimate stanza. Cen est pas ce matin qu'elle en me guillotine. J'ai pour dormir tranquille. Et l'étage audacieux. Mon mignon périsseur, ma pearl, mon Jesus. S. Evely. Ilva connor de sa durbatine et mon crane tendu. 6. It's not this morning that I'll be guillotined. I can sleep easy. On the floor above. My lazy little one, my pearl, my sweet Jesus, is waking up. He is going to knock with his hard boot on my shaved skull. What is more, it also happens that Our Lady of the Flowers, likewise dedicated to Maurice Pilarge, without Maurice Pilarge, whose death is still poisoning my life, I would never have written this book. I dedicate it to his memory. Our Lady of the Flowers plays, mimes, simulates in a serious manner a kind of chant of mourning and resurrection that describes but also poetically provokes, produces, performs, and glorifies the elevation, the ascension of the victims of the scaffold, not the ascenseur pour l'échafaud. 7. The famous film with a score by Miles Davis. I mention this before beginning because Black Americans are today the primary victims of what remains of the death penalty in the so-called Western world, the demo-Christian world, not the ascenseur pour l'échafaud, the elevator to the gallows, but the Christ-like ascension, the elevation, after the gallows, and a quasi-64 resurrection, a quasi-salvation, a poetico-literary quasi-redemption after the gallows. To be better convinced of this, one must follow, here too, the metonymy and the quotation of the bandelettes, or bandages. That is why I am insisting on them. The bandages envelop, attach, they tie, but also become detached, they become untied from the body proper. If we pay attention, in the Gospels, to the theater of the bandages, we see them, at least twice, signify, at the moment they are seen for themselves, alone, untied, detached, far from the body, on the ground, not in use, signify the end of death, if I can say that, the resurrection of the body that has arisen from death and stood up, elevated, lifted into life, upward. The bandages signify death, the condemnation to death, when they fall away, out of use, undone, untied, untying, they signify, like a detached signifier, that the dead one is resuscitated, insurrectioned, resuscitated. 8. If I can say that, once again elevated, raised up, erected by a miracle, a divine miracle or a poetic miracle. Moreover, Miracle of the Rose, 1946, right after Our Lady of the Flowers, whose first page we will also read in a moment, is also a song to, I quote, death on the scaffold that is our glory. 9. 2 examples, then, from the Gospels, of the scene of the bandages. First, the Passion, sentencing to death, crucifixion, and entombment. It is the passage that I read a moment ago, John 19:40. Then took they the body of Jesus, and wound it in linen cloths with the spices, as the manner of the Jews is to bury. Jesus is buried like a Jew, and that is why earlier, in my classification of the paradigmatic characters in our theater of the death penalty, I defined him, for the record, as a kind of Jew. But here is the second 65 moment and the second example, the second apparition of the bandages. The bandages do indeed appear, they are there all of a sudden, they leap into the light. It is a phenomenon that seems to signify, that makes a sign as in a vision. The time of this phenomenon of the bandages, their moment in the story and in the process is very remarkable, and if we had the leisure to do so, if it were the subject of the seminar, we would meditate on this time of the bandages as the lodging made ready for literature, for an ascension without ascension, an elevation without elevation, an imminent but not yet accomplished resurrection, etc. It is because, as you will hear, these bandages, the second apparition of the bandages, the untied bandages, abandoned near Christ's tomb, are going to signify that Christ is not dead, that he is no longer dead. He will have been dead, to be sure, he died, but he is not yet resuscitated, not yet elevated, he is still there, standing on the ground, looking at the others, and first of all Mary, he looks at her looking at his absence, he is looking at her see him neither dead nor alive, and above all, it is right before the Nali me tangere, touch me not unique example, comment on touch, Jesus touching touched, except in John 20:17.10. I am going to read this well-known passage and draw your attention, among other things, to the moment in which Mary's tears, upon seeing the bandages, bespeak the mourning that is not done, that cannot set to work, because what Mary weeps for then, when faced with the bandages, is not only the death of Jesus buried but the disappearance of his unburied body. Not only has Jesus died, this one who has been condemned to death is first of all one who has disappeared, his corpse has disappeared, which is the first meaning of the untied bandages. The one condemned to death has not only been executed, the 66 deceased has disappeared, without burial place, and the sorrow is worse, more inconsolable, it is the sorrow of the woman unable to weep over the body of the beloved, unable to do, as one says, her work of mourning. A little like Antigone whom we were talking about a few years ago and who weeps less for the death, in that case, of her father rather than her son, than for the absence of a localizable burial place and who thus weeps for not being able to weep her mourning in front of a body, a present corpse. 11. This also recalls the text of laws that I read a little while ago on the deprivation of burial. 12. In the case of Christ, of this moment in the Gospel, there is a burial place, but it comes down to a kind of absence of burial place, because there is also a cenotaph, an empty tomb and bandages that signal the absence of the body. At that moment, when Mary complains to the angels while standing before the bandages that she no longer knows where they laid the body of Jesus, one could say, without too much pathos, that she prefigures the misfortune and complaint and the anger of all the women, mothers, daughters, and sisters of the disappeared of our time who, whether in the streets of Chile, Argentina, or in South Africa, also accuse and denounce those who did worse than torture and kill their men, because they also made them disappear, a disappearance that sometimes seems worse than death. I read now straight through the passage from John 20:1-18. 1. The first day of the week cometh Mary Magdalene early, when it was yet dark, unto the sepulchre, and seeth the stone taken away from the sepulchre. 2. Then she runneth, and cometh to Simon Peter, and to the other disciple, whom Jesus loved, and saith unto them, They have taken away the Lord out of the sepulchre, and we know not where they have laid him. 3. Peter therefore went forth, and that other disciple, and came to the sepulchre. 4. So they ran both together, and the other disciple did outrun Peter, and came first to the sepulchre. 5. And he stooping down, and looking in, saw the linen clothes lying, yet went he not in. 67. 6. Then cometh Simon Peter following him, and went into the sepulchre, and seeth the linen clothes lie. 7. And the napkin, that was about his head, not lying with the linen clothes, but wrapped together in a place by itself. 8. Then went in also that other disciple, which came first to the sepulchre, and he saw, and believed. 9. For as yet they knew not the scripture, that he must rise again from the dead. 10. Then the disciples went away again unto their own home. 11. But Mary stood without at the sepulchre weeping, and as she wept, she stooped down, and looked into the sepulchre. 12. And seeth two angels in white sitting, the one at the head, and the other at the feet, where the body of Jesus had lain. 13. And they say unto her, Woman, why weepest thou? She saith unto them, Because they have taken away my Lord, and I know not where they have laid him. 14 And when she had thus said, she turned herself back, and saw Jesus standing, and knew not that it was Jesus. 15 Jesus saith unto her, Woman, why weepest thou? Whom seekest thou? She, supposing him to be the gardener, saith unto him, Sir, if thou have borne him hence, tell me where thou hast laid him, and I will take him away. 16 Jesus saith unto her, Mary. She turned herself, and saith unto him, Rabboni, which is to say, Master. 17 Jesus saith unto her, Touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father, but go to my brethren, and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father, and your Father, and to my God, and your God. 18 Mary Magdalene came and told the disciples that she had seen the Lord, and that he had spoken these things unto her. How does this singular instant, Christ's being there without being there, this Dasein that is not a Dasein, this /Dasein of Christ who is dead but not dead, who is living dead mort vivant, who is resuscitated but not yet risen, who is here without being here, here but there, over there, fort, Gensates, who is already beyond without yet being beyond, in the beyond, how is this moment, this singular time that does not belong to the ordinary unfolding of time, how is this time without time signified both in death 68 as condemnation to death, as death penalty, in the death of the one condemned to death, but also in the discourse or the narrative, in ordinary public or mediatic speech, and first of all in literature, and here for example in Genet's text, in its poetic time as the very time that links, in a story, what Genet is going to call a story, a not always artificial story, that links, then the one condemned to death to the evangelist, to the speech of the one who bears the news, who moreover is going to ask to be forgiven. I am going to read some excerpts. It would be necessary to read or reread everything, you should do that from a long passage up to the point we encounter, besides the forgive me, a sentence that says of the condemned one, Weidman, that he is also beyond, further than that, like Christ once the bandages were unwound. Read and comment on Notre Dame de Fleurs, 9-10, then 12-13. Weidman appeared before you in a 5 o'clock edition, his head swaddled in white bandages, a nun, or again a wounded pilot fallen into the Rye one September day like the day when the world came to know the name of Our Lady of the Flowers. His handsome face, multiplied by the machines, swept down upon Paris and all of France, to the depths of the most out-of-the-way village, in castles and cabins, revealing to the mirthless bourgeois that their daily lives are grazed by enchanting murderers, cunningly elevated even into their sleep, which they will cross by some back stairway that, by not creaking, is their accomplice. Beneath his picture burst the dawn of his crimes, murder 1, murder 2, murder 3, up to 6, bespeaking his secret glory and preparing his future glory. A little earlier, the Negro angel son had killed his mistress. A little later, the soldier Maurice Pilarge killed his lover, Escudero, to rob him of not even 1,000 francs, then, for his 20th birthday, they cut off his head while, you will recall, he thumbed his nose at the enraged executioner. Finally, a young ensign, still a child, committed treason for treason's sake, he was shot. And it is in honor of their crimes that I am writing my book. It was only in bits and pieces that I learned of this wonderful blossoming of dark and lovely flowers. One was revealed to me by a scrap of newspaper, another was casually alluded to by my lawyer, another was mentioned, 69 almost sung, by the prisoners. Their song became fantastic and funereal, a de profundis, as much so as the plaints which they sing in the evening, as the voice which crosses the cells and reaches me blurred, hopeless, altered. At the end of each phrase it breaks, and that crack makes it so sweet that it seems borne by the music of angels, which horrifies me, for angels fill me with horror, being, I imagine, neither mind nor matter, white, fill me, and frightening, like the translucent bodies of ghosts. So, with the help of my unknown lovers, I am going to write a story. My heroes are they, pasted on the wall, they and I who am here, locked up. As you read on, the characters, and divine too, and Kula Froi, will fall from the wall onto my pages like dead leaves, to fertilize my tale. As for their death, need I tell you about it? For all of them it will be the death of the one who, when he learned of his from the jury, merely mumbled in a Rhenish accent, "I'm already beyond that, Weidman." This story may not always seem artificial, and despite myself you may recognize in it the voice of blood. That's because in my darkness I shall have happened to strike at some door with my forehead, freeing an anguished memory that had been haunting me since the world began. Forgive me for it. This book aims to be only a small fragment of my inner life. Divine died yesterday in a pool of her vomited blood which was so red that, as she expired, she had the supreme illusion that this blood was the visible equivalent of the black hole which a gutted violin, seen in a judge's office in the midst of a hodgepodge of pieces of evidence, revealed with dramatic insistence, as does a Jesus the gilded shanker where gleams his flaming sacred heart. So much for the divine aspect of her death. The other aspect, ours, because of those streams of blood that had been shed on her nightshirt and sheets, for the sun had set poignantly, not nastily, on the bloody sheets in her bed, makes her death tantamount to a murder. Divine died wholly and murdered by consumption. 9-14, 61-67. 70 read next the beginning of Miracle de la Rose, 223-224. While the boy I was at 15 twined in his hammock around a friend, if the rigors of life make us seek out a friendly presence, I think it is the rigors of prison that can drive us toward each other in bursts of love without which we could not live. Unhappiness is the enchanted potion. He knew that his final form dwelt behind them and that the convict with his 30-year sentence was the fulfillment of himself, the last transformation, which death would make permanent. And Fontevraud still gleams, though it is a very soft and faded brilliance, with the lights emitted in its darkest heart, the dungeon, by Harquemont, who was sentenced to death. When I left La Santé prison for Fontevraud, I already knew that Harquemont was there, awaiting execution. Upon my arrival I was therefore gripped by the mystery of one of my fellow inmates at Mettray who had been able to pursue the adventure all of us saw to its sharpest peak, the death on the scaffold that is our glory. Harquemont had succeeded. And as this success was not of an earthly order, like fortune or honors, his achievement filled me with amazement and admiration. Even the simplest achievement is miraculous, but also inspired the fear that overwhelms the witness of some magical operation. Harquemont's crimes might have meant nothing to my soul had I not known him at close range, but my love of beauty desired so ardently that my life be crowned with a violent, or rather bloody death, and my aspiration to a saintliness of muted brilliance preventing it from being heroic by men's standards made me secretly choose decapitation, which has the virtue of being reproved, of reproving the death that it gives and of illuminating its beneficiary with a glory more somber and gentle than the dancing, floating flame of velvet at great funerals. And Harquemont's crimes and death revealed to me as if by taking it apart the mechanism of that glory when finally attained. Such glory is not human. No one has ever heard of an executed one whose execution alone haloed him as the saints of the church and the glories of the age are haloed, yet we know that the purest of those who received that death felt placed, within themselves and on their severed head, the amazing and secret crown, studded with jewels wrested from the darkness of the heart. Each of them knew that the moment his 71 head fell into the basket of sawdust and was lifted out by the ears by an assistant whose role seems to me strange indeed, his heart would be gathered up by fingers gloved with modesty and carried off in a youngster's bosom, adorned like a spring festival. It was thus a heavenly glory to which I aspired, and Harquemont had attained it before me, quietly, as the result of murdering a little girl and, 15 years later, a Fontevraud guard. 223-24, 1-3. Now, we begin. My transition between this long epigraph and our real beginning might be Janet's forgive me for it, or more precisely the forgiveness requested by whoever says I, let's say the narrator of Our Lady of the Flowers. First of all, the question of the title. This year, beneath the title Questions of Responsibility 7, pardon and perjury. 13 We are thus inscribing a subtitle, namely the death penalty. As if up until now, in sum, we had been speaking about something else. But nothing is less certain. For each time that, in our meditation on forgiveness, we deemed it necessary to set out from the unforgiven or the unforgivable, from the irreversible or the irreparable, each time as well that we spoke of some surviving du survivre, that is, of what leaves one defenseless in the face of the injury of a death that has already taken place, as well as of victims who could no longer testify or from whom it was no longer possible to ask forgiveness, we were speaking of death, of course, but also, as wherever it is a question of forgiveness, of judgment, of the judgment of an injury or a wrong. Once again, the fact remains that every death and even every inflicted death is not the sentence or the application of a death penalty. And we must keep in mind in a vigilant manner that every death dealt, every murder, every crime against the living, every homicide even, does not necessarily correspond to what is strictly called a death penalty, to the concept, to the supposed juridical concept of the death penalty, even if one can as a next step contest the juridical purity, the legitimacy, or even the legality of the death 72 penalty. The concept of death penalty presents itself, in any case, as a concept of law, the concept of a sanction exercised by law in a state of law, even if one may then contest the well-foundedness of this self-presentation. In past years, we spoke less of the death of the accused and more of the death of victims, of those who, as if they were dead, were sometimes deprived by violence even of the right of speech or the possibility of bearing witness and thus of being present enough at a possible request for forgiveness, as for example those South African women who were denied even the possibility of testifying to the violence or rapes they suffered, because the testimony and the exhibition of the wounds would have constituted another violence, a repetition of the worst, bearing witness itself, and the scene of forgiveness or reconciliation was itself a violence, another trauma. Point 14 We thus spoke of death inflicted on the innocent, on the presumed innocent, as the unpardonable or as the horizon of the unpardonable itself, but we did not speak of death inflicted by law on the guilty, on the accused or the presumed guilty, even if when we dealt, at some length, with the right of pardon. We were thinking especially of the sovereign's right to grant or refuse life to one condemned to death. Naturally we will return to all of this at length. Why and how, by what right, then, would we now inscribe this question of the death penalty under the title of pardon and perjury? The question of the title is always, at bottom, likewise a juridical question, the question of right and the question of the capital, of the chief or the head chef, of the chapter, of what comes first or as a heading and tête. A text or a discourse without title is not only an outlaw discourse but a headless discourse, with neither head nor tail, a decapitated discourse. Without playing on words, I recall that the death penalty, which in principle is distinguished, which tends to be conceptually distinguished, in law, from any 73 murder, any crime, any natural vengeance through its reference by law to the law, through its supposed legality, through its state juridical essence, the death penalty, then, is here and there called capital punishment, in English for example. In German, one doesn't speak of capital punishment, rather of Todesstrafe, even if there is the expression of capital crime, Kapitalverbrechen, often in order to designate crime sanctioned or punishable by capital punishment. The death penalty is called here and there, I said, capital punishment. Here and there means that it is not the case everywhere, according to the history and the geography of cultures and laws. Where one says capital punishment for the death penalty, capital execution is what costs the condemned one his head, literally or figuratively. And when I say literally or figuratively, once again I am reinscribing without delay the question of the death penalty in the history of the law and of the technologies for legally putting to death, which we will have to examine as closely as possible. Within the legal procedure of execution, putting to death has not always involved attacking the head, decapitating, practicing decollation, hanging, or strangulation of the condemned one, or again by a firing squad aiming at the condemned one's face. in the United States, whose example I take without delay so as to announce that this seminar will be massively turned in the direction of the United States in the year 2000, that is, in the direction of one of the very rare, or even the only and the last large country of so-called European culture 15 and with a so-called democratic constitution, that maintains in conditions that we will examine more closely, and in defiance of numerous international conventions that we will also study the principle of the death penalty and its massive, even growing, application, after a turbulent history, on this subject, from 1972, when the death penalty was judged unconstitutional, to 1976, when the Supreme Court reversed itself on this judgment and when 38 states reinstated the death penalty and 28 began once again to apply it, etc., well, in the United States, the execution of capital punishment shows a great variety, a great technological refinement in cruelty or barbarity. But no longer goes directly, always, and literally after the head, whether one is talking about 74 decapitation or hanging, the modality, said to be more or less cruel, of the application of the death penalty is today in the United States a more spectacular and heated debate than the debate over the death penalty itself, as if the essential thing were to maintain, or not, a human ecology, a good and tolerable death penalty. But naturally, in the figurative sense, and the trope counts here, execution always attacks the head, the central seat of the cerebral and nervous systems, the presumed seat of consciousness and personality. The sign of this is that everywhere a prohibition is observed against executing a sentence on someone who is out of his head, as they say. The condemned man must be normal, responsible and undergo punishment in full consciousness. He must die awake. In France, before the death penalty was abolished in 1981, in the course of a historical sequence, which was moreover as European as it was French, and to which we will return as well, it happened that a condemned man was revived and snatched back from the brink of suicide so that he could undergo his capital punishment in full lucidity, with, if I may say so, his head on straight. Under the heading of all these historical and rhetorical reservations concerning the expression capital punishment, and before returning, then, to my question of the title, namely, of what comes by law at the head, first and foremost au premier chef, in the place of the capital in some fashion, and in both senses of capital, of a discourse, a chapter, or a seminar so as to define its status and its identity, under the heading of these historical reservations, I would like to begin by reading a few passages and first of all the opening 2 pages of Foucault's Discipline and Punish, 1975. I choose to read them by way of overture for numerous reasons. First of all because it is a rich and important book, a very precious one for us, which I recommend you read or reread in its entirety. Even though he does not name Genet, his last chapter, the carceral, is devoted to Mettray, the disciplinary colony, the sophronistery, which resembles at once, Foucault recalls, the cloister, prison, school, regiment 16 and which, as you know, occupied such an important place in the life and work of Genet. Next because Foucault describes, in the first 75 part of the book titled Torture, instances of putting to death, executions of the death penalty accompanied by tortures that were both spectacular, and we will come back often, in countless ways, to the spectacle and the history of the scene, the theatricality, even today the cinematic theatricality of execution. Point 17 Foucault's book is not a book on the death penalty, but it is a book that deals among other things with the historical transformation of the spectacle, with the organized visibility of punishment, with what I will call, even though this is not Foucault's expression, the seeing punish voir punir, a seeing punish essential to punishment, to the right to punish as right to see punish, ed., or even as duty to see punish, ed., devoir punir, one of Foucault's historical theses being that at the beginning of the 19th century, what gets erased is, I quote, the great spectacle of physical punishment. The tortured body is avoided. The staging of suffering is excluded from the punishment. The age of punitive sobriety begins, 21. I am not so sure of this, but perhaps there is here a technical, teletechnical, or even televisual complication of seeing, or even a virtualization of visual perception to which we will return. Beccaria, in his famous book on crimes and punishments, 1764, which is taken to be, rightly or wrongly, we will debate this, the first great abolitionist text written by a jurist, Beccaria, who admired Rousseau but criticized the social contract, which had just appeared 2 years earlier, on the question of the death penalty. Beccaria proposed to replace the death penalty, except in 2 exceptional cases, we will come to this, by a life sentence of hard labor. We will see why, and had already written, for most people, the death penalty becomes a spectacle. 18 According to Foucault, the guillotine had already marked an important stage in what he takes to be a process of erasure, I would say of despectacularization, since it reduces death to a visible but instantaneous event, almost without touching the body. 14. But Foucault quotes the ordinance of 1670 that, 76 up until the Revolution, regulated the general forms of penal practice. Read Surveiller et Punir, 41. The ordinance of 1670 regulated the general forms of penal practice up to the Revolution. It laid down the following hierarchy of penalties: death, judicial torture pending proof, penal servitude, flogging, amende honorable, banishment. A high proportion of physical punishment. Customs, the nature of the crimes, the status of the condemned accounted for still more variations. Capital punishment comprises many kinds of death. Some prisoners may be condemned to be hanged, others to having their hands cut off or their tongues cut out or pierced and then to be hanged, others, for more serious crimes, to be broken alive and to die on the wheel, after having their limbs broken, others to be broken until they die a natural death, others to be strangled and then broken, others to be burnt alive, others to be burnt after first being strangled, others to be drawn by 4 horses, others to have their heads cut off, and others to have their heads broken. 32. I will next read again the very first pages of the book. They describe an execution according to the rule of this ordinance, and still in 1757 on the eve of the Revolution. I will interrupt my reading at the words "pardon, Lord," so as to mark clearly the transition with the subject of last year's seminar. Read Surveiller et Punir, 9-10. On March 2, 1757, Damiens the regicide was condemned to make the amende honorable before the main door of the Church of Paris, where he was to be taken and conveyed in a cart, wearing nothing but a shirt, holding a torch of burning wax weighing 2 pounds, then, in the said cart, to the place de grève, where, on a scaffold that will be erected there, the flesh will be 77 torn from his breasts, arms, thighs, and calves with red-hot pincers, his right hand, holding the knife with which he committed the said parricide, burnt with sulphur, and, on those places where the flesh will be torn away, poured molten lead, boiling oil, burning resin, wax, and sulphur melted together, and then his body drawn and quartered by 4 horses, and his limbs and body consumed by fire, reduced to ashes, and his ashes thrown to the winds. Finally, he was quartered, recounts the Gazette d'Amsterdam of April 1, 1757. This last operation was very long, because the horses used were not accustomed to drawing, consequently, instead of 4, 6 were needed, and when that did not suffice, they were forced, in order to cut off the wretch's thighs, to sever the sinews and hack at the joints. It is said that, though he was always a great swearer, no blasphemy escaped his lips, but the excessive pain made him utter horrible cries, and he often repeated, "My God, have pity on me. Jesus, help me." The spectators were all edified by the solicitude of the parish priest of St. Paul's, who despite his great age did not spare himself in offering consolation to the patient. Boughton, an officer on the watch, left us his account. The sulphur was lit, but the flame was so poor that only the top skin of the hand was burnt, and that only slightly. Then the executioner, his sleeves rolled up, took the steel pincers, which had been especially made for the occasion, and which were about 1.5 feet long, and pulled first at the calf of the right leg, then at the thigh, and from there at the two fleshy parts of the right arm, then at the breasts. Though a strong, sturdy fellow, this executioner found it so difficult to tear away the pieces of flesh that he set about the same spot 2 or 3 times, twisting the pincers as he did so, and what he took away formed at each part a wound about the size of a 6-pound crown piece. After these tearings with the pincers, Damiens, who cried out profusely, though without swearing, raised his head and looked at himself. The same executioner dipped an iron spoon in the pot containing the boiling potion, which he poured liberally over each wound. Then the ropes that were to be harnessed to the horses were attached with cords to the patient's body. The horses were then harnessed and placed alongside the arms and legs, one at each limb. Monsieur Le Breton, the clerk of the court, went up to the patient several times and asked him if he had anything to say. He said he had not. At each moment, he cried out, as the damned in hell are supposed to cry out, "Pardon, my God! Pardon, Lord!" Despite all this pain, he raised his head from time to time and looked at himself boldly. The cords had been tied so tightly by the men who pulled the ends that they caused him indescribable 78 pain. Monsieur Le Breton went up to him again and asked him if he had anything to say. He said no. Several confessors went up to him and spoke to him at length. He willingly kissed the crucifix that was held out to him. He opened his lips and repeated, "Pardon, Lord." 3-4. Question of the capital title, therefore. Why inscribe a seminar on the death penalty within or under the title of a seminar on pardon and perjury? For a very first reason, which seems to go without saying. Even though we insisted a great deal, in past years, on the fact that pardon and forgiveness, unlike perjury, was foreign to the juridical space, heterogeneous to penal logic, despite certain structural and essential complications, such as for example the right of pardon, which grounded the law by means of the sovereign exception that it marked in that law, I will not return to this. Well, despite this radical heterogeneity between the semantics of forgiveness or pardon and the semantics of right and penal justice, one cannot help but think that the death penalty, as a legal device, as a penal sanction administered by the state according to the order of a state of law, by which the death penalty claims to be, I repeat and emphasize this, claims to be something altogether other, in its concept, its aim, its allegation, altogether other than a murder, a crime, or a putting to death in general. Well, one cannot help but think that the death penalty, inasmuch as it puts an end irreversibly, along with the life of the accused, to any prospect of revision, reparation, redemption, even repentance, at least on earth and for someone living, the death penalty signifies that the crime it sanctions remains forever, on men's earth and in men's society, unforgivable. To be sure, a victim can forgive, in his or her heart, an accused condemned to death and executed, but society or the juridical apparatus that condemns to death and proceeds to execution, or even the head of state or the governor who, having at his disposal the right of pardon or the right to clemency 19, refuses it to the condemned 79-1, this society, this social hierarchy thus represented no longer forgives? It all happens as if these powers decreed that the imputed crime must remain forever unforgiven. The death penalty signifies in this regard the inexpiable or the unpardonable, the irreversibly unpardoned. Pardon, the power to pardon is returned to God. Pardon, Lord 20. Second Session. December 15, 1999. What is an exception? More than once, last year, we insisted on the character of absolute exception that pardon must maintain, a pardon worthy of the name, a pardon that is always unforeseeable and irreducible to statement as well as to contract, to determinative judgment, to the law, therefore, a pardon always outside the law, always heterogeneous to order, to norm, to rule, or to calculation, to the rule of calculation, to economic as well as juridical calculation. Every pardon worthy of that name, if there ever is any, must be exceptional, should be exceptional, that is in short the law of the pardon, it must be lawless and exceptional, above the laws or outside the laws. The question then remains, what is an exception? Can one pose this question? Is there an essence of exception, an adequate concept of this supposed essence? One may have one's doubts, and yet we commonly use this word, as if it had an assured semantic unity. We regularly act as if we know what an exception is or, likewise, what an exception is not, as if we had a valid criterion with which to identify an exception or the exceptionality of an exception, the rule, in short, of the exception, the rule for discerning between the exceptional the non-exceptional, which seems, however, absurd or a contradiction in terms. And yet, people commonly speak of the exception to the rule, the exception that confirms the rule. There is even 82 a law or laws of exception, exceptional tribunals, and so forth. I wager that this problematic of the exception will stay with us from here on out, and that it will no doubt be the most reliable articulation between the questions of pardon, perjury, and death penalty. That is at least what I would like to begin to show today or tomorrow, next time, in the year 2000, through or after a certain detour. For, having reached this point of my introduction, I wondered which guiding thread to privilege so as to orient myself in the thicket of problems and the immense overgrown archive of the death penalty. The conceptual delimitation is already a formidable prerequisite. It is easy, too easy perhaps, even if one must indeed begin there, to recall that the death penalty is a juridical concept that, insofar as it belongs to penal law, that is, to a set of calculable rules and prescriptions, is distinct from singular murder, from individual acts of vengeance, and implies, by right and thus in principle, the intervention of a third party, of an arbitrating authority that is foreign or superior to the parties to a dispute, thus par excellence and at least virtually. The authority of a state, of an institution of the juridico-statist, juridico-political type, or even a reason of state, a rationality, a logos with general or universal claims, a juridical reason rising above the parties' particular interest and passion, the pathos, the pathological, of individual affect. The effect of coldness, of frozen insensitivity that often seizes hold of us when faced with the discourse, with the process of judgment, or with the ritual of execution of the death penalty. This effect of cadaverous coldness or rigor as in rigor mortis is also or first of all the manifestation of this power or of this claim to the power of reason. It is the allegation of an imperturbable rationality rising above the heart, above immediate passion, and above the individual relations between men of flesh and blood. It is thus this alliance between reason, universal rationality, and the machine, the machinality of its operation. All discourses that legitimate the death penalty are first of all discourses of 83 state rationality having a universal claim and structure. They are theorems of state right, of the machine of state. In the rationalist space thus defined or alleged, it is understandable that very often, if not always and typically, the abolitionist objection to the death penalty is tempted to oppose the cold machine-like, mediatized, technologized, mechanized reason, and its rather police-like and virile appearance, with immediate feeling, the heart, affectivity, and its rather feminine appearance, with the horror that the cruelty of execution inspires. We will see that this motif of cruelty plays a large role in the schema of the abolitionist argument, in its logic and its rhetoric, notably, in a complex manner, in the United States, as if the principle of the death penalty were less in question than the cruelty of its application, to the point that if one could find a means of attenuating or even of causing cruelty to disappear, in the double sense of this word disappear, in the sense of cancelling and the sense of making invisible, insensible, non-phenomenal, non-appearing, in the sense of dissimulate, if, then, one could make cruelty disappear from the scene, then the death penalty, the principle of the death penalty, could be maintained. All it would take would be to make the death penalty insensible, anesthetized, to anesthetize both the condemned and the actors and spectators. The anesthetic, or anesthesial logic that thus poses the general philosophical problem of the relations between sensibility and reason, the heart and reason, in its most unlimited vein, up to the most refined zones of the Kantian or Husserlian philosophical problematic of a transcendental aesthetic, a theory of pure sensibility, this anesthesial logic of certain abolitionist discourses does in fact enter into, if only by appearing to oppose them, the axiomatics of the right to the death penalty that poses or supposes the rationality of the death penalty. This anesthesial logic of abolitionism can often play into the logic that maintains the principle of the death penalty. We are going to verify this. The anesthesial argument does not contest this rationality, it pleads merely for a less cruel, less painful application of the said rationality. We are going to see in a moment or at some later point what the national or international juridical deployment 84 of this anesthesial logic leads to in our modernity. It is this logic that allows people, for example in the United States, to be in favor of the death penalty on the condition that it be administered by lethal injection and not by gas chamber, hanging, firing squad, or electric chair. Whence the new cinematographic staging of spectacle that is becoming a genre today, such as, for example, the film titled, I seem to recall, True Crime, one which is typical in this regard. A journalist, suspecting a judicial error that had led to a death sentence, conducts, not out of a taste for justice but out of the journalist's passion for information, a meticulous counter-inquiry which takes up the whole film, which is the film, and ends up proving the innocence of the accused, thus judicial error, and is able to produce the proof at the very second when, the execution already underway, the lethal liquid having begun to penetrate the veins of the condemned man, one might almost say of the patient, a condemned man already anesthetized. The phone call from the governor, awakened by the journalist from his sleep, interrupts the execution in process, saves the innocent condemned one, a white man moreover, whereas the true guilty one turns out as if by chance to be a black man. 2. With all the suspense that you can imagine of the cinematic exploitation, which shows all the operations, all the moments of the progression of the fluid, the phone call at the last second, for there is always a telephone today that links, like an umbilical cord of life or death, the place of execution to the executive power of the sovereign, here that of the governor, who can grant a pardon or interrupt the execution up to the last instant, up to the instant of death. As a result, in numerous films or books of this kind, which are apparently moved by the just cause of a horrified opposition to the death penalty, what is exhibited are the remains of cruelty in the most medically refined modes of putting to death, and what is exploited is the voyeuristic and ambiguous enjoyment of the spectator, the film-goer, who trembles up to the last second as he or she sees the liquid flow into the veins of the condemned. This argument against the cruelty rather than against the principle 85 of the death penalty is both strong and weak. Strong because it moves and thus motivates, provides a good psychological motivation for the abolition of the death penalty, but it is weak because it concerns only the modality of application, not the principle of the death penalty, and it becomes impotent in the face of what claims to be an incremental softening, an anesthesia that tends toward the general, or even a humanization of the death penalty that would spare the cruelty to both the condemned one and the witnesses, all the while maintaining the principle of capital punishment. Hence the infinitely ambiguous, sometimes hypocritical role played by this appeal to emotion in the face of cruelty. It plays this role both in the best rhetoric of countless arguments against the death penalty and, in a manner that is finally more decisive because still more equivocal, in the texts of laws 3 that will have played a major role in the ongoing history of the abolition of the death penalty. I will take several examples of these two uses, in a way that is partly justified and partly arbitrary because there are so many others one might choose. I take the first example because we are in France, in a country that, through parliamentary means, abolished the death penalty fewer than 20 years ago, although the majority of public opinion as measured by polls was and no doubt still remains in favor of the death penalty, and would vote for it if a referendum were organized or if European legislation authorized it, a double possibility that is henceforth excluded in principle. I take this first example, then, from what is closest to us and from someone who was a great attorney and then Minister of Justice, the fervent and efficacious proponent of abolition, Robert Badinter. Not only did Robert Badinter's eloquence move all the representatives and all of France when, presenting to Parliament the bill abolishing the death penalty, he evoked in concrete terms its horror and cruelty. He is also the author, among other books, of a narrative titled 86L Execution. The Execution, 1973. I underscore the date 1973 for a reason that will become clear in a moment. In this book, then, Badinter recounts the sentencing to death and execution of two condemned men, Buffet, a former legionnaire, and Bontemps, a former paratrooper, Buffet who was defended by Thierry Levy and Bontemps by Badinter. 4 At the time, they were called the Clairvaux killers, accused of having acted in concert. This was one of the problematic dimensions of the indictment, whether or not one could dissociate the two indictments and the two accused parties, accused of having acted in concert, during an assault and a hostage-taking, when they killed a guard and a nurse whom they had taken hostage. Badinter, who wanted to save his client, Bontemps, based his hope and his argument for the defense on this possible dissociation of the two accused men, Buffet and Bontemps. If Badinter writes, we could establish in the course of the arguments that Bontemps had not wielded the knife, not only would he no longer appear like a hostage killer, but his opposition to Buffet would dissociate him from the latter. From that moment, one could permit oneself to harbor every hope. Even the talionic law could not be brought to bear, whoever has not killed must not be killed. So, we would save Bontemps's head. 5. His head because it is a matter of the guillotine. Even the talionic law, says Badinter, which suggests that he does not subscribe to the talionic law, but that as a lawyer he is putting himself in the situation where the dominant opinion, and first of all that of a jury of the people, does believe in it, and one has to remove every chance of their making use of this bad logic. Before coming to the points that I want to underscore, concerning, let's say, the argument or the logic of cruelty, I draw your attention to several features in this book, which I ask you to read, that come to resonate or are consonant with what I was arguing last week. You recall that, while reading a passage from the Social Contract, on the right to life and to death, I expressed my perplexity, in truth some profound doubts, about what Rousseau 87 prudently said one may presume or not presume, namely that, I quote again, we should not presume that any of the contracting parties premeditates getting himself hanged. Il n'est pas à presumer qu'aucun de contract ans premedite alors de se faire pendre. 6 What Rousseau says one should not presume is that a citizen entering into the social contract and into, in short, this insurance contract, into what assures security and life, cannot premeditate his own death. He cannot, if you wish to translate it thus, be suicidal or subject to the death drive, a death drive turned on himself. Now, one of the motifs that frequently recurs in Badinter's book is that one of the two accused men, not the one he is defending, Bontemps, but the other, Buffet, was motivated by such a suicidal drive. He wanted to be punished by death and he thus risked dragging down with him into death his accomplice, the one who allegedly had not killed with his own hand and did not want to die. I am going to read a passage where you will see the story of an oath and thus of non-perjury, of loyalty towards sworn faith grafted onto this question of the death drive. Red L. Execution, 89-91. For Buffet, death was now the surest means of avoiding prison, this carceral universe that he scorned and hated. The death instinct possessed Buffet, led him, carried him toward the guillotine. It exerted an obvious fascination on him. Buffet had always cut his victims' throats. The symbolic alliance of the knife with death was plunged deep within him. Now the immense shining blade of the guillotine was right there, nearby, looming above him, shutting out his horizon. It seemed to have been waiting for him for all eternity, at least for the eternity that is life for each of us. After the razor, the dagger with which he had killed, the big knife was in turn going to slash his throat with a clean cut. This was the secret and expected apotheosis. But there was the one he called his comrade. This word for the former legionnaire must have had its full meaning, expressing the indissoluble link between men who had seen combat together. A comrade does not betray you. A comrade does not leave you alone. Solitude is treason. Especially when one has sworn to conquer or die, together. It was a simple given that, 88 Even if obligated, even if forced, a comrade would go all the way when he was the comrade of Claude Buffet. This word alone, frequently repeated, cracked like a whip in the rare moments when Buffet let himself be carried away by a kind of murderous, terrifying rage whose object was Bontemps. Looking at the two of them, I thought that they must have exchanged a juvenile and tragic oath. I imagined the former legionnaire Buffet and the former paratrooper Bontemps whispering, "Failure or success, together all the way, swear it, I swear it." For Buffet such a commitment could only have had an absolute value. It mattered little what had really been each one's role. Bontemps had to keep his word to Buffet even if he hadn't killed, even if he still had a chance of saving his head. That is what Buffet was saying, when standing up, in a metallic voice, he shouted, "What I cannot bear is that my comrade is shirking his responsibility." By responsibility, his judges understood responsibility before the law, and so powerful was Buffet's fascination, they saw in Bontemps a coward who was running away and in Buffet a man who had the courage of his crimes. This logical interpretation overlaid Buffet's obsessions and rantings. Bontemps had to take responsibility, but vis-a-vis him, Buffet. Bontemps had to uphold to the end the promise solemnly exchanged between them and that bound them in a common destiny. For Buffet, the thought that Bontemps might shirk his duty to him at the last minute and prefer living to dying with him, after the failure of their tragic undertaking, was at moments unbearable for him. Then indifference and detachment seemed to overtake him entirely. He became once again the stranger, the spectator. 89-91. The other feature I wanted already to underscore concerns the date of the book and the trial, the execution. It is 1972, a historic date of virtually worldwide dimension because it is during the trial itself, but too late, after Badinter's defense, that the Supreme Court of the United States, June 29, 1972, rules in favor of the abolition of the death penalty, or at least upholds a legal ruling that will be translated, with some equivocations that I will get to, as a de facto, if not de jure, abolition of the death penalty. An abolition that will not last. We'll return to this because in 1977, the death 89 penalty will be practically reinstated. The abolition of the death penalty will have survived, if one can say that, for only 5 years in the United States. But it is true that on June 29, 1972, by a vote of 5-4, the smallest possible majority, the Supreme Court declared, and here is the argument I nickname the cruelty argument in this theater of cruelty constituted by the history of the death penalty, history as history of the death penalty, the Supreme Court declared, then that in the three specific cases it was reviewing, a rape in Texas, a rape and a murder in Georgia, that in these three cases the Supreme Court rules on cases and its rulings have a generalizable jurisprudential value. The court did not abolish the death penalty, it declared that in these three typical cases, the death penalty is cruel and unusual punishment, which would violate the 8th and 14th Amendments to the Constitution. In other words, the court did not rule on the principle of the death sentence, but on the cruelty of its execution. This is the famous ruling in Furman v. Georgia, to which we will return. The ambiguity of this decision, which is all the more fragile in that it was obtained by a one-vote majority, 5 justices against the 4 appointed by Nixon, this ambiguity explains the fragility, precariousness, and brief duration of this judicial precedent. Given that this 1972 decision had been prepared and awaited for 5 years, with the result that, between 1967 and 1972, all executions had been suspended in the United States, the last, in 1967 precisely, having been that of a man who had killed his wife and children in Colorado and was asphyxiated in a gas chamber, given also that, after 1972, this quasi-abolition lasted until 1977, the date on which certain states, which are sometimes called killing states, revised their laws so as to make the death penalty and its execution supposedly less cruel and therefore compatible with the 8th and 14th Amendments, less cruel, less arbitrary, and less discriminatory laws, given, finally, that the same Supreme Court later validated these laws revised in 1976, Gregg v. Georgia, well, the practical abolition of the death penalty, or at least the general suspension of its application, lasted only 10 years, 1967 to 77, and 10 years later again, in 1987. 90. The Supreme Court reaffirmed the constitutionality of the death penalty in the case of a black man who had killed a police officer. Aggravating things further, and still by a vote of 5 to 4, the same Supreme Court ruled in 1989 that henceforth nothing stood in the way of the execution of death sentences for those between 16 and 18 years old, who were minors at the time of the crime, or the mentally handicapped, a possibility which had before then been excluded and posed all the problems that you can imagine, to which we will also return. The example that Jean Imbert cites, among other things, is one in which this law retroactively justified the execution, by electric chair, in Virginia of a 37-year-old black farm worker even though psychiatric experts had given him a mental age of 8.7. One must also recall, since we have arrived at this chapter of the recent history of the United States, that in 1986 the same court allowed black plaintiffs to contest the exclusion of blacks from a jury. Amnesty International, which has never relented in denouncing the United States in this regard, speaks of a horrible lottery because for the same crime a black man is 10 times more likely to receive a death penalty than a white woman in Florida, Texas, Georgia, or California. One should also know that in a recent poll, 79% of Americans declared that they were in favor of the death penalty. In 1981, a member of the Senate or the House of Representatives, I can't recall which one, declared, "Our function is to obey the will of the voters," and the Supreme Court referred in 1989 to the absence of national consensus in its refusal to exclude the mentally handicapped from the sanction of the death penalty. 8. Thus, if one compares this situation with the French situation, where a majority of parliamentary representatives, including right-wing representatives, one of whom was Chirac 9, for example, voted in 1981 for an abolition that they knew would go against the majority of public opinion if it had been consulted by means of a poll or a referendum, well, we have here two concepts or two implementations of democratic representation. Must a representative represent in the sense of reflect or reproduce the present 91 state of constituent opinion, or else does he or she have the responsibility to guide, through reflection and decision, a still shapeable and ill-formed or ill-informed opinion? And although this immense problem takes us beyond the field of penal law and the death penalty, it is not insignificant that this difference shows up in such a striking and clear manner on the subject of the death penalty. This question, let's say, of parliamentary democracy, this question of the demos between democracy and demagogy, must not, especially on the subject of the death penalty, be circumscribed within the limits of the nation-state. It is always, as we will see, some international pressure in the guise of universality or the universality of human rights that induces, directly or not, national decisions. Even in France, the vote of the French Parliament was already inflected by the fact that, in the European Union then being formed, the death penalty was abolished or on the way toward progressive abolition, in an irreversible trend. Before leaving the United States, in order to situate the date of a certain historical chiasmus, namely that in 1972, when Badinter wrote The Execution, the death penalty was still in force in France and had just been abolished in the United States, whereas fewer than 10 years later, it will have been abolished in France and reinstated in the United States. Before leaving the United States, then, a few more factual details. At present, 38 of the 50 states in the United States maintain the death penalty for murder with aggravating circumstances. Death is administered, depending on the state, by electric chair, lethal injection, gas chamber, hanging, or firing squad. Of the 38 states that reinstated the death penalty in 1977, not all of them carry it out, only, if one can say that, 27 do so, but the number of executions tends to increase. Electric chair in 1990 in Arkansas, where Clinton, a hardliner on this question, was the merciless 10 governor, lethal injection in Wyoming in 1992, gas chamber in Arizona and California in 1992, .11 in 20 years, from 1977 to 1997, there were 385 executions, averaging about 20 each year, the majority being poor blacks, a proportion that is repeated in the more than 3,092 prisoners condemned to death who are waiting on death rows. 12 An approximate comparative statistic would give us the corresponding image of 5 executions a year in France. 13. I return now to the execution and to the historical chiasmus, to the contretemps of too soon or too late, too soon too late, essential anachronism of the death penalty. In 1972, Badinter had just concluded his defense an hour earlier when he was told that the death penalty had just been abolished in the United States and that once again, because what happens in the United States has singular repercussions throughout the world, nothing would ever be as it was before. And you will see in the lines I am going to read the importance of the public space, of the new public space marked by radio, by the both powerful and powerless international media, of the globalization mondialization already underway, of a globalization that is so unequal and heterogeneous in this debate. That is why I insist on it. Red L. Execution, 158-60. Upon entering the courtroom, 2 journalists surrounded me in a great state of excitement. Did you hear the news? I stared at them without understanding. The United States Supreme Court just abolished the death penalty. The radio just announced it. I looked at the large clock. Less than an hour had passed since the end of arguments. Had I known the news an hour earlier, what closing argument might the defense have been able to draw from it? Now it was too late. The jury was closed up in its deliberations, as if cut off from the world. In my exasperation, I thought of taking a transistor radio and putting it in front of the closed window of the room where the jury was convened and turning it up loud at the news hour. Perhaps this news reaching the jurors unexpectedly and almost by breaking and entering would seem to them a sign of destiny, the indication that the death penalty was but the remnant of an age that elsewhere had ended and that could also end in France. But I quickly assessed the difficulties and the risks of such an undertaking that might, on the contrary, exasperate the court. After all, we were in Troyes, and it was the Clairvaux murderers who were being tried. The United States Supreme Court was very far away at that moment. I went back to the defense bench. I thought of Bontemps, of what he must be feeling. I too could do nothing but sit and wait. 93 It didn't take long, moreover. Much quicker than I anticipated. The bell rang and right away, almost hastily, the court came back in. Everyone returned to his seat, in a disorder that was still going on when the judge, turning toward us, ordered the accused men to be brought back in. I looked at each juror, with all my might, trying to intercept a look, to establish a communication, a sign. I was met with only closed faces. A kind of void made itself felt around us, and I felt it in myself. The reading of the responses to the questions posed began. To the 4th question, which was the decisive one for us, the judge paused. Is Bontemps guilty of having, in the same circumstances of time and place, killed Dun la Mort Mrs. Response, no by a majority of votes. A sigh rose in the room. A journalist friend smiled at me. Bontemps had saved his head. The judge continued, did Buffet kill Mrs. Yes. Is Bontemps the accomplice of Buffet? Yes. Are there any attenuating circumstances for Buffet? No. Buffet was sentenced to death. Are there any attenuating circumstances for Bontemps? And the response came, no by a majority of votes. It was the death penalty. Already the judge was announcing it. From the back of the room, all around the court, through the open windows, the applause mounted with cries of bravo. The judge was outraged in vain. The mob shouted with joy and hate mixed together. I turned around toward Bontemps. I grabbed his hand and told him in a restrained voice, with all the force that I could muster, Bontemps, you will be pardoned. They acknowledge that you didn't kill. You will be pardoned. For sure. The President of the Republic will pardon you, for sure. Philippe Lemaire was already giving him instructions for filing his appeal. He smiled at us again, differently, and said, "Since you tell me so, I have faith." I shook his hand again. The police were already taking him away. Philippe went out as well to talk with him some more. As for me, I stayed there, in the tumult. They had agreed with us, they admitted that he had not killed. But they had condemned to death this man who, they admitted, hadn't killed. I kept my eyes fixed on my papers, my notes, as useless as I was. I didn't want to see those faces. 158 to 60. Let us return now to the motif of cruelty that is significant for us both. 94 because of its importance and the equivocation it will introduce, as we will constantly confirm, in the history of the law and in the history of the death penalty, in particular because, we will come back to this again, it is the cruelty of execution that is denounced both in the decisions of the Supreme Court and in a number of very ambiguous international declarations that encouraged abolition without really naming or denouncing the principle of the death penalty, the cruelty of execution being simply a case of torture. So torture is denounced but not putting to death. Point 14. As I continue the reading of the execution but also later of Badinter's speech to Parliament, I want to privilege this logic or this rhetoric of cruelty, of the theatre of cruelty by bringing it out in certain passages, among so many possible ones, where the motif of cruelty crosses with certain other motifs that we have already begun to interrogate. Or even to put back on stage. Dawn, theatre, and then fascination, and then the coldness of the machine, and then, to begin, the paradox of anesthesia. I begin with the latter, the paradox of anesthesia, and you will see how it already follows the rhythm of nighttime up until dawn. Here is a paragraph that describes how the point was to anesthetize the condemned man, but to anesthetize him, to put him to sleep or to let him sleep, even to help him sleep, only up to the point at which he had to stay awake and alert, having his head on straight when he is about to lose it. Red L. Execution, 198. At La Santé prison, the chief warden who greeted me every morning with the ritual "Sleep well, Maitre," 15 out of sympathy or irony or perhaps both, found, as did the guards, that time passed slowly. He said to me each day while escorting me back down the corridor, "It's tough for them." Buffet used to walk until dawn. Then he would fall asleep from exhaustion. No doubt, the animal in him was not resigned to the death that he expected and demanded. Bontemps, on the contrary, would go to bed at dusk, gaining several hours of sleep thanks to the sleeping pills that the doctor authorized, in 95 small doses, to avoid a suicide attempt. He would awake well before dawn. Lying in bed, he would smoke one cigarette after another. Day would finally come, sometimes he would go back to sleep. 198. That this whole theatre of cruelty is put under the sign of fascination, of fascinatio, that is. What is going to tie voyeurism, the scopic drive, the desire for drama to the charm, the enchantment that chains the spectator to the spectacle, fascio means to tense, tie, attach, and facila is the wrapping bandolet, the ribbon, the strip, or the bandage for wrapping a leg, what links the voyeur spectator to the fascinum, which means at once the charm, the enchantment, and the virile sex. That this whole theatre is an experience of fascination is often literally signaled by the execution. You recall Badinter saying that the guillotine exerted an obvious fascination on Buffet, 89. These are the words with which Badinter describes the attraction exerted on Buffet's vision by the prospect of his own castration, decapitation or decollation. He is fascinated by what is going to cut off his head, by what is going to cut him off from his head, by the machine that is going to erect him by making his head fall, and he desires this machine, the blade of the guillotine, which is essentially the same as his knife. But it is Bontemps who will cry out at the last moment, addressing the Attorney General, "So, you got a hard-on. 2 bands. 216. and one must connect this logic of erection to decapitation, since people say that it is often organically linked to the experience of hanging for men. In the passage I read a moment ago, Badinter spoke of the symbolic alliance of the knife with death, Buffet's own as well as his victim's. He is his own victim that was plunged deep within him. 89. Much earlier, Badinter admits his own fascination, and once again the word is his, with judicial theater. I underscore the word fascination and the word theater, along with the spectacle entailed by theater, to be sure, but also the religious sacredness it entails, and in this regard the example 96 of medieval mystery plays, as a community experience of religious theater and of the Christian passion or incarnation, does not come up by chance, as you will hear. One should comment on every word on this page, 35, of the execution, but let it suffice to tie together the threads I have just drawn out: theater of cruelty, fascination, spectacle, medieval Christian mystery play. It is the very literality of this passage where the next paragraph, which I am coming to, opens onto the void, all of a sudden, of this same theater. Read L. Execution, 35 to 36. For the last 20 years, since I became a lawyer, the places where justice is meted out have fascinated me. Exercent sur moi on fascination. In the provinces, abroad, where others go to visit museums, cathedrals, or antique dealers, I never fail to go to the courthouse. I mingle with the public in the back of courtrooms where the most banal cases, the smallest offenses are being tried. I listen, I breathe it in, I attempt to grasp the meaning of this particular justice at justice law. When I am not an actor in it, to see justice at work is, for me, a privileged spectacle. One learns more about a country, about a civilization, about its people, by seeing played out the eternal judicial tragicomedy than in any other place, be it in the square on market day. I sit there, attentive, entertained and vaguely anxious, no doubt a little like the medieval onlooker watching a mystery play. I sense that there is a deeper reality playing out behind the ritual, the formalities, the remarks of the adversaries, that what is being presented to us is a kind of failed incarnation, always failed, of an essential demand, of an indestructible hope, justice. Even the deserted courts, the empty spectators' galleries are for me like abandoned churches, uninhabited castles where steps resound and where one instinctively lowers one's voice. History has kept no trace of the dramas that have happened there, but something of them still remains, invisible and weighty, in those walls. In Troyes, however, to my surprise, I felt none of that upon entering the courthouse. 35 to 36. We could follow another trace of this word and this logic of fascination in Badinter's own argument, much earlier, almost 10 years before his speech 97 to the National Assembly, because, having remarked Buffet's fascination for his own execution, and first of all his own, Badinter's, fascination for the religious theater of the court of justice, what he also fears is that executions, far from discouraging with the example that they might present, exert in a perverse fashion, all fascination. Being in itself at bottom a virtual involvement with perversity or perversion, exert in a perverse fashion a fascination on potential criminals, on hostage takers who would like, in sum, to imitate Buffet and Bontemps. The logic of fascination would finally be the best argument against the supposed exemplarity of the punishment, or rather, the counter-argument as to the perversion of the alleged exemplarity itself. The bad example risks becoming, as an effect of the law of fascination, the good example, the example to be followed, on the contrary, the one that criminals are going to want to imitate in order to resemble the one condemned to death. A kind of perversion of the imitation of Christ. Which Jennett said and also showed with a different concern in mind. The one condemned to death thus becomes a fascinating saint, a fascinating hero, a fascinating martyr. I read L. Execution, 207 to 8. I knew that Bontemps wanted to live. Each of his remarks showed that he still belonged to this life, that he was not tired of it, that as miserable as it was still his life, still life. They were going to kill an animal that wanted to live, that was capable of living. Why? There was really no reason. The hostages had died, to be sure, not by his hand, but still by his fault. Was that sufficient reason for him to be killed in turn? Would the guard's wife and the nurse's husband be less unhappy tomorrow when Bontemps was dead, decapitated? Was this the remedy, presuming that there was one? And tomorrow, would all those who dreamed in prison of taking hostages, would they, upon learning the news of the execution, abandon their plans? Come on. On the contrary, the deaths of Buffet and Bontemps would exert a secret fascination on them that would urge them on in their undertakings. Hardly a few weeks had passed since the verdict in Troyes, and at Freznes prison a prisoner had grabbed a nurse in the hospital and, scalpel in hand, 98 threatened to cut her throat if he wasn't set free straight away. The poor woman was saved only by the intervention of a prisoner who knocked the maniac senseless. Nice illustration of the exemplarity of punishment. 207-8. But since we are talking about the theater of cruelty, and since we intend to remain as close as possible to these two motifs, theater and cruelty, and theater of cruelty at dawn, let us see how these different thematic threads, notations and connotations, are interwoven in the logic that is also a defense lawyer's rhetoric, arguing already, in the course of a singular trial, against the death penalty in general, or rather for the abolition of the death penalty, almost 10 years before he did so as a minister before the National Assembly 16, and here knotting these threads in a film, in a narrative sequence of a reasoning story, the status of which hesitates between, on the one hand, diary, chronicle, or autobiographical testimony, and, on the other, the literary work of art. Which was also, in a wholly different way, of course, the status of the two books by Genet that we evoked, and in which the proper names of real, historical persons, of men condemned to death who were in fact executed, did not reduce to silence, did not neutralize the fictional and poetic lyricism of a literary work. Well, Bennington knows very well how to let a touch of cruelty prevail over his whole narrative, and, while denouncing or accusing the cruelty one finds everywhere, how to associate it, with artful effects of rhetoric, to the machination, the implacable, merciless machinism of a cold, icy, heartless reason. Hard and cold like a machine, like a guillotine, like an instrument that is not even still a tool, as the knife or axe could be, but a machine, the guillotine. Cruelty is hard because it is cold, because it has no heart. This association of coldness with cruelty is inscribed by Bennington in all the book's connotations, that I don't have the time to study with a magnifying glass from this point of view, but in which U99 would find, for example, a meteorology in accord with the book's climate and the landscape of the ongoing experience. For example, the rain is cold and cruel, and it makes the streets inhospitable. Red L. Execution, 183-84. The gladiator has fallen onto the sand of the arena. He is caught in the leaded net of the Riccieri. The mob, standing in the bleachers of the circus, calls out for death. All faces turn toward Caesar. The heavily ringed hand is raised. A great silence falls. If Caesar chooses to turn his thumb toward the ground, who, finally, will have killed the gladiator, the brute with his sword already raised? The mob that wants his blood? Or Caesar, alone, from the front of his loge? It was raining that morning as well. A cold, cruel rain, a Parisian autumn rain that makes the streets inhospitable. People were hurrying, heads tucked into their shoulders, as if they were ready to push you aside to reach shelter more quickly. Philippe and I were going back up Faubourg Saint-Honor, our arms linked, under the same umbrella. Going past a store window, I saw our reflection. We had the appearance and faces of mourners at a funeral, all dressed up in navy blue, under the large black umbrella. I picked up the pace. 183-84. The freezing rain will fall on this film until the end, until the final lines of the book, after the execution. The words cold and even glacé punctuate the last page and the last notations of the book. The lawyer leaves the scene of the guillotine, and the book, and he writes. I thought it was very cold. My wife was driving slowly. All the notations concerning the presence of his wife in this book marked the counterpoint of gentleness, softness, douceur. My wife was driving doucement, the counterpoint of gentleness and the heart, of private life, wife, family, opposed to the cold and virile hardness of the citizen, of this heartless politics and this heartless public, for the public is also the accused in this indictment, as well as the politicking president. There would be a lot to say about this sexual opposition as concerns the death penalty, to say and to complicate or overdetermine. My wife was driving slowly doucement. Like me, the 100 streets were empty. I wiped the window glacé with my glove. There was nothing more to be done, to be said. It was over, that's it, finished, the affaire Bontemps. 220. This is the last word of the book, a proper name as name of an affair. Bontemps, last word, last name of this victim of a murder, last word of the book. Bontemps will have been murdered by the machine of the law in these times of bad weather, temps de mauvais temps. All of that is untranslatable into the landscape of another language, not only because of the proper name, Bontemps, and the homonymy between temps and temps, time and weather, 17 the times that make history and the weather that prevails in the story, but also untranslatable because the guillotine is French, like the French Revolution and the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen, and because France still maintains the death penalty in 1972, when it is being abolished. Elsewhere, even in the United States, the bad temps 18 that survives Bontemps, the coldness of the rain, the cruel and heartless coldness of the sky above this urban landscape, this city, this capital of capital punishment, this polis and this police, this politics, for this comes after the refusal to pardon by a president who is concerned about his politics, will come to this icy and inhuman coldness of technopolitics is theatrically incarnated, if I may say that, or rather disincarnated, incarnated as disincarnated by the personless personage that is the guillotine, the spectacle of the persona that is the guillotine erected on the stage and in the courtyard. Badinter describes its theatrical apparition as that of a stage character, a terrifying persona, the cruel simulacrum of someone who is no one, precisely, but who, resembling no one, still resembles a person. The guillotine, this very French invention that carried off the proper name of its inventor, Dr. Guillotin, into a common, patented noun, into the act of an impersonal verb, to guillotine, come to enlarge the vocabulary and syntax of the French language. The guillotine is no one. At once inhuman and superhuman, almost divine. And there is something like religiosity in the 101 climate of this guillotine rising up toward the sky beneath the sky. 19 Listen. Red L. Execution, 212. I entered the courtyard. The guillotine was there. I didn't expect it to be there in front of me right away. I had imagined that it would be hidden somewhere, in a tucked-away courtyard. But that was it all right, just as I had seen it, just as we all have, in so many old photographs and prints. I was surprised, however, by the uprights, very tall, very slender, that stood out against the window behind it. By contrast, the body of the machine seemed to me rather small, like a small chest. But, as it was, with its two long, thin arms outstretched, it expressed death so well that it seemed to be death itself become thing, materialized, in that bare space. This impression was further reinforced by the huge black canopy, stretched like an awning or a circus tent over the whole courtyard. In this way it hid the guillotine from looks that, from above, would have been able to gaze down on it. This canopy hiding the sky transformed the courtyard into a sort of enormous room where the guillotine stood alone like an idol or an evil altar. Assistants bustled around it. The symbol was also a machine. And this mechanical, utilitarian aspect, confounded with the death that it expressed so powerfully, made the guillotine vile and terrible. I passed alongside it, refusing to slow down or speed up, to contemplate it or to avoid it. 212. You noticed the arms of the guillotine. You noticed what in these arms signified death, but, as it was, with its two long, thin arms outstretched, it expressed death so well. I wonder, then, to what extent Badinter intentionally calculated this effect and thus the meaning he would have given it 102, but really it little matters, when, 5 pages later, describing in some sense the religious, Christian, or even Christ-like apparatus of this film, this scene, and this theatrical act, he also names the arms of Christ or the crucifix. Listen. Red L. Execution, 217-18. In a sort of side aisle, the chaplain had put up an altar. Christ stretched his arms toward the bars. 2 wardens were stationed, each to one side of the desk covered with the altar cloth, standing back a little, a strange presence in that moment. The chaplain was waiting for Bontemps. He led him to the back, behind the altar. We stopped. Bontemps was very close to the priest. No doubt he was confessing. Now the priest was speaking to him. Everything was silent. I turned around. There were prison guards, policemen, other officers of the law, and the executioner who had kept his hat on. So had the priest, whose lips were moving and who doubtless was saying the prayer for the dying. And there were others as well. I looked at them. All of them, and I too no doubt, displayed a kind of grimace. The electrical light hardened their features even more. They all had, in that moment, the mugs of murderers. Only the priest and Bontemps, who was receiving absolution, still had human faces. Crime had, physically, changed sides. 217-18. As concerns this great question of the judicial and penal theatre, and not just of the Christian theatre as question of sovereignty, and of a sovereignty that is sometimes the presumed sovereignty of the people, of the jury of the people, at other times of the sovereign as head of state who has at his disposal, as ultimate recourse, the right of pardon, and we have here the whole history of sovereignty that is as Christian as the history of the right of pardon, mercy 20 being in a prevalent manner a Christian thing, as concerns this space of theatre as space of sovereignty. I would be tempted to bring to the surface or to see at the surface one dimension of it in Badinter's book, and literally at least in 2 places that I am going to privilege for reasons you will recognize right away as we go. 103-1. The first place because a same sequence, which goes from an allusion to Shakespeare to an allusion to the trial of Socrates, names the Don, with a capital D, which is consonant with what I was saying about the Don last week, without knowing that I was going to find this capitalized Don in the execution. As for the allusion to Shakespeare, it interests me not only because of theatre, but for a supplementary reason that I will specify in a moment after I read the passage. The words you are going to hear are not only or first of all those of Badinter himself, but those of his master and teacher, the great lawyer Henry Torres, to whom the book is dedicated and whose figure haunts it throughout, as that of the teacher who formed the young Robert Badinter and inspired in him an infinite admiration and gratitude, which are constantly reiterated in the book. Now, according to the remarks recounted or reconstituted by Badinter, the old master tells him one day that he loves the judicial democracy of the jury of the people as something out of Shakespeare. He has the impression of living something out of Shakespeare, he says. He then names King Lear, but for my part I think of another play. I will say a word about it in a moment. Red L. Execution, 107-9. The French do not like civil servants, and they seldom like policemen. Nor do they like lawyers, it is true. They are Latins, not Anglo-Saxons. They do not worship the law and all that is connected to it. But the French do love eloquence. So a lawyer's chances were good in front of jurors. But woe to the lawyer who bores them. However, on the day that Vichy decided to be done with this ridiculous judicial democracy, with this all-powerfulness of the people represented by the jurors, when it decided that such a scandal had also to be straightened out, in the name of efficiency and authority, and that from then on magistrates would sit with the jurors, would deliberate with them and vote with them, everything changed. The great age of the lawyer came to an end along with the jurors' anxiety. Now the Grand Vizier is always present at their side to show them the way and to restore them to reason as well. But how beautiful it was, this justice agreeing sometimes to be unreasonable, because men always are. In the past, my boy, whenever I was about to argue in criminal court before the jurors, all alone in front of me, I had the 104 impression of living something out of Shakespeare. Now, looking at them, seated obediently in a semicircle around the magistrate in red and black robes, like good students around their teacher, I feel like I'm playing a part in a play by Dumas the Younger, where everything is reasonable, even passions, even whores. Of course, sometimes I am completely mistaken. You don't play King Lear for years to turn into Duval's father overnight. And then my teacher would sigh and feign melancholy, until his powerful character would cause him to call out loudly for champagne, like a thirsty Cossack, to raise a toast to the jury. To those who throughout history have been worthy of both condemning Socrates to death and acquitting Madame Cailleaux, thus proving over 2,000 years that a philosopher on the loose is more dangerous for the city than a bitch in prison. I will never know why my teacher hated Madame Cailleaux so much, but I knew about his passion for Socrates, whose apology he readily recited, the most beautiful defense ever delivered. At the moment, we were far from Socrates, from the apology and the jurors of Athens. Except on one essential point. Those men and women, jurors of Dawn, also enjoyed that incredible power, they had to decide the fate of two men. 107 to 9, 21. Those who have followed the seminar on forgiveness for the last 3 years may be reminded by this allusion to Shakespeare of the long analysis we devoted to the Merchant of Venice, and in particular to the concern there with pardon, the quality of mercy, in the great speech by Portia who wants to convince the Jew Shylock to forgive the debt in exchange for which he will be pardoned by the very Christian Doge of Venice. 22 In Portia's extraordinary tirade, to which I cannot return but that ends with mercy seasons justice. There was also, and this will be the only point I'll recall, the rain was already falling, another rain, a good rain this time, a gentle rain, not a cruel rain, that fell from the sky like divine 105 grace and a double benediction, for the one who receives it and the one who gives it. The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed, it blesseth him that gives and him that takes. 4, 1. 2. Second place. We have just reconnected with the question of grace or pardon, and thus with exception, which I said would be my first guiding thread, joined to the motif of cruelty, for this first trajectory. Badinter, who has since often declared himself, as concerns another problem, that of parity 23, to be in favor of a certain logic of sovereignty, here seems to be wary of the recourse to pardon in this machine of the death penalty. The passage I am going to read is situated in the narrative just before the lawyers for the accused, who have already been sentenced to death, are received by the President of the Republic at the time, Georges Pompidou, whose strategy is often analyzed in uncompromising terms by Badinter in this book, whose decision for or against a presidential pardon is not yet known. In fact, we now know that he refused to pardon Buffet and Bontemps, even though he did pardon Touvier in the name of what he himself called national reconciliation. 24. Here is the passage from Badinter, before the visit to the Élysée Palace, where the two lawyers will try to convince the sovereign or cause him to relent. Red L. Execution, 181 to 84. 106. I was asking myself about the right of pardon. It seemed to me to contain a tricky ambiguity, one of those historical mystifications riddled with received ideas, with archetypes that distort our sensibilities. Obviously, the right of pardon is an advantage for the condemned. It gives him another chance to counter the injustice or the harshness of the judges. But for the sovereign who exercises it, what does this right over the life or death of others imply? The president pardons the condemned, destined to the guillotine. The latter gets away at the last moment. Suspense. Extreme anxiety. Relief. Bravo. The clemency of the prince has worked. he emerges magnified, without a doubt. For there is no example one can cite in which, time having passed, history has ever reproached the prince for being merciful. Or, say, the prince refuses the pardon. The sentence of death is carried out. Apparently the prince has merely let stand the people's justice. It is the criminal court that condemned to death, not the prince. By not forbidding the execution, he does not contradict the decision handed down. On the contrary, he satisfies popular sentiment as expressed by the jury. The prince can say, "I did not want this." It is they who so decided. If they did not want this man to die, it was up to them to say so. But they have chosen. Let them bear responsibility for their choice before their fellow men. I wash my hands of it. In this way the right of pardon magnifies the one who uses it in the eyes of history. It often makes the one who refuses it popular. Strict or merciful, the prince wins every time. But what does the right of pardon imply in reality? Judges and juries do not in fact condemn the accused to die by guillotine. They simply offer the prince the possibility of this execution. They set the alternative before the prince, let live or put to death. It is up to him to choose. Still more precisely, the court does not condemn to death. It proposes to the prince that he have the condemned put to death. The prince alone decides in the final analysis. It is in this way that he is responsible and totally responsible, since he can do anything, just as he pleases, whatever he wants, without being accountable to anyone but himself. Since he has at his disposal sovereignly, absolutely, the life of that man. No doubt he would not have it at his disposal if it were not offered to him. But that man thrown at the prince, in chains, already rejected by the people and their judges, so that the prince might do with him whatever he wants, this reality, this responsibility, the prince cannot refuse. We must not try to get out of this. There is no sentencing to death in justice. Only a death wish that moves from the criminal court up toward 107 the prince. It is up to him to hear it or refuse to hear it. He is the Almighty One. 181-84, Derrida's emphasis. Next time, we will take up again these two interwoven motifs of the same theater of cruelty and of sovereignty. On the one hand, the cruelty of anesthetizing, the cruelty invoked in an equivocal fashion by all the international declarations that for several decades have seemed to oppose the death penalty without doing so, and, on the other hand, the logic of exception as logic of sovereignty. It is thus that Schmidt, whom we will talk about again, defines the sovereignty of the sovereign, as the decision in or of the situation of exception, but also of exception as the margin or exteriority that is equally allowed both by all the discourses favorable to and by all the discourses hostile to the death penalty. Both of them equally. The great Beccaria himself, the first great thinker of abolitionist law, was in favor of the abolition of this capital punishment except in exceptional cases. Thus the great question of the state will be revived again. For if capital punishment is distinct from murder, from crime, from assassination, or from vengeance because universal reason, the third party, the anonymity or the neutrality of state law intervenes, the question remains as to where the state begins. Perhaps, like the claims of law and justice, the state is already present in the seemingly most savage and singular, or even the most secret crime, when such a murder claims and perhaps always so claims to do its own justice. Se fair justice. 25 What is one saying when one claims to do one's own or to do oneself justice? And where does a murder begin? These are questions that will still await us, until January 12th of the year 2000. Third session. January 12th, 2000. Perhaps you still remember, it was last century, the two guiding threads that I had proposed to privilege and knot together, to interweave around the immense corpus and through the dense history of the death penalty as theater of cruelty. These two guiding threads, not the bandages we have also talked about, were, on the one hand, cruelty, precisely, and on the other hand, the paradoxical logic, the unthinkable logic of the exception. Cruelty and exception. Our two questions then became, what is cruelty? And what is the exception? Does one have the right to ask the question, what is? With respect to them. With respect to them, which is to say, for us, with respect to that which links them here indissociably, irreversibly, namely, what we call the death penalty, the question, itself enigmatic, of the death penalty. To think the tie between cruelty and exception, one would have to set out from this exceptionally cruel thing that is the death penalty. Before even letting ourselves be pursued by this question, by the machinic and armed apparatus of these questions that descend on us even before we have asked them, what is and what does cruelty mean? What is and what does exception mean? Allow me on this date to mark precisely, and without convention, in what way they are questions of the millennium and questions of the century, questions of the historic passage at which we 110 have arrived. Not only because the history of the death penalty has been irreversibly linked, as we will repeatedly verify, with the contradictions of Christianity, of the Gospels, and of Christian political theology, thus with the contradictions inscribed in a sort of Christian calendar, if not a Christian date book. We will verify this very precisely. But also because we are at a unique moment in this history, at a moment when, often while basing itself on an equivocal thinking of cruelty, the reference, on the one hand, to red blood and, on the other hand, to the radical malice of evil for evil's sake, of the making suffer just to make suffer, which are two very distinct semantic features of what is called cruelty, we are, then, I was saying, at a unique moment in this history, at a moment when, often while basing itself on this equivocal thinking of cruelty, as we will see, the pressure of an unprecedented international movement has, over the course of the last 10 years, just won over a majority of nations in the world to the abolition of the death penalty, while a minority of powerful nations resist it, including one nation that is, let us say, predominantly Christian democratic, the United States, and the other, China, potentially one of the most powerful states and at present one of the most populous in the world. Although non-Christian but whose leader has just publicly celebrated the passage to the year 2000, just as his country takes large steps to enter a worldwide market dominated by laws and a philosophy of international law that are European and Romano-Christian, while a minority of very powerful states, then, still resist and will likely resist abolitionist pressure for a long time. A unique moment, an unprecedented passage in the history of what is called humanity and of so-called human rights. Is the tendency of this movement irreversible and destined to win out, ineluctably, to pursue its course all the way to its end with the inevitability of a machine that nothing can stop? Even if one hopes so, not only is nothing less certain, but the question of what the universal abolition of the death penalty would mean, an abolition accepted by all states and all the laws in the world, will remain intact. What would then be abolished? Which death? Which putting to death? What is death, in this case? Next time we will see the extent to which 111 the question remains altogether new and in the process of deconstruction. And which machine will have then run its course? For emblematic reasons, so as to signal both toward the unique moment we are living, if one may say that, unique even if it was preceded by more or less 2 centuries of rumbling on an ageless terrain, and toward the machine that I have just named, the machine without which a death penalty cannot be conceived, but also toward that machine called today the computer, email, the internet, and the threat of all those Y2K bugs that has just been averted as of this date. To begin, I will refer to at least 3 facts or 3 indications. These 3 signals tie the unicity of this worldwide moment in the history of the death penalty to the machine in general, to what is represented by microcomputing and the computer in general. I am not alluding directly to methods of execution, neither to lethal injection, for example, which is by far the dominant mode in the United States and must put into operation today means for acting at a distance and microcomputing, nor to email, which can sometimes relay the telephone connecting the governor to the team of executioners, doctors, and lawyers. No, after having recalled the website on the guillotine that I mentioned last time, I wanted to tell you that there exists, I thank Olivier Morel for giving me the address, a website, thus a worldwide site, on the death penalty, www.smu.edu/-deathpen right .1 a worldwide site although visibly American in origin, and from a university, and in the abolitionist spirit. As always, let us not forget, it is also in the United States that one finds, at least in this domain, the most vigilant and the best informed forces of protest, however much in the minority and powerless they may be. You can access the site. I will leave several copies of a recent page on the subject at your disposal. Opening with a sentence from a text by 112 Camus, Reflections on the Guillotine, to which I will return at length too. It lists the following facts as of December 15, 1999, at 6 a.m., 97 executions in the United States in 1999, which means an average of more than 8 executions per month or 2 per week, almost all by lethal injection, with the exception of 1 by gas chamber and 2 by electric chair. Old Sparky. Point 3 you may have read in a recent article, which was very well informed and very well written, in Le Monde, January 11, 2000, that the 2 chambers of the Florida legislature have just voted to replace the electric chair with lethal injection. Point 4 as the author of the article, Sylvie Kaufman, points out, Florida is a state where the proportion of blacks sentenced to death is comparable to that throughout the country. Blacks are 12.5% of the population and 35% of the 368 currently sentenced to death. Bush, governor of Florida, son of the former president and brother of the present candidate for the White House who is governor of Texas, which is the state holding the record for executions over the last 20 years, Bush of Florida, then, has promised to create a commission on the subject but, like Clinton, he has also proposed to accelerate appeal procedures, thereby shortening delays of executions, which has aroused enthusiasm on one side and indignation on the other. We learn in the same article that Bennington, in a gesture that I find basically sympathetic and respectable as it did earlier for AIDS and despite its promotional ambiguity, is launching a worldwide abolitionist advertising campaign that consists of a series of photos 113 showing 26 prisoners sentenced to death, with the agreement of the lawyers, prisoners, and the penal authorities. I underscore these statistics concerning the mode of execution of the punishment, injection rather than gas chamber, electric chair, hanging, etc., because it is a matter precisely of one of the aspects of our question of cruelty. I remind you again that when, in 1972, the Supreme Court by a vote of 5-4 did not abolish as one says too often the principle of the death penalty, but ruled that its application violated the 8th and 14th Amendments, that is, that it inflicted in a discriminatory fashion unusual and cruel punishment. 5 It was, then, a certain argument about cruelty, about the excess of cruelty that had won out once again not against the principle and the possibility of the death penalty but against the technical modalities of its implementation, of its physical execution. An argument about cruelty, I will say a word about discrimination in a moment, whose weakness, or even hypocrisy, which consists of avoiding the real question of the death penalty, the question of principle raised by the death penalty, allowed a good number of states several years later to begin executions once again on the pretext that these methods were less cruel and barbaric in the way they were implemented. Lethal injection is seen as indeed less cruel than hanging, electrocution, or the gas chamber, in particular because it is, if not euthanasic, the source of a beautiful and good death, at least anesthetizing, before the injection that reaches the centers of the brain deemed vital. Later we will come to the question of the criterion allowing one to declare death, that someone is dead, and it is not an easy question today. 6 Whether 114 or not one is talking about capital punishment before the injection that reaches the centers of the brain deemed vital. In the United States an anesthetizing pre-injection is administered, the condemned one is anesthetized before being killed, which leaves a few more minutes for the telephone call announcing the governor's possible pardon, as is shown in certain films that make the most of this moment of anesthesia to heighten the suspense. And it is thus, with this anesthetic consideration, that one gets around the constitutional objection of cruel and unusual punishment. This year, on the eve of the Jubilee, of the second millennium of the Christian era, will thus have been the year in which the number of executions reached its highest record in the United States since 1976, date of the reinstatement, if one may say that, of the death penalty, or at least the resumption of executions. Since 1976, then, there have been 597 executions, the majority by lethal injection, 439, whereas 142 of those sentenced went to the electric chair, 11 to the gas chamber, 3 were hung, and 2 were shot. If we now colored the map of the United States so as to transpose the sinister record of this last year and the sum of the last 25 years of the second millennium of the Christian calendar, and if we colored the states red or rather black according to the density of executions, the result of this operation, which no one has done but that I imagined right away, would make evident in a spectacular way the socio-historical and political distribution of the state, if I can say that, of the Union. Why states of the Union? Because the map would divide the United States according to the border that is close to resembling, I say prudently is close to resembling, I do not say it strictly reproduces, like a scar or a still open wound, is close to resembling, give or take a few divergences, that of the Civil War, that is, the war over abolition, this time the abolition of slavery. The states that kill the most are all southern states with large black populations. Far out ahead is Texas, 198 out of 597, then comes Virginia, 73, then Florida, 44, then Missouri, 41, Louisiana, 25. Louisiana in 1982 is the setting of the testimonial novel by Sister Helen Prejean, Dead Man Walking, 1993, which caused such a stir, and from 115 which a film was made. I also advise reading this book, to which I hope to return. It ends with the execution of Patrick Sonnier, the accused, with an accomplice, and once again, as in Badinter's execution, one of the unknowns in the trial has to do with this crime committed by the two together, with the terrifying difficulty of evaluating the singular responsibility or guilt of each of the two accomplices, and with a scene during which the condemned man asks for forgiveness. I read and translate very quickly a few lines that form the book's conclusion. Read Dead Man Walking, 244-45. We pray the sorrowful mysteries. Jesus agonizing before he is led to execution. Jesus afraid. Jesus sweating blood. Lloyd LeBlanc has told me that he would have been content with imprisonment for Patrick Sonnier. He went to the execution, he says, not for revenge, but hoping for an apology. Patrick Sonnier had not disappointed him. Before sitting in the electric chair he had said, "Mr. LeBlanc, I want to ask your forgiveness for what me and Eddie done," and Lloyd LeBlanc had nodded his head, signaling a forgiveness he had already given. He says that when he arrived with the sheriff's deputies there in the cane field to identify his son, he had knelt by his boy laying down there with his two little eyes sticking out like bullets and prayed the Our Father. And when he came to the words, "Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us," he had not halted or equivocated, and he said, "Whoever did this, I forgive them." But he acknowledges that it's a struggle to overcome the feelings of bitterness and revenge that well up, especially as he remembers David's birthday year by year and loses him all over again, David at 20, David at 25, David getting married, David standing at the back door with his little ones clustered around his knees, grown up 116 David, a man like himself, whom he will never know. Forgiveness is never going to be easy. Each day must be prayed for and struggled for. And 1.7. I return to my map colored in black. After Louisiana comes South Carolina, 23, Arkansas, of which Clinton was the merciless governor, 21, Arizona, 19. To the majority of the states in the South, one must add, with around the relatively small number of 12 executions, a few northern states with a large black population such as Illinois, or eastern states such as Pennsylvania or Delaware. This index is enough to remind us that one can understand nothing about the situation of the United States faced with the death penalty without taking into account a great number of historical factors: the history of the federal state, the history of racism, the history of slavery, and the long, interminable struggle for civil rights and the equality of blacks, the Civil War, the still critical relation of the states to the central government and federal authority, the ethics of so-called self-defense that overarms the population to a degree unknown in any other country in the world, a feeling of explosive insecurity unknown in Europe, against the background of social and racial inequality, etc. And I am deliberately leaving aside the enormous religious question, the enormous question of Christianity, that I will formalize later, taking as a pretext reflections by Hugo and Camus on the death penalty, in order to enlarge and displace them somewhat. Point 8, to put succinctly what I will develop later. The question would be the following: is the growing and perhaps irreversible force of the abolitionist movement a Christian force, in which case the countries that maintain the death penalty would betray both the cause and the spirit of Christianity, they would represent a vestige of pagan or pre-Christian barbarity, or else, on the contrary, is the force of the abolitionist movement linked, this is Camus's thesis, to the progression of an atheist humanism or of a secularization 117 that no longer wants to accept a death penalty, that trusts in the justice of heaven after death. And thus, within this logic, it would not be difficult to understand that the death penalty is maintained and resistance to abolitionism remains invincible in a country, the United States, so strongly marked at the heart of its culture and its political institutions by religion, and especially by the Christian religion. As you can imagine, we will have to complicate the schema, since the conflict here does not oppose Christianity to its other, but rather two experiences, two interpretations, and two instances of the Christian passion, the Gospels, and the Church. But we must not avoid the question of the relations between religion and the death penalty, of course, or the question of the relations between Christianity, Christianities, and the other monotheisms in this regard. One of my pretexts for citing all these data, which are, moreover, necessary and significant in themselves, was my desire to call your attention to the fact that the accelerating worldwide debate on the subject of the death penalty, the European Parliament is about to examine and no doubt approve a motion calling for the abolition of the death penalty on earth, a motion that will doubtless be brought soon before the UN, just as I believed I myself had a duty to demand this solemnly a little more than a month ago during a session at UNESCO, the text of which will be published in regards at the end of the month 9, and this would be the first time that the European Parliament and the UN do so, for until now a large number of international declarations and conventions, which I will discuss, skirted the question by taking aim above all at the cruelty of the death penalty as torture. They condemn torture rather than the death penalty, which is always respected as an exception, but we will come back to this. The worldwide debate and the accelerating worldwide actions against the death penalty pass indispensably through the web, which thus becomes the web of an international and 118 transnational movement. This confirms that only and always by limiting the sovereignty of states will the death penalty be put in question. Last time I recalled that even in France, and again in Greece later than in France, the abolition by the state of the death penalty was already obeying transnational pressure and a moral then juridical obligation of the Europe that was then being formed. It is, then, on the stage of the web, it is on line 10 that things are said, it is there henceforth that things are known, and it is there that they call out to one another across state-national borders. Not only as regards the general principle of the death penalty, but in the struggle to save individuals condemned to death in another country. For example, and if I take examples, it is not so as to transform this seminar into a militant activist cell, but to let you know, and knowledge is the thing and the mission and the ethic of a seminar, to inform you and let you know what is happening in the world today, in the world in the process of globalization, mondialization, as they say. And I hold this debate on capital punishment to be one of the best entry points, along with the debate on capital, period, for whoever wonders what this confused concept of mondialization means. And I say, as always, mondialization and not globalization, so as to recall the Christian memory of the notion of world, monde, 11. So, for example, I was saying, this letter and this document that I recently received, like many I received because I modestly but clearly and publicly came forward, with others. With all those who throughout the world call for at least a review of the scandalously irregular trial that condemned to death Mumia Abu Jamal 17 years ago now. Point 12. We could come back to this in the discussions we will have at the end of this month. Point 13. 119. By way of information, I repeat, and to cast a little more light on what is happening in the world today, while commenting on them a little, I am going to read and translate, almost in their entirety, which will take some time, but it is necessary, for every detail matters, this letter and this document. I will also leave a few copies at your disposal, but you can make more copies yourselves if you wish. Read and comment on the letter and document. Thomas Miller L. 14. October 5, 1999. Dear M. Derrida, I am writing to you as a representative of the campaign for Thomas J. Miller L. on a very pressing matter, and am writing to you of all people because I believe that you may be willing and able to assist us. Thomas J. Miller L. has been on Texas death row for 13 years since an unfair trial in Dallas in 1986. His wife, Dorothy J. Miller L., a victim of injustice also, is coordinating the campaign for her husband, a campaign that aims to raise enough funds to obtain a fair trial. Thomas J. Miller L. Maybe you are already aware that the American justice system is unfortunately not always fair, not even when it comes to using the death penalty. It has long been argued by researchers, attorneys, and others that poor and minorities are discriminated against in the application of the death penalty, and there is a substantial risk of sentencing to death and executing innocent 120 people. More than 75 people have been released from death rows all over the United States since the death penalty was reintroduced in 1976. The letter is here making allusion to the number of irregularities that have come to light and been recognized. For example, but this is only one example among many others. We know that in Chicago, a law professor had his students examine the file of a death row inmate and they discovered so many irregularities that a retrial was ordered and the prisoner released. And the fact that one can count 75 people whose death penalty verdicts were overturned points to the lack of certainty in the system's framework. The people released from U.S. death rows were fortunate enough that somebody looked into their cases and saw to it that their cases were reversed. These cases are testimony of the corruption and discrimination that unfortunately take place far too often. You may want to consult the sources yourself, and a main one is the report made by Congress members in 1993-94, Innocence and the Death Penalty, documenting a too-fallible justice system and recommending a moratorium on executions. In 1997, the ABA repeated this call, but of no avail as of yet. Having realized that justice does not come by itself through the judicial system, the International Freedom and Life Campaign for Thomas J. Miller L. has been working hard for several years to raise enough money to pay for a good attorney, whose casework will cost at least $75,000. We therefore appeal to you, etc., etc. I am going to summarize quickly the other document that came with the letter. What is interesting is that this enterprise, this network, this group fighting for a new trial and the release of Thomas Miller L. is called Elohim Enterprises. This takes us back to what we began with this year. 121 on the occasion of President Clinton's visit in Denmark on July 12, 1997, the campaign for Thomas J. Miller L. made the following announcement, which is related to the USA's violations of basic human rights, etc., etc. This is the case of Thomas J. Miller L., but there are many others. Thomas J. Miller L. is incarcerated on Texas death row, sentenced for robbery murder, which took place in Dallas in 1985. He is black, poor, and his trial was full of violations of his rights to a fair trial. He had been shot and seriously wounded during his arrest in Houston, where he had been during the robbery in Dallas, and Dallas is very far from Houston according to his own and other people's testimony. In other words, he was arrested hundreds of miles or kilometers from the scene of the crime and was dragged into court more dead than alive. He was unable to attend fully to what was going on in court, couldn't communicate with his court-appointed attorneys, and was all in all incompetent to participate in his own defense. Thomas J. Millerell's jury consisted of 11 white people and 1 black person, who in all likeliness was only accepted because he had previously stated that the death penalty was too easy as a punishment. Thomas J. Millerell should instead be eaten alive by ants. One of Thomas J. Millerell's appointed attorneys was running for Dallas County District Attorney, and a great part of the trial consisted of a political showdown between him and his rival candidate, the sitting district attorney. Consequently, Thomas J. Millerell's attorney was not interested in postponing the trial until Thomas was fully conscious, for fear of giving the impression that he would not be tough on crime if Thomas J. Millerell was acquitted. I will not read the whole letter, but what follows are remarks about President Clinton's visit. President Clinton in 1995 agrees to cutting all federal funding to the 122 national resource centers. The purpose of these legal aid agencies were to make certain that all death row inmates were properly represented in their appeals. In May 1996, President Clinton signs into law another proposal, severely limiting the appeal process in death penalty cases, thereby accepting an even greater risk for executing innocent people. Before taking up again the question of cruelty from a different angle and with renewed effort, let us make clear the risks involved. Up until now, in the equivocation, the always virtually equivocal use of this notion of cruelty, I deliberately say notion to avoid saying concept, but also so as not to limit things to the word, the European word, the Latin Roman word of cruelty. We have already seen, then, how the decision of the U.S. Supreme Court, by referring only to unusual and cruel punishments, 15 allowed, after a first moment of surprise had passed, certain states to regroup and reinstate a death penalty that basically had never been abolished in its principle, only criticized for the so-called cruel modalities of its application. Cruel, that is to say, painful for the sensibility and the imagination, in the sense of aesthesis or of fantasia or even of phantasma. These states had merely to practice or to allege the practice of a manner of putting to death that seemed to them to be anesthetized, anesthetizing, or even euthanasic, which lethal injection claims to be, hence its development over the last 25 years, in order to get around the Supreme Court ruling and reverse the tendency. But what happens thus in the United States 16 stands out against an international background to which we should pay the closest attention. For the past and for the future, because one has every reason to think that tomorrow the United States, China, and all the states that maintain and apply the death penalty are going to find themselves accused more and more by international law and, in their very sovereignty, put under increasing pressure. An external and internal pressure, symbolic first of all and then, perhaps one day, juridically mandated. 123 Now, if we look at what has happened in this regard, from the viewpoint of law, international conventions, and declarations over the last few decades, what does one observe? I draw my information here from various sources, but in particular from a monumental book, the definitive work, as one says, which I don't believe has been translated into French but recommend you read, William Chabas, The Abolition of the Death Penalty in International Law. 17. What one sees at first glance is a constant strategy, on the one hand, to affirm the absolute right to life and to condemn torture and cruelty without, on the other hand, violating the sovereignty of states and without condemning the death penalty explicitly, absolutely, unconditionally, without exception, that is, without denying, without disputing in the least the right of sovereign states to maintain, in certain conditions, the principle of the death penalty. For example, from this viewpoint we should pay the most vigilant attention to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted, as you know, by the UN on December 10, 1948, and celebrated 2 years ago on its 50th anniversary. I insist on this: with such declarations, we are and we are not in the realm of law. This declaration, to be sure, says what is right, it says what are rights, it is jurisdictional, but it is not a text of law. It does not have the force of law to the extent that no coercive force is placed at its service, even with regard to the states that officially subscribe to it. As Kant rightly says, there is no justice in the strict sense, in the legal sense, in the judicial sense, as long as there is no binding force, as long as commitments are not duties to which the subjects of the law are held on pain of punishment sous peine de peine, precisely, on pain of being punished by the law if they should infringe it. One must be able to apply the law by force, one must be able to enforce it as one says so well in English, in order for it to be a law, in the full sense. From this point of view, even if a universal declaration of human rights were to condemn the death penalty, which 124 it has not yet done, far from it, we are coming to that, it would have no juridical value. It would be simply a declaration of principle without juridical effect. The day when states consent to abandon sovereignty and to appear before an international criminal court that refers to a legal text condemning a state for putting to death a subject, only then will one be able to speak of a universal abolition of the death penalty. That is a long way off, even if the apparent teleology of the movement underway seems to tend toward that end. In any case, it is necessary and interesting to see where the diverse international declarations or conventions are in this regard, even if they do not have the force of law. And I begin therefore, as I believe one must, with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights renewed in 1948 and with certain declarations that followed it and drew out its consequences. I select here what concerns the death penalty and this equivocal motif of cruelty. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights itself poses in Article 3 that everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. No allusion at all to the death penalty. As Jacques remarks, all reference to a limitation on this right to life, thus, for example and par excellence, the death penalty, remains implicit. The same was true in the American Declaration that had been adopted a few months earlier, in May 1948, titled American Declaration on the Rights and Duties of Man. But in the declarations that followed these two and that spelled out their premises and their consequences, namely the following three declarations: International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, 1976, the European Convention on Human Rights 125, 1955, and the American Convention on Human Rights, 1978, in all these declarations, then, it is a question of the death penalty, but it is never condemned in its principle, it is merely defined as an exception to the right to life. As Jacques says on a page in which the word exception is repeated regularly, the death penalty is mentioned as a carefully worded exception to the right of life. In other words, from a normative standpoint, the right to life protects the individual against the death penalty unless otherwise provided as an implicit or express exception. Or again, the European Convention on Human Rights is the only instrument to attempt an exhaustive list of exceptions to the right of life. Careful analysis shows that it is not in fact a thorough one. The self-defense exception is mentioned but not that of wartime. 7.18 This is not only a key point but the focus of all the difficulties, of all the hypocrisies, and to which we will constantly return. What is a state of war? What is a civil war? And if the death penalty is abolished 126 within a country in peacetime, what is going to define the enemy, the public enemy, as Rousseau says, and wartime? External war and civil war? I leave in reserve here what stands at the heart of the problem, not only the definition of the exception, of the state of exception, but of war and the state of war. On this very difficult point, I often think of the example of what is called La Guerre d'Algérie, the Algerian War, in the recent history of this country. It took place, as you know, some of you, perhaps still, between 1954 and 1962, during a period when the death penalty was not yet abolished in France. And besides all the terrible violence of which you are aware, war crimes and no doubt crimes against humanity, and so forth, whose archives are still waiting to be opened, studied, and their memory judged, there were death sentences according to the so-called legal procedures. Now imagine, and this is not an unthinkable fiction, that during this period the death penalty had already been abolished in France, as it would be fewer than 20 years later. Well, since the official doctrine in France was that what was happening there was not a war but an operation of the police and of civil, internal, domestic security, there would have been no right to condemn anyone to death. The concept and the name of war, which alone allows one to kill legally the foreign enemy where, the death penalty having been abolished, one does not have the right to kill the citizen enemy, this concept and this name of war, like the at times so unstable difference between civil war and national war, this is what makes the abolitionist discourse so fragile. 19 When it banishes the death penalty at home and maintains the right to kill in war. 20 Between civil war and national or international war, there is the war of partisans whose concept Schmidt elaborated and which introduces, as he showed, great disorganization into the order of this polemological conceptuality. And history sometimes, not always, takes it upon itself to change fragile and precarious names, that is, of unmasking 127 hypocrisies, removing the masks in this theater of nomination. You know that it was only less than a year ago, on June 10, 1999, that the French National Assembly decided to enter the term war into the official lexicon concerning Algeria. And if now one can officially speak of the Algerian War, as was always done unofficially, this is not only out of a belated concern for truth, it is to satisfy a demand coming from the FNACA, the National Federation of Veterans of Algeria, wanted to be granted the same status as veterans of 1914-18 and of 1940-45, a status that brings with it, along with some military honors, a certain number of benefits. I mention this by way of identifying clearly, along with the question of sovereignty, another great question which is indissociable from that of the death penalty, the question of war. What does war mean? What is a war? A civil war and a national war? What is a public enemy? As these questions are more open than ever, as the definition of the state of war is one of the definitions made more precarious than ever by what is happening today, from Iraq to Kosovo, from East Timor to Chechnya, all of this is part of the same upheaval. 21. After having noted that the European Convention on Human Rights is the only one that attempts to list exceptions to the right to life, Jacques points out that the United Nations and the Inter-American Systems 22 chose to avoid this approach and declared simply that life could not be taken away arbitrarily, leaving the extent and the evaluation of such exceptions up to the freedom of the interpreter. But the three declarations set the death penalty apart on their list of exceptions as the most striking exception to the 128 right to life, thus, I would say, the absolute exception, the exception par excellence, the exception among exceptions. The European Convention even sets it visibly apart because it devotes a separate paragraph to it. As Jacques once again correctly notes, while the other exceptions are logical and self-evident, there is something contradictory and incompatible about recognizing a right to life and at the same time permitting capital punishment. The drafters of the various instruments, intuitively, knew this. 7-8. Let us not hide from the fact that what they know and recognize in this way, whether intuitively or not, is that it was impossible to disallow exceptions, and this exception among exceptions, without putting in question the sovereignty of the state, which none of the declarations could or wanted to do. For the sovereignty of the state is marked precisely by this power to decide, to judge, to rule, to interpret freely and sovereignly what is exceptional, what is the exception. Sovereignty is the right, the power authorized to decide what is exceptional, what is the exception. Sovereignty is the absolute exception, the right to give oneself the right to the exception and to judge, to decide arbitrarily, sovereignly, on exceptionality. This is how, moreover in a text I hope to return to, Carl Schmitt defines the sovereign, the sovereignty of the sovereign. At the beginning of his Political Theology, 4 chapters on the concept of sovereignty, 1922-34, Schmitt writes, "It is a famous sentence: sovereign is he who decides on the exception," a translation of Souvereinist, wer über den Ausnahmestand entscheidet. 23 Some have seen an ambiguity in the über, does it mean, the one who decides? 129 On the exceptional situation, on what is an exceptional situation and must be considered such, or else the one who decides, who makes decisions in an exceptional situation. 24 One of Schmidt's French translators, Julien Freund, got around the difficulty by translating decide lors de la situation exceptionnelle, that is, decides at the time of the exceptional situation. But like J.L. Schlegel, the current translator of these texts for Gallimard, I think the whole context clearly shows that it is a matter of the one who decides on what is an exceptional situation and who affirms or proves thereby that he is the sovereign. We will come back to this, but I invite you to read this whole chapter and everything that Schmidt says about this limit concept, the concept of exception, which is not a confused notion but what permits one to think decision in its purity. Schmidt notes, pointing to the obvious, that exception is, of course, what cannot be subsumed, what escapes by definition from all definition, from all general formulation, but in this way it reveals in its pure form, in its pure juridical formality, what the pure decision is, a decision that, in essence, can only be absolutely singular. This is why Schmidt claims that far from giving in to a romantic taste for irony and paradox, one must assert seriously that only the exception is interesting, more interesting than the so-called normal case in its generality. The rule proves nothing, he says, the exception proves everything. 15. The exception not only confirms the rule lives only by virtue of the exception. Schmidt quotes a Protestant theologian 25, and from here on we are going to pick up again our Christian question of the death penalty and our political theology of sovereignty, who says, the exception explains the general and itself. And if one wants to study the general correctly, one only needs to look around for a true exception. It 130 reveals everything more clearly than does the general. Endless talk about the general becomes boring, there are exceptions. If they cannot be explained, then the general also cannot be explained. The difficulty is usually not noticed because the general is not thought about with passion but with a comfortable superficiality. The exception, on the other hand, thinks the general with intense passion. 15. In the debate that opposes him to other jurists, like Kelsen, for example, who wants to set aside radically the problem of sovereignty and has no use for the exceptional situation, 18, Schmidt observes this, which is important for us here, namely, that in any case, whether or not one admits the abstract definition of sovereignty, a definition that is fundamentally, structurally theological, I will return to this in a moment, that is, sovereignty is the supreme power, the originary and not derived power of governing. Whether or not one admits this definition, the controversy is not in general about the history of sovereignty, but about the concrete use, the concrete determination of the sovereign. Which is why, moreover, Schmidt defines not sovereignty but the sovereign, and says sovereign is he who decides on the exception, and not sovereignty consists in, etc. He defines an individual and a singularity that is itself exceptional. There is no sovereignty, there is the sovereign, the sovereignty of the sovereign exists, but the sovereignty of the sovereign exists only insofar as the sovereign exists, the generality does not exist. This is the profound and, up to a certain point, consistent nominalism of this political theory, of this theory of the political that is also, indissociably, a political theory. The controversy, then, is not about the general and abstract history of sovereignty but about the concrete determination of the sovereign, namely, the one who, in a conflict, decides on what constitutes the public interest, the interest of the state, security and public order. Thus, public safety, the French expression salut public is in the text. It refers to a revolutionary situation. 26 It is always in the name of 131 the salut public that one sentences to death someone who, basically, even if he has killed only one person, in a singular crime, is determined as a public enemy, a threat to society, order and public security, public safety, salut public. In these pages, which I recommend you read, Schmidt analyzes all those states of exception in which the state has the right to give itself the right to suspend right and law. Schmidt speaks of an unlimited authority that consists in the power to suspend the entire existing order. 12. In this situation of exception, or of exceptional urgency, when the state deems that it is threatened in its existence, it has the right to subsist even if it does so by rolling back the law. Not that the exceptional situation signifies chaos or anarchy, on the contrary, according to Schmidt, an order subsists, a juridical order, even if this new juridical order is in contradiction with the law. The existence of the state is undoubted proof of its superiority over the validity of the legal norm. The decision frees itself from all normative ties and becomes in the true sense absolute, liberated, detached, without tie, untied, absoluta. 27 The state suspends the law in the exception on the basis of its right of self-preservation, as one would say. 12. You can clearly sense how this logic, which is that of absolute sovereignty and the self-preservation of the political body, is going to authorize the absolute maintenance, even though or because it is exceptional, of the death penalty, in the name of the self-preservation of the socio-political body. This 132 logic is very solid, and very logical. Schmidt uses several times a very strong expression that defines both the exception and sovereignty. Law suspends itself, law has the right or grants the right to suspend itself. This is the structure of the right of pardon, law above the laws, right above rights. One has to start from the possibility of this self-suspension, of this interruption of itself by the law, in order to understand both the law and its foundation in the principle of sovereignty. And the indisputable force of this logic is that the source of the law, of dictating the law or of making law do dire le droit ou you do faire le droit, this performative source, this performative power before the performative that presupposes some convention, this power before convention cannot be juridical, it is the power of a decision that, in itself, does not come under the law and must remain, if not illegal, at least illegal. In this sense every decision is revolutionary because it is an exception el fate exception, hence the power of seduction that this great conservative Catholic theologian jurist has over all extreme left-wing and extreme right-wing revolutionaries of the period. Schmidt also translates this logic of the suspension of law in the production of law by a formula that is a play on words, die Autorität beweist, das sie, Recht zu schaffen, nicht Recht zu haben braucht, which, without following the published translation, I would translate as, authority demonstrates that in order to create the law or right, it does not need to have the right. Comment, point 28 It is the definition of sovereign authority as exception and as decision, to create right and law. It does not have to be within its rights, it does not have to be fully within its rights. Schmidt often recalls, in order to praise and reaffirm it, moreover, the Christian genealogy of this 133 definition of sovereign authority. See, for example, what he says about this again in 1969, in the second text titled Political Theology 2, The Myth of the Closure of Any Political Theology, particularly on p. 73 of the translation, where he shows how the ancient Roman idea of auctoritas was renewed and transformed by the sovereignty of Christ and received a new meaning from it, the Roman pair of auctoritas and potestas yielding in the Christian realm the pair ecclesia and imperium. I don't have the time here to delve into these very valuable texts, but I refer you to them. Never forget, however, that despite his insistence on the state, on sovereignty as sovereignty of the state, Schmidt also says, more discreetly but in what I think is a very significant manner, that his theory is not so much a theory of the state as a theory of the political. The theory of the state presupposes the theory of the political, that is, the distinction between the friend and the enemy, thus, the public enemy. See Politics of Friendship, where I attempted to, let us say, deconstruct this discourse. The theory of the state presupposes the theory of the political, that is, the distinction between the friend and the enemy even if the state is an eminent form of the political. As he recalls 29 the systematic work connected to Der Begriff de Politis 1030 is a theory of the constitution, Verfassungslehre, and not a theory of the state. The discourse on sovereignty and on the exception is a discourse on this illegal position, as I will call it, of the law that is the inaugural and founding act of a constitution. A constitution, the performative act that poses and imposes a constitution, is a pre-legal or illegal creation of the law. Law is suspended, deposed by the act that poses it, it is deposed in all senses of the term, deposited or laid down by being posed, and deposed, that is, suspended, it is suspended, I will say, for this is not literally Schmidt's language, from and at the Constitution a la 134 Constitution. It depends on the Constitution even as it is suspended and therefore did exist at the moment, on the date on which the Constitution was constituted by a constituting act. Since we will soon have to come back to this great question of Christianity in the history of the death penalty and its abolition, since we will do this soon, at our next session, by rereading and problematizing, for example, texts by Hugo and Camus, I would like to remark the following, by way of anticipation and so as to try to tidy things up a bit in this historical space, but also so as to continue to weave together, these two motifs of cruelty and exception, Schmidt refers above all and solely to Christianity, to Christian theology when he says, as he so often does, that the concept of sovereignty refers first of all to the absolute power of God, for example, whether God alone is sovereign, that is, the one who acts as his acknowledged representative on earth, or the emperor or prince or the people, meaning those who identify themselves directly with the people. The question is always aimed at the question of sovereignty, at the application of the concept to a concrete situation. 10. When he says again, at the beginning of chapter 3 titled Political Theology, all significant concepts of the modern theory of the state are secularized theological concepts not only because of their historical development in which they were transferred from theology to the theory of the state, whereby, for example, the omnipotent God became the omnipotent lawgiver, but also because of their systematic structure, the recognition of which is necessary for a sociological consideration of these concepts. The exception in jurisprudence is analogous to the miracle in theology. 36, comment, 31. 135 I note in passing, until we can return to this later, when, as he does constantly, Schmidt opposes thinkers of the Enlightenment or the Aufklärung, those of the 18th century and those of today, whom he reproaches for neglecting or for not needing a theory of the exception, or even of sovereignty. He is wrong, I believe, in at least one case, exceptionally, and from the point of view that interests us, there is at least one notable exception to this law, and it is very significant for us. It is the case of Beccaria, man and jurist of the Enlightenment, of the Illuminismo, admirer of Rousseau and of Montesquieu, first great jurist theoretician of the abolition of the death penalty. Well, Beccaria himself, in his famous On Crimes and Punishments, a work that concludes with praise of the Enlightenment and of education and that urges the abolition of the death penalty in conditions we will study later, Beccaria foresees a highly significant exception, the trace of which we will discover in all the modern texts, the declarations and conventions that 136 I began by evoking. Beccaria declares at the beginning of chapter 28, the death penalty, that the death penalty cannot be a right, that it is an act of war against a citizen whom one deems it necessary or useful to kill, and that, therefore, if as a right and a punishment, as a judicial sanction, it is neither just, nor useful, nor necessary, which he is going to endeavor to show, in fact, as an exceptional act of war, it can be considered useful when the citizen, even though deprived of his freedom, imprisoned, and imprisoned for life, then, still had such connections and such power that he endangers the security of the nation even when deprived of his liberty, that is, when his very existence can provoke a dangerous revolution in the established form of government. 32. Beccaria spells out his thinking, showing that in an exceptional situation, one that threatens with disorder and chaos the very principle of the law, the sovereignty of the state or of the nation, in that case, the death of a citizen becomes necessary. But he is very careful at this point to say the death of a citizen and not the principle of the death penalty. The death of such a citizen becomes necessary, then, when a nation is recovering or losing its liberty, or in time of anarchy, when disorder itself takes the place of laws. 52. This is the moment of the French Revolution, when Badinter comments on this passage, he notes that already sketched in these lines is the procedure of the members of the Committee on Criminal Legislation of the Constituent Assembly, who will urge the abolition of the death penalty for common law 137 crimes, but which will prefer to preserve it for political matters. 33 Badinter has devoted an article to this moment and gives the reference to it here. 34 We will return later to this. Difference between political crime and common law crime. 35 As regards the death penalty, notably in the USSR, where political crimes were also held to be more serious than crimes of so-called common law, presuming this distinction is ever possible and rigorous. On this point, Beccaria seems to agree with Schmidt because he takes into account those situations of exception where the state and the nation have to protect and preserve themselves against the absolute threat that weighs on their very existence. But whereas Schmidt sees in this exception an essential moment of law and an order, Beccaria, for his part, wants to maintain, precisely, this character of exception in an exceptional moment of anarchy, disorder, and chaos. But beneath this apparent disagreement, and even though Schmidt makes of exception the truth, the condition of possibility, if not the norm of sovereignty and of law, whereas Beccaria insists on the rule, the norm, the general normality that the exception cannot contradict except in a manner that is, precisely, exceptional and abnormal, beneath this apparent disagreement the two agree in wanting to guarantee sovereignty. Indeed, after having evoked the exception, the logic of war, of disorder, or of chaos, or even of the birth of freedom when the nation can put a citizen to death, Beccaria continues. But when the calm rule of law prevails, under a form of government that has the support of the nation, which is well fortified both externally and internally by both force and opinion, which is perhaps more efficacious than force itself, and in which the power to rule is vested only in the true sovereign and wealth can buy only pleasures not authority, I do not see any need to destroy a citizen, unless his death were the only real way to deter others from committing crimes. And this is the second reason for believing the death penalty could be just and necessary. In what follows he is going to endeavor to show that this is not at all the case. If centuries of experience, during which the ultimate punishment has 138 never deterred men determined to harm society, if the example of the citizens of Rome or the 20-year reign of the Empress Elizabeth of Muscovy. 52. I interrupt my quotation briefly for a detour and a few details. Elizabeth of Muscovy reigned after a coup d'état in 1741, she promised to undertake no capital execution and abolished the death penalty with 2 decrees, in 1753-54, later on we will approach the singular case of Russia and the USSR. I also recall briefly that, in 1996, 3 years ago therefore, the Russian Federation declared a moratorium on executions and announced that it would abolish the death penalty the following year. I am not sure if this was done even as the preceding year. In 1995 then, former communist countries such as Ukraine, Albania, Moldavia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina had abolished the death penalty, the same year as South Africa and Mauritius. Since I am listing statistics of this sort, I recall that since World War II, the acceleration of the abolitionist movement has not abated, notably between 1988 and 1996, in 8 years, 37 states abolished the death penalty, and in 1997, the majority of states, 108, as one have already mentioned, had abolished the death penalty, as against 83 that had not yet done so, including the Arab states of North Africa, whereas the rest of Africa, with the notable and glaring exception of Nigeria, has abolished the death penalty. The United States, of course, Cuba, and the West Indies, China, Iraq, and Iran. Shabazz asserts that Islamic law is an insurmountable obstacle to the abolition of the death penalty, even though, he wisely adds, it would not be fair to generalize from this and say that there is a link of cause and effect here. 365, on the subject of Iran, you saw what happened at the end of the first week of January 2000, when between 5 and 6,000 people gathered starting at 2 o'clock in the morning in Tehran to witness the hanging of a young 17 or 18-year-old man. On the same site where he had killed one of the Basijah, militiamen mobilized to enforce compliance with the Islamic morals policy. The crowd 139 shouted off, God's forgiveness, against a minority that shouted vengeance. The Quranic law that has prevailed in Iran since the return of Khomeini in 1979 allows the victim's family to ask for capital punishment or to grant a pardon. Problem: civil society and state, etc. Comment. In this case, for personal reasons or after having undergone more obscurely political pressures, the father finally forgave him at the last moment while the young man had been waiting with the noose around his neck for a half hour. Without anesthesia, needless to say, that is a difference, the difference of anesthesia, in what Hugo calls, speaking thus of the death penalty, the special and eternal sign of barbarity, that is a difference, I was saying, the difference of anesthesia between these two enemies that are Iran and the United States. This episode might have featured and been analyzed in the book by Beccaria, to which I return. If centuries of experience, during which the ultimate punishment has never deterred men determined to harm society, if the example of the citizens of Rome or the 20-year reign of the Empress Elizabeth of Muscovy, during which she gave the leaders of all peoples an illustrious example worth at least as much as many conquests bought with the blood of her country's sons, if none of this has convinced men, for whom the voice of reason is always suspect while the voice of authority is compelling, then it suffices to consult human nature in order to appreciate the truth of my assertion. 52. Basically, upon hearing this declaration and in order to grasp the most interesting difference between a thinking of this type, a thinking of enlightenment and reason, and a thinking like Schmidt's, one could say that the latter attempts to think this authority, this auctoritas and this potestas, this power of the constitutive authority of sovereignty and of its theological history, whereas Beccaria, by saying he prefers reason to authority, basically deprives himself of the means of understanding this logic of sovereignty, to which he is nevertheless not opposed. He would like to reconcile reason and 140 right or law, where Schmidt, in a manner that is just as rational and logical, recalls that the origin of the law, like the origin of reason, cannot be legal or rational, and this is the source of authority, its always exceptional source. Before concluding, here again are four framing perspectives. 2 turn or return toward what we have just said, 2 are oriented by what awaits us in the next sessions. 1 Europe, the French Revolution, and the sign of a possible progress of humanity, as Kant used to say, Kant, who was moreover in favor of maintaining the principle of the death penalty in the law. We will see how and why. Let us return to the time of the French Revolution, which essentially opened a debate on the death penalty that preoccupied the whole 19th century and of which Hugo, as we will hear, was one of the great abolitionist witnesses. I have already referred to the evolution of Robespierre, the converted abolitionist, but the convention, in its last session, had nevertheless insisted on decreeing that, I quote once again, dating from the day of the general proclamation of peace, the death penalty will be abolished in the French Republic. Extraordinary declaration, unprecedented commitment. Even if the abolition of the death penalty in France happened only about 2 centuries later, on a certain scale, that is not very long, it is not unreasonable to consider that the revolutionaries, who wanted to export the revolution and make peace, their public and republican peace in Europe, had registered the necessity of awaiting a Pax Europiana in conformity with their Declaration of the Rights of Man before abolishing the death penalty in a pacified Europe whose security had been assured. Is this not what is happening? And is it not what confirms that the death penalty is not abolished for reasons of principle and of the unconditional right to life, but, whence a fundamental, structural hypocrisy of the abolitionist discourse in its 141 present state, wherever order, peace, and security allow it to be abolished, as Beccaria basically said when, treating the question of the exception, chaos, disorder, or birth of a nation, he added all the same, I quote him again. But when the calm rule of law prevails, under a form of government that has the support of the nation, which is well fortified both externally and internally by both force and opinion, which is perhaps more efficacious than force itself, and in which the power to rule is vested only in the true sovereign and wealth can buy only pleasures not authority, I do not see any need to destroy a citizen. 127, 36. 2. Hyperbole or raising the stakes of cruelty. On the subject of cruelty, which we have barely begun to speak about, it is necessary to remark one of the numerous equivocations or complexities in the thought of Beccaria, this great model or this great initiator, this great patron of abolitionism. On the one hand, he clearly denounces the cruelty of the death penalty and the cruelty of punishment in general, which, he says, has consequences that are disastrous and contrary to the proposed aim. Punishment is disproportionate and leads to impunity. If the laws are truly cruel, he says, they must be changed or fatal impunity will arise from the laws themselves. 51. Or again, the death penalty is not useful because of the example of cruelty that it gives to men. 55. Beccaria thus reverses the argument of exemplarity that we will talk a lot about later. Far from setting the good example that would deter potential criminals, the cruelty of the death penalty is a bad example that encourages 142 bloodletting, like war. By condemning to death, far from discouraging for example murderers, their cruelty is encouraged by the example. And yet, when he proposes to replace the death penalty by life imprisonment, Beccaria seems not to realize that his best argument is the reference to the cruelty of perpetual penal servitude, concerning which he says calmly that it is more dissuasive than the death penalty because more dreadful than death. Basically, the death penalty may not be cruel enough. One has to find something crueler, perpetual penal servitude with chains and beatings. In Alabama, chain gangs with leg irons have been reinstated. I leave you to appreciate this passage. It will show you that Beccaria's first concern is not a principle, a compassionate goodness. Moreover, he is rather opposed to the right to pardon, see the end of the book, or the right to life. It is a concern for effectiveness in the maintenance of order. And for that, he raises the stakes in calling for cruelty while omitting the word. Therefore he says, the intensity of perpetual penal servitude, substituted for the death penalty, has all that is necessary to deter even the most determined mind. Indeed, I would say that it has even more. A great many men look upon death with a calm and steady gaze, some out of fanaticism, some out of vanity, which almost always accompanies man beyond the grave. A very interesting remark, 37. And some out of a final and desperate attempt either to live no longer or to escape from poverty. But neither fanaticism nor vanity survives in fetters or chains, under the cudgel and the yoke, or in an iron cage, and the 143 desperate finds that his woes are just beginning, rather than ending. 53 to 54, 38. 3. The double bind 39 of the laws, in Universal Declarations. Next week, we will return to the worldwide declarations and conventions of the last decades that I mentioned at the beginning. I take or recognize only two reference points that show the equivocal interweaving of a logic of exception and a logic of cruelty. For example, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights in its Article 6 declares that every human being has the inherent right to life, 40, but allows nevertheless the right in principle to maintain the death penalty, and merely accompanies this right with conditions such as, in Section 4 of the same article, anyone sentenced to death shall have the right to seek pardon and commutation of the sentence. Amnesty, pardon, or commutation of the sentence of death may be granted in all cases. Ibid. I underscore this sublime may be, the hypocritical or equivocal caution of which where the point is to respect the sovereignty of states and create no obligations for anyone becomes even more readable in Section 6 of Article 6. Nothing in this article shall be invoked to delay or to prevent the abolition of capital punishment by any state party to 144 the present covenant. 41. Comment on the hypocrisy. I don't forbid your maintaining the death penalty, but don't go drawing the conclusion from there that I forbid your abolishing it. 42. Article 7 of the same text deals with cruelty. No one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. In particular, no one shall be subjected without his free consent to medical or scientific experimentation. The vast question of man and animal, what is cruelty? Section 5 of Article 6 prohibits the death penalty for crimes committed by persons younger than 18 and prohibits the execution of pregnant women. Finally, and still by way of anticipation, this explicit formulation of the logic of the exception, of the save, in the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, European Convention on Human Rights, 1953, ratified by 31 countries as of 1996, Article 2:1, everyone's right to life shall be protected by law. No one shall be deprived of his life intentionally save in the execution of a sentence of a court following his conviction of a crime for which this penalty is provided by law. 145, comment, no death penalty or at least no execution without a death penalty having been legally imposed in cases provided for by the law. Save if a death penalty has been legally imposed in cases provided for by the law. No illegal death penalty, in sum, no death penalty save in the exceptional cases where it is deserved or provided for by law. 43. 4. Finally, fourth and last point, which we will approach directly next week, what is cruelty? What is the meaning of cruelty? Is it blood, a history of blood? As the etymology seems to indicate, cruer is red blood, blood that flows. And does one put an end to cruelty on the day that one no longer makes blood flow? Or else does cruelty point toward a radical evil, an evil for evil's sake, a suffering inflicted so as to make suffer, with or without blood? What of Christianity in this history of cruelty, in this history of red blood or in this history of cruelty without blood, beyond blood? What is cruelty, blood, or evil for evil's sake? And what is death? These are questions that we will elaborate in the course of or in the margin of readings of Hugo, writings on the death penalty, and we will follow there, among others, the red thread of red blood, of the red color in his admirable texts on the guillotine, and readings of Camus, Reflections on the Guillotine. The interpretation of Christianity is different in these two great French abolitionists who see red when they hear speak of the death penalty, and we will try, for our part, to see things more clearly. Fourth session. January 19, 2000. Right to life, right to death. I vote for the pure, simple, and definitive abolition of the death penalty. You know who dared to say this? It was, of course, the immense Victor Hugo. We are going to continue today but differently, changing our references and rhythm a little with what we began to elaborate last time by interweaving the two motifs or the two logics of cruelty on the one hand and sovereign exception on the other, all the while analyzing the current situation in the ongoing struggle for abolition, with the role of new media, internet, etc., and the strategy of texts on human rights, the right to life, and on the theological origins of the concepts of modern politics, notably of sovereignty, with reference to Schmidt. The history of law and the history of so-called communications technologies, the joint history of the juridical or judicial machine and of the informative or informational machine were and remain, then, the irreducible element of our questioning. On September 15, 1848, speaking from the podium of the Constituent Assembly, one Victor Hugo proclaimed, or rather declared without clamoring, because it is said that his written eloquence did not have a powerful voice 148 at its command, contrary to what one might think when reading him, since his writing voice is powerful, powerful in essence, if one can say that, it is deployed in the genre and style of oratorical power, and I would distinguish the writing voice from the voice tout court. That of the classroom, for example, or of Parliament, and let's never forget that there was no microphone at the time. One must always think about these technical conditions that program and structure the space and time of so-called public speech. Victor Hugo was announcing, then, in his powerful and powerless voice, I vote for the pure, simple, and definitive abolition of the death penalty. It is a simple sentence, it carries, it is direct, it states in the first person a vote, that is to say, a voice too. It says my voice, my vote, a vote that counts. It is that of Victor Hugo, I myself, but it counts as one vote, which is and is not a voice vote among others, the voice vote of just anyone, a voice vote at once singular and universal that always claims to speak in the name of the universal, of universal rights, but above all French rights, we will get to that. But a vote that refuses all equivocation, all hypocrisy, all complications, all detours, all moratoria, all exceptions, even any guilty nuance. I vote for the pure, simple, and definitive abolition of the death penalty. Later we will read the brief speech that this sentence concludes and signs. 3. It is the last sentence of an intervention, as we say, at the Constituent Assembly. Because let us not forget that this Parliamentary Assembly is a constituting one. The year 1848 was exactly 1 century before a Universal Declaration of Human Rights, debated and adopted by the UN, about which the least one could say is that, if it was taking a certain step in the direction of a possible or final abolition of the death penalty, it was careful not to progress too far and too quickly or too directly straight ahead. It stopped on the verge of decision, at the instant of deciding on such an abolition, of voting in favor of 149 such an abolition. On the contrary, it proliferated impure, complicated, and provisional gestures. It protected itself with adjournments, as we are going to spell out once again. All of which leads us to think that, besides the intrinsic, dare I say vital interest of this question of the death penalty, well, its history is itself a guiding thread, a red thread that is indispensable today for the reading and interpretation of a history of universal law, of a history of international or cosmopolitical law, of what the law can mean, the so-called natural law and the historical law, the historicity of the law, the historicity of relations between penal or criminal law and other laws, the relation between national and international law, the essential historicity of this relation, of what could be called a progress, or not, a telos or not in this history, following the indications or signs, as Kant says, of a possibility of progress in the history of humanity, of the relations of adequation or inadequation between justice and law, and above all the question of man or the human, of human rights and of what ultimately a human is, of what is proper to the human. For example, if one distinguishes it from both the animal and God, from other animals and from gods. The question then of the right to life as a human right and of this single living being that is called man or the human person. Inviolability of human life, Hugo will say countless times. Because, of course, beyond the conceptual limits that ought to define the death penalty and thus distinguish it from death tout court, from so-called natural death and from murder and suicide, from all the many ways of inflicting death or committing suicide de donner ou de se donner la mort, with all of the distinctions with which we began, beyond these necessary but always precarious and problematic conceptual limits, one must ask oneself what it is to die, not only in the sense in which, according to Heidegger, only Dasein dies, only Dasein has, if I can say this, the right and the possibility of dying, whereas the animal stops living or perishes crebe but never dies. Cf. Senuendizeit, Unterwegs zur Sprache, and my short book, 150 Aporias, where I quote and analyze these texts for but also in the sense in which one must ask oneself as well what are the so-called objective criteria for death, for the state of death, and later we will get to some terrifying examples of executions that never end, and some effects of this question for the application of the death penalty. Point 5. If, then, 1848, the date of this declaration by Hugo to the Constituent Assembly, precedes by 1 century a new Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, that asserts the right to life, Article 3, everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. I underline person again for reasons that will, I think, continue to be clarified, still without proposing and even less prescribing the abolition of the death penalty. We must, therefore, before returning to these modern declarations and the meaning of their limits, take the measure of what Hugo says, of its literality on this date, and of its philosophical, metaphysical, religious, or historical implications. This declaration is far from being the only one, on Hugo's part, and it was brief. But I begin with it because it was made, statutorily, on the floor of a legislative body and of a constituent assembly of a revolutionary kind, in an assembly conscious of its inaugural, founding, instituting power. It is a constituent assembly. It is a bit as if the point were to reconnect with the time of the French Revolution and in memory of the last session of the Convention, which, I again remind you, after the execution of Robespierre, had decreed, dating from the day of the general proclamation of peace, the death penalty will be abolished in the French Republic. In this speech, however, and as he does in so many other texts on the death penalty, Victor Hugo is going to make use several times of a word, inviolability, more precisely the inviolability of human life, which, on the one hand, will split off tranchera, if I may use such a cutting word in 151. This theatre of the guillotine that is the whole of the French history of the death penalty, will split off, then, from that decisive moment of the French Revolution which decided, precisely, that, in the case of the king, human life was not inviolable, that the body of the king was no longer inviolable or sacrosanct, and that the king could be judged either like that of any citizen who is a traitor to the nation, like all those who would be guillotined from then on, or like that of a public enemy, who is not even a citizen but a foreigner in wartime. Here we would have to reread all the texts, those of Robespierre or of Saint Just in particular, but also and unfortunately we will not be able to do this reconsider from the perspective of our problematic of the death penalty everything that concerns the origins, the end and the limits of the terror, its place in the French Revolution and therefore the reality and the figure of the guillotine. We will do so, at best, only indirectly. About the unheard of event that was the death of Louis XVI, which had no precedent other than the decapitation of a king of England and with notable differences, I will say, without playing too much on words, that by dividing in this way the body of the king in two, the head on one side, the body on the other, this unprecedented event was destined at least to put an end to what Canterois calls the double body of the king's two bodies, the empirical and carnal, mortal body, on one side, and the body of the glorious, sovereign, and immortal function, on the other. 6 In this logic of the king's two bodies, when the mortal body dies, one can say long live the king, and replace him within the body of the function by the body of another king, who is another and the same, but immortal. Well, by dividing in two the body of Louis Capet beneath the blade of the guillotine, the revolutionaries, in this paradoxical arithmetic of bodies, were reducing it to a single body. At the moment of splitting it up like that, there remained only a single body, there was then only the body of a mortal cut in two, and it is true that, in this single body in two parts, one could still see, according to the interpretations of the indictments, 152a either a simple citizen traitor to the nation, an internal public enemy who deserved to be judged as just one citizen among others, which certain arguments of the accusation maintained, b. or a non-citizen, a foreign public enemy who deserved to be eliminated as such in an act of war. In any case, by taking a position for the inviolability of life, and I specify of human life, because this is the point we are coming to it that concentrates all the difficulty, it is not about the inviolability of the living being, of the life of the living being in general, but of human life, of the human person, so that the border in question, and the place of the problem, is not the opposition life/death, life and its contrary, but human life and its other. We will return to this at length, notably with the modern question or complication of the voluntary termination of pregnancy IVG7 and of abortion. By taking a position for the inviolability of human life, Hugo is at the same time a revolutionary and someone who, even as he realizes one aim of the French Revolution, contradicts all the same a practice of the same revolution, breaks with it, with the principle of terror. Hugo proposes in sum a revolution within the revolution, a revolution that contradicts the revolution of 1789 in order to confirm it. In this way, asserting the inviolability of human life, he also heralds the principle of the right to life that will be posed 100 years later in the 1948 Declaration of Human Rights. And Hugo is aware of the historicity of his appeal. He is aware of both the brutal and decisive interruption, the rupture of continuity, the eruption, the absolute surprise, that his declarative gesture constitutes, but also of the historical memory that he reawakens, that he brutally yanks from its slumber, and of the future that he heralds. The very rhetoric of address or of apostrophe is marked by it, very artfully. Apropos of this art and of that which, I alluded to it at the outset, ties literature to the abolition of the death penalty, no less and infinitely more than to the right to death, Hugo on several occasions asserts the right of the writer to defy or to change the law. Thus, before returning to this text that, on September 15, 1848, 153 century before the Declaration of Human Rights, so solemnly says, I vote for the pure, simple, and definitive abolition of the death penalty, in the name of the inviolability of human life, I would like to take a, rather long, detour by way of literature and by way of the question of literature on Christian soil, on French Christian soil, even. And therefore also a detour by way of the figure of the writer or even of the intellectual in this history of France, of Christian France. Hugo is conscious of the role both of historical responsibility and especially the responsibility of literature and the writer in this history, and marks it at least twice. Once was during his exile, in 1862, in a letter to M. Bost, a pastor in Geneva, where the death penalty was about to be debated. Hugo was already famous in Europe as a defender of the abolitionist cause, and he was asked to intervene everywhere in Europe that a debate was being initiated on the death penalty. In this letter, where he speaks again of the inviolability of human life, among these questions, the gravest of all, the inviolability of human life, is the order of the day. It is the death penalty that is in question 186 to 87. Hugo does not merely recall the role of writers in this debate. He assigns or grants them a signal responsibility. It falls to those who write literature to call people back to the inviolability of human life and to the respect for justice beyond the law. To them, par excellence, falls the task of transforming the law in the direction of a justice that is more than juridical. He writes, for example, in the past and in the future. Writers of the 18th century destroyed torture, writers of the 19th, I have no doubt, will destroy the death penalty. This word destroy, used with insistence and deliberately twice, signifies clearly that it is a question of something other than a simple legislative decision or even of an institutional or constituting, act. It is a question, I don't dare say of deconstructing, but in any case of destroying, of attacking, through writing, by speaking and by writing publicly. It is a 154 question of attacking the foundations or the presuppositions alleged by the law or by public opinion. Wherever the basis of this law or the underpinnings of this public opinion, this daza or this orthodoxy uphold the death penalty, it is a question of destroying the discursive and other mechanisms, the supports, phantasms, and opinions, the drives, the conscious or semi-conscious or unconscious representations, that work to legitimate the death penalty, and this presupposes a certain type of writing, of public speech, and a certain type of treatment of language, national and international, that has a privileged tie to what in Europe is called literature, as well as to those citizens who have more or less broken with citizenship, who are sometimes ready, as you are going to hear in a moment, to engage in certain acts of civil disobedience, to those citizens of the world who are called writers. I pick up my quotation again, but I am going to proceed by constantly inserting texts into each other. Writers of the 18th century destroyed torture, writers of the 19th, I have no doubt, will destroy the death penalty. They have already brought about the suppression of the practices of cutting off hands and the branding iron le fer rouge. 8. I underline this red, you are going to see it reappear everywhere as the color of blood and of shame, the cruelty of cruer. They have brought about the abrogation of civil death, and they have suggested the admirable expedient of extenuating circumstances. It is atrocious books like The Last Day of a Condemned Man, said the Assemblyman Salvert, that are responsible for the detestable introduction of attenuating circumstances. This is, then, the accusation made by this Assemblyman Salvert as to the detrimental influence exerted by, according to him, The Last Day of a Condemned Man, a book by the young Hugo dating from 1829, Victor Hugo was then 27, remember this age. Later we will hear an older Hugo identify with his son who was being prosecuted for standing up, like his father, against the death penalty, The Last Day of a Condemned Man, a book by the young Hugo that 3 years later will be preceded by a long preface, which constitutes no doubt the first, the longest, and the richest, 155 the most eloquent of Hugo's manifestos against the death penalty. Everything is already in place there, the principle of the inviolability of human life, expressly formulated, one of the many expressions of praise for Beccaria, a refutation of the argument of exemplarity, accusations of cruelty and barbarity, an abundant mise en scene of red blood, and already, but we will return to all this, the text is placed at the beginning of the volume of Hugo's writings on the death penalty, already, a Christian or rather Christological axiomatics whose ambiguity we will analyze. Hugo continues. Extenuating circumstances in the law are the wedge in the oak. Let us seize the divine hammer, strike the wedge relentlessly, strike great blows of truth, and we will shatter the chopping block. 189, emphases added. This simple sentence says a lot. It is full of sap and verve. And it is very effective, as always with Hugo. It does what he wants, it says what he wants to say. But also perhaps a bit more, and this then is what interests us most. It says and does at least 4 things. First, it suggests that it is writers who, before abolishing the death penalty or destroying it, have imposed the concept of extenuating circumstances. Not innocence, but the means of exculpation by sheltering from the blind hardness of the law, by attenuating the punishment. Second, by means of an image, it leads one to think that this concept of extenuating circumstances was inserted into an oak that had to be cut down, a large tree, an old and sturdy tree, and that, in the long process which will lead up to cutting down this tree and to the abolition of the death penalty, one had to start from premises, with levers, with the insertion of wedges. And for this, one needs knowledge, one must be a good woodcutter, a good worker with thought and language, a good historian, a good sociologist, a good analyst. It is long-term labor in which the writer-destroyer has to aim well and know where to strike, with his wedge, with the cutting and incisive instrument of his writing. 156 Third, this tree, the oak that must be cut down, is not a good tree, it is not the good oak of liberty or the good oak under which the justice of St. Louis is meted out, quite on the contrary, it is a bad oak, namely, the tree from which will be hewn a piece of the death machine, the chopping block, that is, the proper place of decapitation, the place where heads must fall. Fourth, as you have noticed, if the writing of the writer inserts the wedge into the oak, if the writer then seizes the hammer and strikes great blows of truth to shatter the chopping block, the hammer he uses is called a divine hammer. In other words, the end of the death penalty, the order to put an end to the death penalty, the abolitionist instrument must be divine, it acts out of respect for God and for Christ, albeit against the Church and the Inquisition. For a Christ who is the truth, who says I am the life and the truth. With great blows of truth, it suffices to recall the truth to oneself, to call oneself back to truth in order to strike the blows that will one day cut down this bad oak. We will verify this repeatedly. Hugo's abolitionism is profoundly Christian, Christ-like, evangelical. Whether it is a matter here of profound faith or of rhetorical flourish or, as I believe to be the case, somewhere between the two, a matter of moral conscience or of a discourse of moral conscience, of an inner conviction for interer that can be cultivated as an authority only in a Christian space, of an idea of man, of human life, of the inviolability of life as human life that is fundamentally heir to and the elementary offspring of a Christian family, a holy family, it remains that it is in the name of God and of a Christian God that the death penalty is going to be opposed. And again in 1862, in the letter where Hugo states the mission and the exemplary responsibility and therefore the painful privilege of the writer, he knows and he admits that the road will be long, but he never misses an opportunity to remind one of the role of writing, of his own writings, of the already international journey. Last time we were talking about the web, well, there was already international communication, already all the way to 157 America, fairly rapid interventions this is. Already Hugo's word of writers. I read what follows. Read Hugo's écrits, 189-91. Slowly, I agree. It will take time, to be sure. Nevertheless, let us not be discouraged. Our efforts, even the smallest ones, are not always useless. I have just recalled the incident at Charleroi, here is another. 8 years ago, in Guernsey, in 1854, a man named Tapner was sentenced to the gallows. I intervened, an appeal for pardon was signed by 600 notables of the island, the man was hanged. Now, listen, a few European newspapers that printed the letter I wrote to the citizens of Guernsey to prevent the execution made their way to America in time for this letter to be reprinted usefully by American newspapers. They were going to hang a man in Quebec, a certain Julien. The people of Canada rightly considered the letter I had written to the people of Guernsey to be addressed to them, and, by a providential counterblow, this letter saved, permit me to say so, not Tapner whom it intended, but Julien whom it did not intend. I cite the facts. Why? Because they prove the necessity of persistence. Alas, the executioner's sword also persists. The statistics of the guillotine and the scaffold maintain their hideous levels. The number of legal murders has not decreased in any country. For the last 10 years even, the sense of morality having declined, execution has regained favor, and it is back on the rise again. As a small people, you in your sole city of Geneva have seen 2 guillotines erected in 18 months. In fact, having killed Very, why not kill Ilki? In Spain, there is the garrote; in Russia, death by caning. In Rome, because the church is horrified by blood, the condemned is bludgeoned, ammazzato. England, where a woman reigns, has just hanged a woman. 189-91. As for this responsibility of the writer, which is already, as we have just seen, international or cosmopolitical, as for his or her mission that consists in overcoming or transforming nation-state law, Hugo does not hesitate to call it also a right. In the passage I am going to read, he speaks of the writer's 158 right, a right no less sacred than the legislator's. Sacred, that is to say, in sum, divine or of divine right, a sovereign right. Because if you pay attention, you will see how it is a right that has or grants the right not to let oneself be limited by existing law. It is a right that gives the right to go beyond right and sometimes to engage in and commit oneself to what, during the same period in the United States, certain writer citizens were also elaborating under the name civil disobedience 9 to current legislation in the name of a higher law or justice. Well, what about this responsibility of the writer, this right above right? Before even formulating them explicitly, as you will hear in the speech he delivered before the criminal court of the Seine when his son, Charles Hugo, was prosecuted there precisely for having offended the law by writing against the death penalty, Hugo claims this responsibility and unconditional right of the writer for himself, for him the father. And he presents himself ironically but with conviction as the real guilty party, the one who is really responsible, he the father, he the model, he the writer. And he does so by declaring once more the inviolability of life, his condemnation of the law of blood for blood in the name of a fidelity to Christ, in other words, and this is the crux of his demonstration, by asserting divine law above human law. The death penalty is too human, abolition is divine. It is the logic of this hierarchy that, later in the same speech, will ensure in a consistent manner the sanctity of the writer's right. Obviously it is a very noble gesture, but also overdetermined and ambiguous, the scene of a claim of paternity by this father who says he is reincarnated in his son when he accuses himself of the son's fault, when he presents himself ironically but seriously as the real guilty party, that is, as the real hero, the real author of the fault that consists of speaking out against the death penalty, the real and the first, the first in the order of generation, the first to take the side of life, of the right to life, he, the Father, but in the same blow when he reminds one, as he never fails to do, of his virtues as a father, and that this fight against the death penalty is his fight, that it is he the writer who has always been recognized all over the world as the hero of abolitionism, he does not tire of saying, in 159 some, I am the Father reincarnated in the Son, it is I who must be judged. And it is then, as if fortuitously and I imagine entirely unconsciously, with the gesture of a rhetorician, a lawyer, or a prosecutor, so as to remind the jurors that they risk repeating, like vulgar Romans or vulgar Jews, the gesture of putting Christ to death, that he points Christ out to the jurors and invokes the crucifixion of Jesus the Son of God. He is, thus, both the Father incarnated in Jesus, the Father defending his Son, who has been tried and is about to be sentenced, but he is also the Son, the true reincarnated victim of God made man, Father and Son at once, two in one body. Naturally, as you are going to hear, the idea of comparing, still less of identifying the family of God and Christ with his own family is doubtless far from his conscious intention. And if he points to Christ, it is so as to move the jurors and to show them how the human law of barbaric Romans or Jews, condemned to death the incarnation of divine law. But he says more than he means to say. You will appreciate his use of the word family, a use that he believes is ironic and biting, but which I believe exceeds his own thought when he blinds himself to the family drama that he thinks he is directing, whereas doubtless he is its noble, unconscious, narcissistic, and naive pawn. Like all fathers and like all sons, as such. I read and comment on 96 to 97. 4. And since I have been led to the subject, I must say to you, gentlemen of the jury, so that you will understand the depths of my emotion, the real guilty party in this affair, if there is a guilty party, is not my son, it is I. Prolonged stirring. The real guilty party, I insist, is I who, for the last 25 years, have fought in every way against irreparable punishments. I who, for the last 25 years, have defended at every opportunity the inviolability of human life. I committed this crime, defending the inviolability of human life, well before my son, much more than my son. I give myself up, Mr. Attorney General. I committed it with full aggravating circumstances. With premeditation, with tenacity, and repeatedly. Renewed stirring. Yes, I declare it, against this vestige of savage punishment, this old and 160 unintelligent talionic law, this law of blood for blood, I have fought all my life, gentlemen of the jury, and, so long as a breath remains in my body, I will fight it with all my strength as a writer, with all my acts and all my votes as a legislator, I declare it. Mr. Victor Hugo extends his arm and points to the figure of Christ at the back of the room, above the judge's bench, before the victim of the death penalty who is there, who watches us and hears us. I swear before that gallows, where, 2,000 years ago, as an eternal lesson to the generations, human law nailed divine law. Profound and inexpressible emotion. What my son wrote, he wrote, I repeat, because I inspired it in him since childhood, because at the same time as he is my son by blood, he is my son by spirit, because he wants to continue the tradition of his father. To continue the tradition of his father. Now that is a strange crime, for which I am amazed that anyone is prosecuted. It was up to the exclusive defenders of the family to show us this novelty. Laughter, 96 to 97. The ground has thus been prepared to advance the following three theses. I believe them to be indissociable within the logic and the rhetoric of all Hugo's writings on the death penalty. And if I insist on this, it is because their system, their systemic articulation, is proper not only to Hugo, or even only to the 19th century, we are constantly going to come upon signs of it again still today, even if Hugo lent them, obviously, an exemplary voice, or even a voice of genius, in any case a generic voice. With genius, but also with the sense of father-son generation, he assured and inaugurated the law of their genre. What then are these three theses or axioms? A. On the one hand, writers, the filiation of writers, and here, of great French writers, the chain of the generations of men writers in French literature, from Voltaire to Chateaubriand and to Hugo, institute the responsibility and give themselves the sacred right to make the law above the laws, to make themselves the representatives of eternal justice above law and thus of divine justice. But to make the law, to invent a new law, here, is simply to 161 appeal to a divine law, to a divine justice that has already spoken, a law older than they and more ancient than men, a law that must be invented but in the sense of being discovered or found, the way one speaks of the invention of the body of Christ to mean the discovery of his unlocatable body. The writer, therefore, does not perform new laws, he does not invent or produce a new code of law except by listening, by knowing how to listen in his heart to a divine law that already speaks and that men, and sometimes churches, have muffled, hidden, buried, or silenced. B. On the other hand, and secondly, this divine and Christ-like justice must on occasion, and we could find many examples of this, be turned back against the Church when, along with the state, the Church betrays this eternal and Christian justice. Here the Inquisition is the best example of the Church's guilt. See finally, thirdly, just as one condemns a certain church, or even a certain political theology in the name of Christ, one condemns the guillotine or revolutionary terror in the name of true fidelity to the spirit of the French Revolution. The borderline of this right to literature thus runs through Christianity. It marks the divide between a good and a bad Christianity, between a Christianity that is faithful and one that is unfaithful to itself. Likewise, this borderline, this line of demarcation, runs between several figures of the French Revolution. I am indeed speaking of the French Revolution, of the Revolution of France. For it must be underscored here that these three arguments, however distinct they may appear to be, are united in the body of France, of the history of France, in the history of French literature and its great men, in the history of the state and of politics, in the history of the French Church. For in the course of the same session during the trial of his son, the father dared to say, as he rose up against the spectacle offered by this law and this trial, that France was no longer France, but Mongolia, or Tibet. This was when, faced with the public's emotional outburst, the judge threatened to clear the room, whereupon Hugo continues in the sequence I am going to read and comment on. Read and comment on 98 to 101. 162. Very well, then. Let us close the courtroom, close the schools, no more progress is possible, call us Mogol or Thibatsik, we are no longer a civilized nation. Yes, it will be done all the sooner, tell us that we are in Asia, that long ago there used to be a country that was called France, but that this country no longer exists, and that you have replaced it by something which is no longer a monarchy. I agree, but which is certainly not the Republic. Renewed laughter. Judge, I make my observation once again. The public is reminded to be silent, otherwise, I will be forced to clear the room. Mr. Victor Hugo, continuing, but let us see, let us look at the facts, let us compare the wording of the indictment with the reality. Gentlemen of the jury, in Spain, the Inquisition was law. Well, it must be said that people failed to respect the Inquisition. In France, torture was the law. Well, once again, it must be said that people failed to respect torture. Cutting off the hand was the law. People failed. I failed to respect the blade. The branding iron Le Fer Rouge was the law. People failed to respect the branding iron. The guillotine is the law. Well, it is true, I agree, people fail to respect the guillotine. Stirring. Do you know why, Mr. Attorney General? I am going to tell you. It is because people want to throw the guillotine into that abyss of execration into which the branding iron, the severed hand, torture, and the Inquisition have already fallen, to the applause of humankind. It is because people want to chase from the august and luminous sanctuary of justice that sinister figure who alone is enough to fill it with horror and darkness, the executioner. Profound reaction. Oh. And because we want this, we are undermining society. Oh, yes, it is true. We are very dangerous men, we want to do away with the guillotine. It is monstrous. Gentlemen of the jury, you are sovereign emphasis added citizens of a free nation and, without distorting this debate, one must speak to you as one does to politicians. Well, think about it and, since we are traversing a period of revolution, draw the consequences of what I am going to say to you. If Louis XVI had abolished the death penalty, as he had abolished torture, his head would not have fallen. 93 would not have been armed with the blade. 10 There would be one less bloody page in history, the lugubrious date of January 21 would not exist. Who then, in the presence of public conscience, standing before France, standing 163 before the civilized world, who then would have dared to erect the scaffold for the king, for the man about whom one could have said, it is he who tore it down? Prolonged disturbance. The editor of El Evenement is accused of having failed to respect the laws. Of having failed to respect the death penalty. Gentlemen, let us rise a little higher than a debatable text, let us rise all the way to the very basis of all legislation, all the way to man's inner conviction for inter. When Servan, who was all the same Attorney General at the time, when Servan branded the criminal law of his time with this memorable rebuke, our penal laws open all doors to the accuser, and close almost all of them to the accused, when Voltaire described the judges of Calas in these terms, oh! Do not speak to me of those judges, who are part monkey and part tiger. Laughter, when Chateaubriand, in Le Conservateur, called the law of the double vote a stupid and guilty law, when Royer Collard, right in the Chamber of Deputies, apropos of I no longer know which law of censorship, launched his famous cry, if you pass this law, I swear to disobey it, when these legislators, these magistrates, these philosophers, these great minds, these men, some illustrious, some venerable, spoke thus, what were they doing? Were they failing to respect the law, the local and temporary law? It is possible, Mr. Attorney General says so, I do not know. But what I do know is that they were the religious echoes of the law of laws, of universal conscience. Were they offending justice, the justice of their time, transitory and fallible justice? I have no idea, but what I do know, is that they proclaimed eternal justice. General show of agreement. It is true that today, as one has done us the favor of saying in the very heart of the National Assembly, there would be prosecutions against the atheist Voltaire, the immoral Molière, the obscene La Fontaine, the demagogue Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Laughter. That is what some people think, that is what is admitted, that is where we are. You will appreciate it, gentlemen of the jury. Gentlemen of the jury, this right to criticize the law, to criticize it severely, in particular and above all penal law, which can so easily take on the stamp of barbaric customs, this right to criticize, which is set alongside the duty to improve, like the candle flame alongside the work to be done, this right of the writer, no less sacred than the right of the legislator, this necessary right, this imprescriptible right, you will recognize with your verdict, you will acquit the accused. 98 to 101. 164 End of this detour. You remember that when I was about to underscore how the very rhetoric of address or apostrophe was marked by it, with great art, in the declaration to vote, I vote for the pure, simple, and definitive abolition of the death penalty, I began this detour on the subject of the writer and of the right of literature not as a right to death, as has been said, otherwise, since Blancot, but as right to life, right beyond right, and right to the abolition of the death penalty. Since I have just alluded to this famous text by Blancot, La littérature est le droit à la mort in la part du faux littérature and the right to death in the work of fire, I recommend you reread it, particularly from the viewpoint of this seminar and what we are saying today, around the pages that deal with the Revolution and the Terror, Saint-Just, and Robespierre. In a certain way, one could read these pages in a very uneasy or even critical manner as a terrifying document from a certain period of French literature, very French literature, and of the best, the most fascinating, the most fascinated, but also the most equivocal political thinking of literature. One could also read this document, and I am going to do so, as the counterpoint, but in the name of literature itself, to the inviolable right to life and as the Hegelian Mallarmian obverse of Hugo's abolitionism. This is certainly not, I agree, and I even insist, the only possible reading of this other great text to which a whole seminar would have to be devoted. The fact remains that, for the moment and in a partial and provisional way, one can note at least this: in that text, at that time, 1949, when it was collected in La Part du Feu, but first published in Critique in January 1948, once again, 1948, the date of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, exactly 1 century after Hugo's abolitionist text and vote that we are now pondering, Blanquat inscribes literature not only under the sign of revolution, which he has always done, of two revolutions, from the extreme right to the extreme left, but more precisely here of the French Revolution and in its period of terror. Literature contemplates itself in revolution, it finds its justification there, and if it has been called terror, the word is Paul Hans 11. This is because its 165 ideal is indeed that historical moment in which life bears death and maintains itself in death itself. Quotation from Hegel: so as to gain from death the possibility and the truth of speech. This is the question that seeks to realize itself in literature, and that is its being. Point 12. With this, Blanquat does not want to recall merely, as he is also doing in the double wake of Hegel and Mallarmé, the negative or annihilating force of nomination, the essential link between language and death, language and murder, language that annihilates the existence of the thing, and not only in the famous example from Mallarmé, so often evoked by Blanquat, of the I say a flower and of the flower absent from every bouquet. 13. Although in the passage we are reading the flower is a woman, and Blanquat twice chooses the metonymic example of the woman, of the flower woman, to illustrate this putting to death by nomination, and as you have seen me following for a little while the thread of sexual differences in this history of French literature and the death penalty, this example should be added to the same file. Why, like Joan of Arc, is it a woman who is here exemplarily put to death by the act of nomination and by the simple fact of speaking? I say, this woman. And she is immediately available to me, I push her away, I bring her close, she is everything I want her to be. And further on the same page 322, I say, this woman. Holderlin, Mallarmé and, in general, all those whose poetry takes as its theme the essence of poetry have seen the act of naming as disturbing and marvelous. The word gives me what it signifies, but first it suppresses it. To be able to say, this woman, I must somehow take her flesh and blood reality away from her, cause her to be absent, annihilate her. The word gives me the being, but it gives it to me deprived of being. 322. It is not only this annihilating power of the name that inscribes literature under the sign of revolutionary terror. More precisely, at least for this Blanquat, at least at this time, in 1948, it is the literal alliance of literature 166 with terror as a guillotining machine. It is also the reference to the Sadian version instance of the revolution. The Sadian version, which is to say, that of an absolute cruelty, a radical perversion. Is it insignificant that, on the facing page, right before the two allusions to the I say, this woman and the I must annihilate her, one sees loom up the figure of Sada during the revolutionary terror? Blanquat had already evoked the terror, Robespierre, Saint-Just, he had just said, I quote, "It is the terror and the revolution, not the war, that taught us this." The writer recognizes himself in the revolution. It attracts him because it is the time during which literature becomes history, same thing as Hugo, but the opposite, like death and life. Comment. Point 14. Revolution is its truth. Revolution is the truth of literature. Any writer who, by the very fact of writing, is not induced to think, I am the revolution, only freedom makes me write, is not really writing. 321. Right after that, so as to illustrate, but with an irreplaceable example, this universal but also historical truth, Blancat causes the figure of Sada during the revolution to loom up, and you will see reappear, this time valorized, affirmed, even extolled, the motifs and the words of sovereignty in death. Read also bodily from this point of view, the words cruelty and madness, and even, again valorized, reaffirmed, or even extolled, the very opposite of what Hugo and every abolitionist do. 15. The motif and word of blood. I read La Part du Feu, 324. In 1793, there is a man who identifies himself completely with revolution and the reign of terror. He is an aristocrat fond of the battlements of his 167 medieval castle, a tolerant man, rather shy and obsequiously polite, but he writes, all he does is right, and it does not matter that freedom lands him back in the Bastille from which it had plucked him. He is the one who understands freedom best, because he understands that it is a time when the most insane passions can turn into political realities, a time when they have the right to be seen, and are the law. He is also the man for whom death is the greatest passion and the ultimate platitude, who cuts off people's heads the way you cut a head of cabbage, with such indifference that nothing is more unreal than the death he inflicts, and yet no one is more acutely aware that death is sovereign, that freedom is death. Sada is the writer par excellence, he combines all the writer's contradictions. Alone, of all men he is the most alone, and yet at the same time a public figure and an important political personage, forever locked up and yet absolutely free, theoretician and symbol of absolute freedom. He writes a vast body of work, and that work exists for no one. Unknown, but what he represents has an immediate significance for everyone. He is nothing more than a writer, and he figures life raised to the level of passion, a passion become cruelty and madness. He turns the oddest, the most hidden, the most unreasonable kind of feeling into a universal affirmation, the reality of a public discourse, which when turned over to history, becomes a legitimate explanation of man's general condition. He is, finally, negation itself. His oeuvre is nothing but the work of negation, his experience the movement of a dogged negation, driven to blood, denying others, denying God, denying nature, and within this circle in which it turns endlessly, reveling in itself as absolute sovereignty. 321. Although Blancat does not praise the death penalty as such, the logic of his discourse on literature as right to death, even if one cannot consider it to be a thesis, he argues for but above all an analysis of what literature is or of what it attempts to be, even if he basically analyzes literature's temptation as its truth, and moreover he uses the word temptation, and the whole page I am now going to quote analyzes or describes an essential temptation of literature, a temptation that is constitutive of the project of writing 168 literature, which can, thus, always leave Blancat the option of saying that he is analyzing this temptation, describing it, stating it, thinking its essential movement without thoroughly giving into it himself, etc. He is analyzing a temptation without necessarily subscribing to every aspect of it. The fact remains that the link between literature and the revolutionary terror that condemns to death is clearly posed. And even if it is unwarranted to conclude that Maurice Blancat is for a literature in solidarity with the death penalty, the tone and the movement of his text forbid concluding the contrary or saying that Blancat is against the death penalty during this period, and that he has no sympathy or inclination toward this literary temptation that he describes so well. On this page, I would underscore, among other things, the sensitivity to the theater of the revolution as a theater of cruelty and as last act. The words are his, as last judgment, both apocalyptic and eschatological, in sum. Read and comment on La Part du Feu, 321-23. But there is another temptation. Let us recognize in the writer the movement that goes without pausing, and almost without transition, from nothing to everything. Let us see in him that negation which is not satisfied with the unreality in which it exists, Because it wants to realize itself and can do so only by negating something real, more real than words, more true than the isolated individual at its disposal. It therefore keeps urging him toward a worldly life and a public existence in order to induce him to conceive how, even as he writes, he can become that very existence. It is at this point that he encounters those decisive moments in history when everything seems put in question, when law, faith, the state, the world above, the world of the past, everything sinks effortlessly, without work, into nothingness. The man knows that he has not stepped out of history, but history is now the void become real, it is absolute freedom become event. Such periods are called revolution. At that moment, freedom aspires to be realized in the immediate form of the everything is possible, everything can be done. A fabulous moment, from which the one who has experienced it can never completely recover, since he has experienced history as his own history and his own freedom as universal freedom. Fabulous moments indeed, in them, fable speaks, in them the speech of fable becomes action. That they should tempt the 169 writer, nothing is more justified. Revolutionary action is in every respect analogous to action as embodied in literature, the passage from nothing to everything, the affirmation of the absolute as event, and of every event as absolute. Revolutionary action explodes with the same force and the same facility as the writer who has only to align a few words in order to change the world. It also has the same demand for purity, and the certainty that everything it does has absolute value, that it is not just any action in relation to some desirable and respectable end, but the ultimate end, the last act. This last act is freedom, and the only choice left is between freedom and nothing. That is why, at that point, the only tolerable slogan parole is, freedom or death. Thus the terror arises. No man is any longer an individual working at a specific task, acting here and only now, he is universal freedom, which knows neither elsewhere nor tomorrow, neither work, nor ovra. In such moments, there is nothing left for anyone to do, because everything is done. No one has the right to a private life any longer, everything is public, and the most guilty man is the suspect, the one who has a secret, who keeps a thought, an intimacy to himself alone. And, finally, no one has a right to his life any longer, to his actually separate and physically distinct existence. This is the meaning of terror. Every citizen has a right to death, so to speak. Death is not a sentence passed on him, it is the essence of his right. He is not suppressed as guilty, but he needs death so that he can proclaim himself a citizen, and it is in the disappearance of death that freedom causes him to be born. In this way, the French Revolution has a more manifest meaning than all other revolutions. Death under the Terror is not simply punishment for seditionaries, but, as the unavoidable, in some sense desired lot of everyone, it appears to be the very operation of freedom in free men. When the blade falls on Saint-Just and Robespierre, in some way it touches no one. Robespierre's virtue, Saint-Just's severity are nothing but their existence already suppressed, the anticipated presence of their death, the decision to let freedom assert itself completely in them and, by virtue of its universal character, negate in them the particular reality of their own lives. Perhaps they did cause terror to reign. But the terror they embody comes not from the death they inflict on others but from the death they inflict on themselves. 319-20. 170. Whatever may be the originality of this post-Hegelian and post-Mallarmian discourse in 1948, it reproduces across all the historical symptoms of the France of the period, which would deserve a long analysis, and without constituting an explicit thesis in favor of the death penalty, it reproduces, then, the argumentative core, the classic philosophy of all the great right-wing philosophies that have favored the death penalty, such as the logical core of Kant's philosophy of right and of Hegelian philosophy. The dignity of man, his sovereignty, the sign that he accedes to universal right and rises above animality is that he rises above biological life, puts his life in play in the law, risks his life and thus affirms his sovereignty as subject or consciousness. A code of law that would refrain from inscribing the death penalty within it would not be a code of law, it would not be a human law, it would not be a law worthy of human dignity. It would not be a law. The very idea of law implies that something is worth more than life and that therefore life must not be sacred as such, it must be liable to be sacrificed for there to be law. And the idea of sacrifice is common as much to Kant, Hegel, as it is to Bertoli and to this Blanquat, even when they are speaking of literature. Sacrifice is what raises itself above the egoism and the anxiety of individual life. Between law and death, between penal law and death penalty, there is a structural indissociability, a priori dependence that is inscribed in the concept of law or right, human law, as much as in the concept of death, of non-natural death, thus of death as decided by a universal reason, a death that is given or that one gives oneself sovereignly. Right is both the right of literature and the right to death, as right to the death penalty. In any case, it is striking to see this discourse on literature and the right to death arise with so much force and authority, even originality, despite what it is reproducing, to see it arise exactly 1 century, 1848 to 1948, after Hugo's vote for abolition, after and against Hugo's interpretation, which appears to be diametrically opposed, of literature and of writers in the service 171 of the right to life, of an inviolable right of human life that is one with the sacred right of writers. Who, sovereignly according to Hugo, can sometimes produce laws, destroy old laws and affirm the law above the law as law of death, as association between law and death, in the way Blanquat is thinking it, and especially above and against revolutionary terror. This coincidence of dates is all the more remarkable in that 1948 is also the same year in which, in a humanist and confident style, an optimistic although cautious and calculating style, the Declaration of Human Rights in its turn proclaims the imprescriptible right to human life. It is certainly not a coincidence, even if the simultaneity in the same year may well be coincidental. It is indeed the simultaneity, the synchrony, the concurrence of two great discourses, of two great irreconcilable axiomatics, a humanism of the Enlightenment and its opposite, that divide and will continue for a long time to divide the world. And it is always around the idea of right, of human rights. For if one wants to sharpen the intention of Blanquat's text, and the singular, though frightening, terrifying, properly terrorizing beauty of its title, one must clearly understand that the right to death signifies the right to accede to death, to think it, to open oneself to it, to cross its limit, both by exposing oneself to losing it, or even by giving it to oneself nse la donnant, suicide, and by giving it en la donnant in putting to death or inflicting the death penalty. It is the right to kill oneself, to be killed, or to kill, to accede to death by exceeding natural life, biological or so-called animal life. Death is not natural. And this right that is the condition of literature, the condition in the sense of the element, the situation of literature, this right is not a right among others. It is both the right that gives birth to literature as such, but also the law that gives birth to the law itself. There is no law or right that would not be or imply a right to death. Literature is what would think this right of right, this right to write, and this revolutionary right poses the right to literature. But I would be unjust, and I do not want to be unjust. I would be unjust if at this point I abandoned the reading and the terrible diagnosis aimed at 172 or against this text, which is typical of the Blanquat of this period. To be sure, I believe this reading is correct and necessary, and one must endlessly recall the properly terrifying and sinister resonances and connotations of this terrorizing thinking of literature, of this literature as terror. But let us not in our turn go and make of this diagnosis or this interpretation a verdict beyond appeal. Let us not condemn it to the death it demands. For in Literature and the Right to Death, which I invite you to reread closely and in all its rich complexity, beyond what I must take note of today, there is still something else, which could cause to tip over, all the way into its opposite, the analysis of this essence of literature as terror, by this writer literature of literature, as an originary temptation of literature. And these contrary motifs, to put it too hastily and very schematically, would be the following three motifs. 1. Literary language is contradictory, it is in contradiction, ordinary language is probably right, that is the price of tranquility. But literary language is made of uneasiness, it is also made of contradictions, 325. 2. Now, in the name and by virtue of these contradictions, death, the principle of death that we have just recognized, is also a principle of resurrection and salvation. Hence the figure, which is once more evangelical, of Lazarus, who in a certain way comes to cast a halo on the figures of Robespierre and Saint Just. Lazarus was revived by Jesus, in the Gospel of John, 11:1, 46, where moreover, we could find once again our precious bandages. When Jesus cried out in a loud voice, "Elazar, come forth," veni foras, the dead man came out, hands and feet tied by strips of cloth, and his face surrounded with a shroud. Yeshua said to them, "Untie him and let him go." 16. All things considered, it's a little like what happens in the instant of my death, Blancot's last book, where the narrator is condemned to death, 173, almost executed, about to be shot, in fact already virtually shot and dead. He has already traversed life and death, the limit between life and death, when a miraculous Russian soldier from the extreme left-wing Russian Revolution, therefore serving under the Nazis from the extreme right-wing Nazi Revolution, therefore, from the other totalitarianism, saves him and in a way revives him since he is already dead. Veni foras, he says to him, in effect, come out of there and save yourself. Well, in literature and the right to death, Blancot twice refers in a very significant way to Lazarus as one whom literature or the terror revives after having killed him or let him die. And here, the flower reappears in the place of the woman of a moment ago. Read 329-30. Even if literature stopped there, it would have a strange and awkward task. But it does not stop there. It remembers the first name that would have been the murder Hegel speaks of. The existent was called out of its existence by the word, and became being. The Lazarus, veni foras, summoned the dark, cadaverous reality from its primordial depths and, in exchange, gave it only the life of the mind. Language knows that its realm is day and not the intimacy of the unrevealed. Whoever sees God dies. In speech, what dies is what gives life to speech. Speech is the life of that death, it is the life that bears death and maintains itself in it. An admirable power. But something was there that is no longer there. Something has disappeared. How can I recover it? How can I turn around toward what exists before, if all my power consists of making it into what exists after? The language of literature is the search for this moment that precedes literature. Generally, it calls this moment existence, it wants the cat as it exists, the pebble in its taking sides with the thing son parti pretachos, not man in general, but this one, and in this one, what man rejects so as to say it, what is the foundation of speech and that speech excludes by speaking, the abyss, the Lazarus of the tomb and not Lazarus brought back to light again, the one who already smells bad, who is evil, the lost Lazarus, and not the Lazarus saved and revived. I say a flower. But in the absence in which I mention it, through the oblivion to which I relegate the image it gives me, in the depths of this heavy word, itself looming up like an unknown thing, I passionately summon the darkness of this flower, of this 174 perfume that passes through me and that I do not breathe in, this dust that fills me but that I do not see, this color that is trace and not light. How then can I hope to attain the thing I push away? My hope lies in the materiality of language, in the fact that words too are things, a nature, what is given to me and gives me more than I understand. A moment ago, the reality of words was an obstacle. Now, it is my only chance. 326-27. 3. Finally, let us not forget that, already in 1948, Blancot speaks of dying only as an impossibility. The right to death always fails in the face of this impossibility. I refer you to all the passages that advance the affirmation, at least twice, of death as the impossibility of dying. The phrase, the symptom, the impossibility of dying, will return tirelessly, over a half-century, in almost all Blancot's works. Here you find it already, and it literature is not death either, because it manifests existence without being, the existence that remains beneath existence, like an inexorable affirmation, without beginning or end, death as the impossibility of dying, 328, and the same affirmation is repeated 8 pages later, this time in the first person, like the confession of one condemned to death who is never executed or pardoned. As long as I live, I am a mortal man, but when I die, by ceasing to be a man, I also cease to be mortal. I am no longer capable of dying, and my impending death horrifies me because I see it as it is, no longer death but the impossibility of dying. 337. Read what follows, the beautiful page on Kafka and the Kabbalah, and finally the characteristic use of without, which I analyzed in the past, 17 in 175 expressions such as it literature expresses without expressing, or again this death without death that, in sum, defines the horizon without horizon of the responsibility without responsibility of the writer. The writer senses he is prey to an impersonal power that does not let him either live or die. The irresponsibility he cannot surmount becomes the translation of that death without death that awaits him at the edge of nothingness. Literary immortality is the very movement by which the nausea of a survival that is not a survival, a death that puts an end to nothing, insinuates itself into the world, a world sapped by crude existence. 340. Further on he will speak, within the same logic, of the without contradiction, of a life that is not part of life, of a derision of immortality, of this strange right of literature that lives on ambiguity and responds and seduces by ambiguity. Nausea and ambiguity are words of the period. One of the ways it seduces us is by instilling the desire to clear it ambiguity up, a struggle that resembles the struggle against evil that Kafka talks about and that ends up in evil. Like the struggle with women, which ends in bed. 341. All of this signals clearly that literature, I quote, is divided between these two slopes. All of this also gives rise to a theory or a thinking of resifting resistment, of the interminable resifting of words, which I will leave you to analyze for yourselves. 332. 1848 to 1948. To conclude today, provisionally, I come back, then, to the Declaration of September 15, 1848, a century before a Declaration of Human Rights that proclaims the right to life without abolishing the death penalty. I would like to read it so as to underscore the following features. 1. First of all, the surprise at the beginning of the session, the rhetorical skill of the orator who feigns surprise while making this question the first question on the agenda, but so as to indicate thereby 176, and here the rhetoric is more than rhetoric, that it is the first question, the condition of conditions, the base and foundation of any constitution. One must begin, a constitution must begin by posing the inviolability of human life. But with the same blow, while surprising the constitutional representatives by posing this first question, strategically, like a strategist who catches the others out in their own game, in the game of their own belief, their credo and their own presuppositions, namely, the right of property, Hugo poses the inviolability of human life as an inalienable property, as a right of property over one's own life, which is no less sacred than the inviolability of the domicile as right of property and thus the patrimonial right of the family, and this occurs in a movement that is once again a national patriotic act which inscribes itself in the history of France, and this country here as responsible for universal civilization, for civilization, period. The abolition of the death penalty would be in this regard the first sign of civilization versus barbarity. I am now going to read and comment on these first paragraphs. Read and comment on Écrits by Victor Hugo, 69. I regret that this question, perhaps the first among all questions, arrives in the middle of your deliberations almost without warning to surprise the unprepared speakers. As for me, I will say just a few words, but they will come from a deep and long-standing conviction. You have just consecrated the inviolability of the domicile, we are asking you to consecrate an even higher and holier inviolability, the inviolability of human life. Gentlemen, a constitution, and especially a constitution made by France and for France, is necessarily a step forward in civilization. If it is not a step forward in civilization, it is nothing. Very good. Very good. Well, think about it, what is the death penalty? The death penalty is the specific and eternal sign of barbarity. Stirring, everywhere the death penalty is generously doled out, barbarity is dominant, everywhere the death penalty is rare, civilization reigns. Loud stirring, 75. One of the many questions that will await us when we return to the modern universal declarations that pose the inviolability of the right to life of the human person is not only the link to the death penalty, but all the ruses and strategic complications which insist that, in the name of the same principle, especially Christian and almost always violent campaigns against the voluntary interruption of pregnancy and abortion in general, the right to life laissez vivre movements come to be unleashed. It is always in the name of the right to life that these militants, most often Christians, claim to be fighting, and often violently, in the name of the right to life of the human person, with the consciousness of knowing what the human person is, when it begins, from what date of conception and gestation, and that is why I always insist on the fact that the right to life is always specified in law as right to human life, to the life of the human person. The fact that sociologically, statistically, historically, these militants are most often, notably in the United States, violent in their acts and speech, that they are in favor of the death penalty and think sometimes of killing abortion doctors, is but one of the signs we have to interrogate. At the other end of life, if I can say that, at the moment not of birth but of death, there is also immense debate around the right to euthanasia, around the suffering, compassion, and or the cruelty of the relation to the dying, and around the determination of the state of death. I am merely citing and situating here these debates to which we will have to return, perhaps in the discussion next Wednesday. 2. Finally, in the second part of Hugo's speech on September 15, 1848, I would highlight what I propose to call the teletheology of the revolution, namely, the conviction that there is historical progress to come. The abolition of the death penalty would be the last aim, the ineluctable telos, the irreversible movement of history, but of a history that is both made by men, and singularly by the virility of men in politics of friendship. In a somewhat different context, I analyzed the profound virilism or androcentrism of Hugo's discourse 18 de viris illustribus by the illustrious men of French literature, as thinkers and writers of the French Revolution, as universal revolution in human rights, and guided by God, by divine providence. Consequently, this abolitionist discourse is a revolutionary theodicy, a revolutionary Christian theodicy. Read and comment on Ecritz, 69-71. Gentlemen, these facts are indisputable. The reduction of penal sentences is a great and serious progress. The 18th century, and this is part of 177 its glory, abolished torture, the 19th century will abolish the death penalty. Loud agreement. Yes. Yes. You will not abolish it today, perhaps, but have no doubt that tomorrow you will abolish it, or your successors will abolish it. We will abolish it. Agitation. You write at the beginning of the preamble to your Constitution, in the presence of God, and you would begin by robbing him, this God, of the right that belongs only to him, the right of life and death. Very good. Very good. Gentlemen, there are three things that are God's and that do not belong to man, the irrevocable, the irreparable, the indissoluble. Woe to man if he introduces them into his laws. Stirring, soon or late they will make society bend beneath their weight, they upset the necessary balance of laws and customs, they deprive human justice of its proportions, and then it comes to pass. Think about this, gentlemen, that law terrifies conscience. Loud reaction. I came to this podium to say a single word to you, a decisive word in my opinion. Here it is. Listen. Listen. After February, the people had a great idea. The day after the day on which they burned down the throne, they wanted to burn down the scaffold. Very good. Other voices, very bad. Those who were influencing the mind of the people were not then, I regret it profoundly, equal to their great heart. On the left, very good. The people were prevented from executing this sublime idea. Well, in the first article of the Constitution you are adopting, you have just consecrated the people's first thought, you have overthrown the throne. Now consecrate the other one, overthrow the scaffold. Applause on the left. Protests on the right. I vote for the pure, simple, and definitive abolition of the death penalty. 75 to 76. Fifth session. January 26, 2001. While still knotting together the two guiding threads of exception and cruelty, we followed as carefully as possible, and as if on the threshold of our age, on this edge of what is becoming of the death penalty in the world, two texts that are as opposite, it would seem, as a speech by Hugo to the Constituent Assembly in September 1848, I vote for the pure, simple, and definitive abolition of the death penalty, and, 100 years later, the same year as the last Declaration of Human Rights, so equivocal and silent on the death penalty, which is not simply the right to life, the powerful and powerfully ambiguous text by Blanquot literature, and the right to death, constructed, like Hugo's speeches, on a reference to the terror, here to Robespierre, Saint-Just, and Sada, but diametrically opposed to that of Hugo. Of course, although contradictory in itself, we allowed for this deliberate contradiction, and more Christian, like Hugo's rhetoric and no doubt his thinking. Then it appears. Especially in the moment of the veni foras that Jesus says to Lazarus in the moment of the resurrection. We also underscored at the end of our session the Christian teletheological character of Hugo's interpretation of the history of humanity's progress toward the abolition of the death penalty, and his revolutionary theodicy as revolutionary Christian theodicy. 180. I do not intend to return to all of this and to the many detours that we were obliged to take. I remind you merely of the excursions we made in direction of the question of euthanasia and abortion, or even of contraception on the subject of the right to life, which is often invoked by the opponents of abortion, or even of contraception, who nevertheless are not always far from it, if one may say that opponents of the death penalty. By way of anticipation, I note that when we later read Kant closely on the death penalty, when the time comes, and this will be necessary so as to recognize there what is certainly the purest ethico-juridico-rational formulation of the necessity of the death penalty and the most acute critique of Beccaria, all that in the name of what Kant intends to demonstrate is the categorical imperative of penal justice, namely that, according to Talionic law 2 jus talionis, homicide contrary to the law must be punished by death, since homo noumenon must raise himself above the homo phenomenon who clings to life and to the motives of vital interest, to hypothetical imperatives, etc. Comment 3, for well, when we later read Kant closely on the death penalty, when the time comes, in passing we will find there some strange assertions, notably in the doctrine of right in the Metaphysics of Morals, Part 2, Section 1, Remark E, concerning the case of what Kant calls maternal infanticide, infanticidium modernale. 181. Why is it that only maternal infanticide, along with homicide committed in a duel, cannot or must not be punished by death? Maternal infanticide is here understood as the putting to death of a child out of wedlock, and it is meant to erase the shame of a maternity outside of marriage and save, Kant says, the honor of the feminine sex. As in the case of the duel, these are two ways of saving honor. This maternal infanticide is indeed a homicide, homicidium, to be sure, it indeed puts to death a human being, but it is nevertheless not a murder, homicidium dolosum, that is, a putting to death, a killing that implies a wrong, some treachery, dolos, dolus, a crime of malice, a malicious ruse, thus an evil unmal, an evil-doing unmalignite, a cruelty in the sense of wanting to make suffer. You recall that we began to distinguish among cruelty as bloody violence, cruelty that spills blood, cruelty as inflicted suffering that spills no blood, and cruelty as evil-doing, as the will to make suffer for the sake of making suffer, as pleasure taken in the suffering of another, in calculated suffering, in organized torture. Well, says Kant, such maternal infanticide, homicidium but not homicidium dolosum, must not be punished by death. One must not punish it by death and apply the pure Talionic law, jus talionis, to it not only because it is a matter of saving sexual honor from an extramarital birth, but because the child born outside of marriage is born outside of the law that is marriage, Kant says, and consequently also outside the protection of the law. And Kant has this extraordinary formulation. The child born outside of marriage and thus outside of law and thus outside the protection of the law has, as it were, stolen into the Commonwealth in das Gemeinwesen, like contraband merchandise we verboten ware, so that the Commonwealth can ignore its existence, since it was not right that it should have come to exist this way, and can therefore also ignore its annihilation in Vernichtung, and no decree can remove the mother's shame when it becomes known that she gave birth without being married. 5. 182. This case, like the associated case of the duel, is very symptomatic of the logic that Kant puts to work or claims to see at work in the concept of law and penal law. Since the categorical imperative that is, a pure imperative that, in its immanent and pure calculation free of any extrinsic calculation, of any hypothetical and phenomenal imperative of homo phenomenon must not take into account any interest, any empirical or socio-political end, since the categorical imperative of penal law is the Talionic law, the equivalence of the crime and the punishment, thus of murder and the death penalty. We will later see how this works in Kant and why he criticizes Beccaria from this viewpoint, since, in addition, this civil penal law, that is, the law internal to the state, to the community as a commonwealth, implies that the crime, the criminal, and the victim are all subjects of the state. Well, when a mother puts to death an illegitimate child that is not recognized by the state as a legal subject, in that case the act of putting to death is indeed a homicide but not a crime punishable by the law, and the state cannot, by punishing the mother, repair the damage or the shame. The victim is nothing and nobody, in a certain way. It is indeed a human being, and that is why there is homicidium, but this human being is not a citizen, not even the citizen of a foreign and enemy state, like a foreign soldier legitimately killed in combat by an act for which no soldier of my country will ever be punished, but sometimes on the contrary glorified. No, it is truly one of the two cases that undermines, but also perhaps lays bare, the legislation of the death penalty. And one must think about this example historically. It is not a matter only of abortion, which is still a supplementary dimension, and I don't know if Kant would have considered the embryo put to death to be a human person or its death a homicide. It was possible to put to death children already born. Even as he reasons firmly and steadily, Kant acknowledges some awkwardness, and he does so at the beginning and the end of his argumentation, which concerns basically the impossibility or illegitimacy of dealing with homicides that do not affect legitimate citizens, or warriors who are citizens of other countries in wartime, but have to do 183 with human beings who are killed to save honor. In the beginning Kant says that this double case, the duel and maternal infanticide, makes doubtful, Zweifelhaft, the right of legislation to inflict the death penalty. And at the end, he goes further and declares that, in these two cases, justice is upset, it is put into great difficulty, an extreme confusion, a chaotic scramble, insgedrang. It finds itself caught up in an impossible double bind. 6. Either declare, in the name of the law, that the concept of honor, Ehrbegriff, is vain, but honor here, Kant says, is not an illusion or a whim, a mad folly, 1, and therefore punish with death, the infanticidal mother or the dueler, because honor is deemed, wrongly according to Kant, a vain illusion. B, or else set aside the death penalty in the case of this homicide. In the first case, the law would be too cruel, gruesome, once again the question of the cruelty to be avoided, it would be excessively cruel in punishing the mother and the dueler who both wanted to save their honor. In the second case, by shielding them from the death penalty, as Kant in bad conscience seems to want to do, it would be too indulgent, nachsichtig. I call this a double bind because Kant himself sees there a knot, Noten, to be untied. The solution of this knot, die Auflösung dieses Notens, says Kant, is that the categorical imperative of penal justice still remains, der kategorisch Imperativ der Strafgerechtigkeit bleibt, and this categorical imperative of penal justice demands that any act of putting to death contrary to the law, the killing of another when it is contrary to the law, die Gesetzwidrige Tötung eines anderen, must be punished by death. That is the absolute law, the categorical imperative, the principle that must remain, bleiben, and must remain always intact. But look, there are in fact times when legislation, Gesetzgebung, that is, in fact the civil constitution, die Bürgerliche Verfassung, that conditions this legislation, remains barbaric and undeveloped, barbarisch und unausgebildet, that is responsible for or guilty of this is its fault and its debt, should, the fact that incentives of honor in the people, die Triebfedern der im Volk, subjectively subjective, are not 184 in accordance with the rules that conform objectively to their intention, to their aim Absicht, in such a way, concludes Kant, that at that particular time, in that situation, the public justice arising from the state is an injustice, Ungerechtigkeit, in relation to the justice emanating from the people, 109. In other words, there are times, and these times are empirical situations even if they endure and are found everywhere, where the people obey subjective motives, for example, having children out of wedlock and having to kill them, or else in a duel when, to retrieve his honor, an officer behaves, like the infanticidal mother, in accord with the state of nature, subjective motives that are in disagreement with the objective rules, well, this state of fact or the state of nature, this residue of the state of nature translates a lack of culture or a barbarity that is reflected in the disagreement between the subjective and the objective, between the primitive desire or the state of nature of the citizens and the law, with the result that the civil constitution which records or reflects this inadequation itself remains, to this extent at least, barbaric or ignorant, still held back in the state of nature that it should have surpassed. Hence the extraordinary rationality but also the stupid uselessness of this Kantian logic. If the categorical imperative which in any case remains, bleibt, is one day to be in agreement with customs, then culture, non-barbarity, and civilization are necessary, which is to say, it would be necessary for women no longer to have children out of wedlock and for there to be no more cause for dueling, for the sense of honor to be respected in fact by morality, then the knot will be untied, there will be an Auflösung dieses Notens. In other words, and this is one of the great paradoxically interesting things about this Kantian position, which is as rigorous as it is absurd when the history of morality and of civil society will have progressed to the point where there is no more discord between the subjective motives and the objective rules, then the categorical imperative that presides over the death penalty will be fully coherent, with neither cruelty nor indulgence, but of course, there will be no more need to sentence to death. But while waiting for that to happen, in order to think the law, the ideal and rational purity of the law, one must maintain the principle of the 185 categorical imperative, that is, the Talionic law, a life for a life, a death for a death, and inscribe the death penalty in the law, even if the ideal is to be never obliged to pronounce it in a verdict. In any case, the possibility of the death penalty, that is, of the law as what raises homo noumenon above homo phenomenon, above its empirical life, belongs to the structure of the law. This logic implies that to seek to abolish the death penalty, as Beccaria and so many others like Hugo sought, is to understand nothing about the law and to put the attachment to phenomenal life above everything, it is to understand nothing about what surpasses the value of life, and surpasses moreover all price, for the Talionic law, at least as it is interpreted by Kant, does not set a price, it is not a commercial exchange, on the contrary, he places the categorical imperative beyond all exchange. No law will ever be founded on an unconditional love of life for its own sake, on the absolute refusal of any sacrifice of life. I specify this point both in passing and with insistence so as to return in a moment to the question of literature that will continue to stay with us. I had suggested that there was nothing fortuitous in the fact that the cause of abolitionism has been linked in a visible and essential fashion to a certain time, a certain history, and even a certain essence of literature, finding even in the voice of certain writers who became its spokesman more than an interpretation and various accents, finding there in truth an argumentation, a vital commitment, and an inspiration. Recall the texts by Hugo we read last week, and the whole history of extenuating circumstances. But I hasten to add that the question remained ambiguous, as are both the cause of abolitionism in a certain form, and we began to undo, or even to deconstruct this ambiguity, and the cause of the death penalty, which can sometimes, in certain discourses, claim it is right in claiming to save both the dignity of man or what is proper to man and the categorical imperative of the law, and even we got an idea of this, at least virtually, last week the destiny of literature. As right to death and as terror. We have 186 already said that if on one side there were Shelley, Hugo, and Camus and a few others who await us, there were also, on the other side, Wordsworth, that ambiguous text by Blancott, etc., even Genet, for one cannot say that he condemns the death penalty when he sings of those condemned to death and recalls that they are the Christ-like and fascinating heroes of prisoners, criminals, and evildoers. The death penalty can always, also, be reaffirmed and celebrated in the name of the literature and poetry linked to the possibility of evil, to the right to evil, to the right to death beyond life, to the Saudian tradition of cruelty that Blancott spoke of, in short, to what might be called the flower of evil, the possibility of the poetic and of poetic blossoming that ties the tradition of the flowers of evil to Our Lady of the Flowers, evil being, in Baudelaire as much as in Genet, that which even in death, criminal death or death as punishment for the crime, the two being indissociable here, awakens to poetry and to literature, grants the right to literature, defies a certain Christianity and confirms a certain Christianity, this contradiction within Christianity being the most constant law of all the discourses, all of them, without exception, we have analyzed, and of those still awaiting us from both sides, from the two parties to this debate, if I can say that. It is in the name of a certain evangelical Christianity that the death penalty is condemned, a death penalty whose history is also linked, in the West, to the history of Christianity and the Christian Church. I spoke of evildoers and the flowers of evil in order to introduce, in parenthesis, a parenthesis of Baudelaire's which I thank Jennifer Bajorek for having reminded me of last week that comes to inscribe itself in the program, in a certain way, of the Kantian discourse that we have just glimpsed, namely, that the death penalty testifies to human dignity and the remarkable possibility that properly distinguishes man by allowing him to rise above life, and to do so by inscribing in his law the possibility of the death penalty, somewhat in the same way Blancott says basically that law itself, the concept of law, presupposes death, as we heard, even if dying is impossible. Well, what does Baudelaire say about the death penalty and 187 abolitionism? And about Victor Hugo? One may, if one likes, consider that what I am going to read is one of Baudelaire's terrifying excesses or missteps, like that direct appeal for the extermination of the Jews that I previously quoted in the seminar and in Given Time, an appeal that had the intonation and used terms worthy of what the century would become famous for in the 1930s and 40s. So, Baudelaire is in Belgium, and in the collection Pauvre Belgique. Poor Belgium, you can read these 5 sentences in parentheses whose essential philosophical argument, once extracted from the humorous and heated context and once reduced to its logical design, is that criticism of the death penalty, abolitionism in the name of the absolute right to life, is doubly guilty. 1. It signals a regression toward animality, to be attached to life for life's sake, to the right to life, is animalistic, and often in Baudelaire, this means feminine. The abolitionists, in sum, would be living beings who have a sickly sweet attachment to life like beasts, or like women who place life above everything and fear death above all. And, 2. The second way in which abolitionist discourse is guilty is, well, guilt itself, and here the suspicion takes on a Nietzschean cast. If these abolitionists are so compulsively passionate against the death penalty, Baudelaire clearly suggests, it is because they are afraid for their own skins, because they feel guilty and their tremulations are a confession. They confess, with the symptom of their abolitionism as it were, that they want to save their lives, that they tremble for themselves because at bottom, unconsciously, they feel guilty of a mortal sin, they want to save their skins. This latter polemical argument is, one must admit, quite strong. It links the juridical thematic of the death penalty to criminal drives that do not depend on being effectively carried out by passing into action, and, moreover, how many ways of killing can one count in our day-to-day, and night-to-night, lives that do not need to put anyone to death in a legal sense? Who could deny that the fear of death, or that the 188 infinite protest against mortality and against one's own mortality, especially against what is held to be an unnatural death, is the mechanism driving all discourses on the right to life and the inviolable property of my life? We saw how Hugo put this mechanism of the proper in play in his speech to the Constituent Assembly reminder. 8. How can one deny that abolitionist discourse is rooted in the evil of a finitude and of a fallible finitude? I want to abolish the death penalty because I am afraid of being condemned, afraid of dying, but also because I know that I am always in the process of killing someone. I am sufficiently the victim and guilty of homicide to wish to be done with the death penalty, but this wish to be done with legal killing would testify, according to Baudelaire, to the fact that I am always calculating my salvation as victim or guilty party, as guilty victim, and so forth. But what I want to note here about the parenthesis I am now going to read is, first of all, the dryness of the argumentation of a Kantian type. To make life for life's sake an inviolable principle, to fail to inscribe death in the law is unworthy of human dignity, it is a return to the state of nature and animality. Here then is what Baudelaire says at a time when the campaign for the abolition of the death penalty was spreading throughout Europe, when, in February 1865, a large abolitionist meeting was held in Milan, and when Hugo wrote letters to support the movement. Baudelaire's attack against Hugo, whom, as you will hear, he associates with Courbet, leads the editors of the Pléiade 9 Crépit and Picot to say that, even though one cannot assert that Courbet was an abolitionist, in Baudelaire's view Hugo is the dominant figure in humanitarianism just as Courbet is in realism. I realize just now, returning to what I was saying about animal life, the right to life, and the woman, that Courbet painted the famous Origin of the World, a 189 painting that shows both a woman's sex that is among the most realistic ever done, and the place of birth, of the right to life, and of the gift of life. Here now is the passage, the parenthesis in question. Baudelaire has just, as always, dismissed back-to-back the clerical party and the revolutionary party, the Belgian revolutionaries in particular, who, he says, believe every stupid thing the French liberals throw out. 10. He then opens this parenthesis. Abolition of the death penalty. Victor Hugo the dominant figure like Courbet. You see the scene, and the whole seminar that would be needed to comment suitably on this sentence, to devote to the well-known relations, the so very complex, filial, Oedipal, and criminal relations, full of Baudelaire's admiration and resentment against Father Hugo who dominates the media. Baudelaire speaking here as an avant-garde and censored poet might do today, one who has been condemned, forbidden, and exiled in his turn like Hugo. Moreover, although differently, Hugo who continues in spite of his exile and from his exile to occupy and dominate the scene of the media, to defend good causes and to get himself talked about in newspapers throughout the world, and in the television studios of the period, with his right-thinking eloquence, etc. 11. So as to understand Baudelaire's irritation and to illustrate the situation, I read two letters from Hugo. To the President of the Liege meeting. Hotivoli House, February 26, 1863. Sir. Your letter of February 20th was delayed at sea and I received it only today. There is no longer enough time for me to attend your meeting on March 1st. 190. Please, therefore, convey to your friends my regrets and tell them how touched I am by their honorable invitation. The abolition of the death penalty is from now on a certainty in civilized countries. Human inviolability is the point of departure of all principles. The 19th century will have the honor of making this philosophical truth into a social reality and of having erased the blood stain from the august forehead of civilization. Belgians, I wish you courage in your noble efforts. I am with you with all my heart. I ask you, sir, to be my interpreter with the members of the Liege meeting, to whom I extend, as to yourself, my deep cordiality. Then, another letter 2 weeks later. To Van Lhost, Editor-in-Chief, La Gazette de Mons. Hotivoli House, March 10, 1863. Sir. Your letter, which brings me such an eloquent appeal and the charming lines of your popular poet Mr. Kless, is welcome. Your goodwill exaggerates the part I have had, if any at all, in the magnificent movement of minds in favor of the abolition of the death penalty. When, as a humble servant of progress, I cried out, "Death to death!" I hoped for some small echo, but I found there was a large one, especially in Belgium, thanks to people's generosity, but it is the press, of which you are one of the megaphones, as well as people's assemblies like the one you are convening, that assure its success, and it is to them that it is owed. After the meeting in Liege, the meeting in Mons, how wonderful! Mobilization to bring down the scaffold is growing in Belgium, and will surely win over your parliament. It would be a supreme honor for the Belgian parliament to give the signal to other legislators and, in the presence of the applauding civilized world, to lay the first stone in the edifice of principles, the inviolability of human life. 12. 191, Abolition of the death penalty. Victor Hugo is the dominant figure like Courbet. I am told that in Paris 30,000 petitioning for the abolition of the death penalty. That's 30,000 people who deserve it? You tremble, so you 192 are already guilty. At least you are interested in the question. This sentence, this at least, is, precisely, very interesting. Moreover, in another fragment, a variant, Baudelaire had written, "Abolishers of the death penalty very interested parties no doubt," 895. It means, once again in a very Nietzschean gesture, or even Freudian and symptomatologistic one, that the abolitionist passion must betray an interest, it must not be disinterested, and if the abolitionist is so interested, then necessarily fatalement it is in his interest, he is looking out for his interest, ruse of generosity or compassion for the other, that as ruse of life or the animal signifies that a beast is feeling threatened and guilty and is really only looking to save its life, while pretending to save that of others, whereas on the contrary, in the logic of the categorical imperative of the penal law, in the Kantian sense whose logic is also at work since Baudelaire is going to speak in a moment of animality, it is in the name of absolute, endless disinterestedness that the death penalty is inscribed in the law. What would remain to be analyzed and psychoanalyzed here is the psychoanalyst or the Kantian or the neo-Kantian, an infinite circle of resentment in which the two postures or the two postulations can be interpreted as reactive movements of resentment. The defenders of the death penalty and the abolitionists would be waging a war of resentment against each other. I return to the parenthesis, which this time I will read to the end. Abolition of the death penalty. Victor Hugo is the dominant figure like Courbet. I am told that in Paris 30,000 are petitioning for the abolition of the death penalty. That's 30,000 people who deserve it? You tremble, so you are already guilty. At least you are interested in the question. The excessive love of life is a descent into animality. 899, comment, Homo phenomenon, etc., 13. This retrospective detour thus leads us back to this question of the right to life as it has been proclaimed from Hugo, who reaffirms or recalls, with the insistence you now recognize, the principle of the inviolability of human life, up to the different declarations in our time, in particular the Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. If I wanted to quote Baudelaire, it is not, as you can well imagine, because I subscribe to what he says, quite the opposite, but because his mistrustful gesture strikes me as always and indefinitely necessary with respect to the hypocrisy and the symptomal ruses that conceal themselves, with respect to the concealment or the hypocrisy that animates and agitates the defenders of just causes. Thus, before even returning to the ambiguity of Hugo's abolitionist rhetoric, I would like at least to begin to analyze the hypocrisy, the strategy of the double language that, on the subject of the death penalty, constructs, or structures, in what is here an unconscious and symptomatic fashion and there a deliberately calculated fashion, the different well-intentioned declarations that I have already mentioned. I recall first of all that the Eighth Amendment of the American Bill of Rights prohibits any cruel and unusual punishment, which are terribly vague words and notions, in consideration of which the Supreme Court caused all executions between 1972 and 1977 to be suspended, until one could claim to proceed with executions in agreement with this amendment. Second, that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, after having mentioned in Article 3 that everyone has the right to life, liberty and the security of the person, an article that I commented on the last time insisting on the word person, I will not come back to this, affirms in Article 7, no one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel, inhuman, or degrading 193 treatment or punishment. In particular, no one shall be subjected without his free consent to medical or scientific experimentation, QTD Incubus, 48.14. Now, given that in the interval between these two articles, Article 3 and Article 7, the one dealing with the right to life and the one on torture and cruel and unusual punishment, one finds Article 6 that allows for the death penalty, even if it sets conditions on it, as we will see, one has to conclude that, for the drafters and the signatory states of this declaration, it did not appear contradictory to make these two gestures simultaneously, on the one hand, to set down the right to life, to exclude torture and degrading punishments and, on the other hand, to allow for the legitimacy of the death penalty, even if one accompanied it with conditions, which moreover, as we will see, are not really conditions. In other words, in the internal and systematic logic of this declaration, it seems to go without saying that the death penalty, on the one hand, does not contradict the right to life and, on the other, in no way constitutes, as such, a cruel and degrading punishment. I will now read and comment on Article 6, that itself includes 6 sub-articles. Read and comment on Incubus, 312. Article 6. 1. Every human being has the inherent right to life. This right shall be protected by law. No one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his life. Arbitrarily. When it is not arbitrary, it is possible. No one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his life. 194-2. In countries which have not abolished the death penalty, sentence of death may be imposed only for the most serious crimes in accordance with the law in force at the time of the commission of the crime and not contrary to the provisions of the present covenant and to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. This penalty can only be carried out pursuant to a final judgment rendered by a competent court. 3. When deprivation of life constitutes the crime of genocide, it is understood that nothing in this article shall authorize any state party to the present covenant to derogate in any way from any obligation assumed under the provisions of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. 4. Anyone sentenced to death shall have the right to seek pardon or commutation of the sentence. Amnesty, pardon, or commutation of the sentence of death may be granted in all cases. 5. Sentence of death shall not be imposed for crimes committed by persons below 18 years of age and shall not be carried out on pregnant women. 6. Nothing in this article shall be invoked to delay or to prevent the abolition of capital punishment by any state party to the present covenant. QTD Incubus, 380. One must now further complicate the analysis of these texts and this process, whether one is talking about the status of this declaration or the procedural character, that is, the dynamic, evolving, and teleological character of these performative events. As to the status of the declaration, as Jacques rightly notes with insistence, the Universal Declaration was not held to be a juridical instrument or a written law or a treaty creating binding norms or binding obligations. The states that signed and endorsed it did so, in a way in spirit, by moral 195 commitment, but if they did not uphold this commitment, they would not be prosecuted under the law, they would not appear before an international tribunal representing international law, before a penal court that not only did not exist but had not even been projected at the time, as it has today. Nevertheless, many jurists have since suggested that the Declaration codified norms that, although they did not belong to the order of legislative or constitutional law, were part of customary normativity in some way. Already, according to these jurists, it was customary law. The fact remains that the drafters of the Declaration were not thinking of such a customary law because they were at work in a parallel manner on the elaboration of another instrument, the project of a covenant, an alliance, an agreement whose aim was precisely to go beyond the Declaration and create binding obligations. In this respect, examining what are called the working group papers, to which Jacques pays a lot of attention, is quite revealing. We cannot read or analyze them here, but you can do this for yourselves. The archive of these deliberations clearly shows that although there was no consensus that the Declaration should take a position against the death penalty, too many states still opposed doing so. There was a consensus for considering that the death penalty be treated as an exception to the right to life and, at least in peacetime, as a necessary evil. But the same papers also show clearly that Article 3, the right to life, to liberty, and to the security of the person, as well as the discussion of Article 6 that we have just read, brought out a widely shared conviction that all of this was aiming, for a time to come, at the final abolition of the death penalty. All of this was clearly going in the direction of a declaration that would explicitly recommend, one day, finally, the pure and simple abolition of the death penalty. It's just that this decision had not yet fully matured. It still has not done so, but after all, it has only been 50 years, an eternity for the dead, but a fraction of a thousandth of a second in the history of humanity. So the Declaration of 1948 196 confirmed 15 even as it still deferred things, the optimistic and teleological tendency that we recognized in Hugo. The abolitionist movement is irreversible and irresistible, however long it may take. An indication of this is the second merely optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights aiming at the abolition of the death penalty, which says clearly, without any possible equivocation, but under the heading of the optional, that abolition of the death penalty contributes to enhancement of human dignity and progressive development of human rights, and again that it is a progress in the enjoyment of the right to life, QTD Incubus, 397.16. One should also note, so as to specify and illustrate these deliberations, that it was Eleanor Roosevelt representing the United States. She played a large role in this whole affair, who opposed any reference to the death penalty in the Declaration and was followed in this by the Soviet Union, France, Kasson, Chile, and the United Kingdom. In addition, the United States expressed reservations on the subject of the prohibition set on the execution for crimes committed before the age of 18. They accepted the prohibition of the execution of pregnant women, but not that concerning minors under age 18 at the time of the crime, and referring always to their own constitution, the United States insisted on the necessity of interpreting the allusion to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment in accordance with Amendments 5, 8, and 14 of the U.S. Bill of Rights. Which means, in short, that state sovereignty ought not to suffer from this declaration, and that even the interpretation of what was meant by each article of the Declaration 17, for example, cruel, inhuman or degrading, was left up to each country, taking into account its 197 constitution, laws, and cultural norms. It must be noted that these American reservations provoked a general outcry and many European countries officially objected to them. For example, France, Belgium, Denmark, Finland, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Portugal, Spain, and Sweden. Next time we will return once more to France and to Victor Hugo so as to attempt to clarify both this question of cruelty where it still has, but not only, the color of blood and the figure of the guillotine, the conjoined history, then, of red blood and the guillotine, but also the confluence of human blood and the blood of Christ's passion, which should lead us into the great ambiguity of Christianity, within and beyond Hugo's exemplary text. It will also be the question, this time, not only of literature but also of philosophy, for we will wonder how Hugo's Christian reference, as fundamental as it is for his abolitionist discourse, can find agreement with the reference not to a historical right but to a natural one, how it can harmonize with a foundation in the principle of the inviolability of human life in natural law. We will begin no doubt with the letter that Hugo wrote, after the Commune, in 1871, to the attorney for the political prisoners who had been condemned to death, where he conveyed his agreement even as he specified this. The question that you see as a man of the law, I see as a philosopher. The problem that you elucidate perfectly, and with an eloquent logic, from the point of view of the written law, is illuminated for me in an even higher and more complete light by natural law. At a certain level, natural law cannot be distinguished from social law. 250. Sixth Session. February 2, 2000. Very slowly. Today we are going to talk about the telephone. We are going to talk on the telephone. Hello, is that you? Hello, it's me, can you talk? Where are you? The way one asks today when using a cell phone. Where are you? Where are you calling from? That's the question. Where are you calling from? I'm on the road. Which road? That's the question. Who calls from where? Who calls whom from the road, in this story, in what is a story, and on which road? Who asks if he can talk to whom? When one does not want a seminar on the death penalty to be merely a seminar on the death penalty, when one would like to avoid its being just another discourse, and a discourse of good conscience, among people who, like us after all, will never be or believe they will never be executioners carrying out the sentence, or sentenced to death, or even the defense attorneys or prosecutors of those sentenced to death, or the governors or heads of state who wield the right of pardon, one must at least do everything one can to come as close as possible, in one's body, to those for whom the death penalty is the death penalty, effectively, in an effective way, concretely, undeniably, and cruelly threatening, in the absolute imminence of execution, and sometimes in the suspension of an imminence that can appear infinitely brief 200 or last interminably. In the United States, this can go on, as in the case of Mumia Abu Jamal, for up to 18 years at least, 18 years day after day and night after night. One must never stop thinking about this instant of execution, when there is no more beyond, or when the beyond remains the beyond, either the beyond of what awaits us after death, God or nothing, salvation or nothing, or the beyond from which the pardon grace might still come, at the last second, the grace of the sovereign God or the sovereign pardon grace of the governor to which the only link is the telephone line. Point 1. It's from the telephone that the life of the condemned one is today, but no doubt always has been, suspended. It is of this telephone to the beyond that we are no doubt going to talk. It is on this telephone that we are going to talk and from which we will remain suspended, as we will each time that we attempt to think religion or the theologico-political apparatus of the death penalty. For example, with Victor Hugo. We return, then, once again to France and to Victor Hugo to attempt to specify both this question of cruelty where it still has, although no longer merely, the color of blood and the figure of the guillotine, the joint history, then, as I was saying the last time, of red blood and the guillotine, but also the confluence of human blood and the blood of Christ's passion, which ought to lead us toward the great ambiguity of Christianity, in and beyond Hugo's exemplary text. It will also be the question, this time, not only of literature but of philosophy. For we will ask ourselves how Hugo's Christian reference, as fundamental as it is for his abolitionist discourse, can be aligned with the reference to a law that is not historical but natural? How can this Christology harmonize with the grounding of the principle of the inviolability of human life in natural law, in a right to life that would claim to be natural, like the property of what we have that is most proper? Recall the letter that Hugo wrote, after the Commune, in 1871, to the attorney for the political prisoners condemned to death, in order to express his agreement, even as he spelled out the following, and here is the excerpt I read in conclusion last week. 201 The question that you see as a man of law, I see as a philosopher. The problem that you elucidate perfectly, and with an eloquent logic, from the point of view of the written law, is illuminated for me in an even higher and more complete light by natural law. At a certain level, natural law cannot be distinguished from social law. 250. We are going to make a big detour and take a long trip, today, before finally returning to this point of departure. How can Hugo ground his abolitionism in a natural law, an unwritten, non-positive, non-historical law which cannot be distinguished from a social law, even as he constantly alleges all the same a kind of evangelical Christianity? Even as he points to the tortures of Christ? How can his permanent recourse to what he calls the inviolability of human life claim to ground itself both in a natural social law, natural, that is, ahistorical, unwritten, a law written only in the hearts of men and foreign to any historical revelation, and, at the same time, then, in a Christian law? In other words, where does this law come from? From nature or from revelation? And let us not forget that the revelation in question is tied, in an essential way, to an incarnation and a sentencing to death of Jesus, which remains to be interpreted. How could an abolitionism ground itself on the example of a death sentence? And who, in the end, sentenced Jesus to death? The Jews? The Romans? Or God his Father? How is one to organize this genealogical question, this genealogy of law? Of law in general, of penal law in particular, presuming that they can be distinguished here? Starting from this, the reading we are going to attempt and the questions we are going to pose might, up to a certain point, be inscribed under the expanded sign of what Baudelaire calls, as you remember, interest. What is an interest? The word itself is interesting, where it implies in Latin both the fact of finding oneself or of being in the middle, between, implicated in a space larger than oneself, and, on the other hand, fiduciary 202 calculation, surplus value, the search for a profit and a capitalization, in short, an economy either monetary or psychological, the search for a greater well-being, for a greater good, one's own good or one's own well-being, an increase of enjoyment. What is an interest? What does it mean to be interested in? Baudelaire speaks of the interest of the abolitionist discourse, that is, of what the abolitionists are interested in, of their unspoken or unspeakable motivations, motives they hide from themselves behind the ethical, political, or juridical motives and principles that they advance. One does not need to subscribe to Baudelaire's theses or hypotheses to be interested in such interests, as in the interests and calculations, hidden or not, of the abolitionists and also of those who favor the death penalty. The general question then becomes, who has an interest in what in this affair? Does one have the right to pose this question of interest or of fiduciary calculation when, on one side and the other, one claims to be looking in principle, and by principle, beyond calculation? Beyond all interest? To be sure, those in favor of the death penalty often put forward the argument of the deterrent example and thus the argument of a probabilistic calculation serving society's interests. But we have glimpsed and we will confirm still further based on Kant that the affirmation of the principle of the death penalty, as pure juridical rationality, of the jus talionis as categorical imperative of penal justice, can be advanced without reference to the least phenomenal, empirical interest, for the body of society or the nation. As imperative of justice, it must even be detached from any interest of this kind. Conversely, or reciprocally, abolitionist discourse claims to be driven by a pure principle, by the concern with putting life above any other value, and human dignity above any market, any price. Dignity is not a price, Kant himself said, and it is in the name of dignity, worthy, of the dignity of man that transcends price or the martyrs that both the Kantian proponents of the death penalty as well as the abolitionists speak. Point 2. Even when he speaks, 203 with reference to the jus talionis, of moral compensation, moralisk Vergeltung, Kant does not introduce or claims not to introduce any phenomenal calculation, any arithmetic of penalties, but only a pure equivalence between the absolute crime, homicidium dolosum, and the capital punishment, which deprives the murderer of the life of which he has deprived the victim. The jus talionis is not in principle, in law, a horrible vengeance, but the reference to an impersonal principle of reparative justice that, precisely, does not obey the subjective and egotistical and impassioned or impulse-driven interest of vengeance. No more than a tooth for a tooth, no more than an eye for an eye, this is the beginning of justice or right in Talionic law. Point 3. If we persisted in posing the question of interest in the two cases and to the two parties, abolitionist and anti-abolitionist, it would thus have the following form: what is the secret interest that drives these two discourses of absolute disinterest? What is the interest of these allegations of disinterest? And even for you know that there is another resource in Kant, another concept of interest, what he calls an interest of pure reason that transcends empirical or pathological interest and has, by right, in principle, no relation with any phenomenal interest. So even, then, if we pressed our question to this point of radically, what would be the unavowed interest behind both the alleged disinterest and / or the so-called pure interest of pure reason? If I said that this is a Nietzschean type question, it is because, as you know, one of the critiques of Kant by Nietzsche consists in rejecting the latter's allegation regarding the disinterested character of the experience of the beautiful. We are dealing here with a chiasmus, since Nietzsche attacks Kant, attacks a Kantian type gesture alleging the disinterest that supposedly raises itself above life, that supposedly sacrifices the living, whereas it is according to a Kantian logic that Baudelaire suspects the interest that motivates abolitionists concerned with the inviolability of life and of the right to human life. Let's leave this chiasmus there and return to Nietzsche, for whom there is always an interest hidden beneath this alleged disinterest, in particular beneath aesthetic disinterest. 204. One could cite numerous texts of Nietzsche on this subject. I will refer you only to the third essay in the Genealogy of Morals, because there he evokes, in the name of life, the law that produces a hostility to life, but a hostility to life that is also an interest of life, an overwhelming renversant interest of life. Speaking, in section 11 of the third essay, of the ascetic priest and of asceticism in general, Nietzsche describes what he calls a necessity of the first order that again and again promotes the growth and prosperity of this the ascetic's life inimical species, dies lebensfeindliche Species, for Nietzsche underscores lebensfeindliche because in question is a principle of death, in sum, a hostility to life, which is a movement that is both irreducibly necessary and immanent to life itself. It is life against life, life taking pleasure in life against life, counter-pleasuring in life, contrajouissant de la vie. It is life that is hostile to life, that bears within itself this pathogenic or suicidal reactivity, this cruel violence toward itself, this self-flagellation, this self-punishment. Point 5. And continuing to underscore, Nietzsche adds 6. It must indeed be in the interest of life itself that such a self-contradictory type the ascetic does not die out, es muss wohl ein Interesse de Lebens selbst sein, das ein solcher Typus des Selbstwiderspruchs nicht aussterbt. It must be an interest of life itself not to let perish such a type of self-contradiction, internal contradiction, contradiction turned against its own interest, against what is proper to it, in some way. Ibid. 7. 205. So hostility to life is inherent to life itself, la vie même, to the itself of life au même de la vie, it is found right on life au même la vie, and disinterest is still the symptom of a repressed interest. Nietzsche often uses the word repression, as you know. Since it would not be reasonable in the finite economy or strategy of this seminar to devote to Nietzsche all the room and the time that one nevertheless should, I will do no more than point you in two directions, still limiting myself to the genealogy of morals. These two intersecting directions would be those of interest and of cruelty, or even of the interest of cruelty, the interest in cruelty, Grausamkeit. As for the notion and the word interest, a little before what I have just quoted, in section 6 of the third essay, and still in order to attack Kant's discourse on disinterest and its legacy in Schopenhauer, Nietzsche contrasts Stendhal to them. He praises Stendhal everywhere, in particular in the preceding book Beyond Good and Evil, and in particular in the 8th part, section 254, a passage I choose because, although in it Nietzsche praises France as the place of the most spiritual and sophisticated culture in Europe 8, and although he recognizes in Henry Bale an expert in Voluptate Psychologica, a remarkable, anticipatory forerunner who ran with a Napoleonic tempo through his Europe, through several centuries of the European soul, as a pathfinder and discoverer of this soul. It took 2 generations to somehow catch up with him. 146, by contrast, at the beginning of the same passage, he sees a sign of France's decline into the stupidity and vulgarity of bourgeois democracy in the recent funeral of Victor Hugo, during which, says Nietzsche, France indulged in a veritable orgy of bad taste and vacuous self-satisfaction, eine wahre Orgie de Ungeschmacks und des Uglichter Selbstbewunderung gefeiert, 145, KSA, 198. Remember this motif of the festival, we will find it again elsewhere, when it is a question of a festival of cruelty, on the contrary. In section 6 of the third essay of the genealogy, then, 206, Nietzsche declares that in the famous Kantian definition of the beautiful, one detects a lack, the lack of a subtle self-experience, of a vigilant self-analysis, basically der Mangel an feiner Selbsterfahrung, and that this lack resembles a worm, a fat worm within the self, the fat worm of fundamental error. Recalling the animal is always essential, and for good reason, in these Nietzschean genealogies. What has the animal form of this fat worm of fundamental error, Gestalt einstigen Worms von Grundirrtum, is saying, as Kant does, that is beautiful. Which gives us pleasure without interest, Schön ist, hat Kant gesagt, was ohne Interesse gefällt, 104, KSA, 347. And Nietzsche exclaims, ohne Interesse. Without interest. Compare with this definition one framed by a genuine spectator and artist, ein wirklicher Zuschauer, in quotation marks, since, precisely, the artist is not an impotent or passive spectator, he takes pleasure. Stendhal, who once called the beautiful un promesse de bonheur 9 in French in Nietzsche's text, don't forget that the preceding essay, which concerns both debt and law and punishment and cruelty I am coming to, that begins with a kind of treatise on the promise. The end of section 6 of the third essay takes up again Stendhal's formula, but within a new development that would interest us more because it links the remark to the double motif of torture and sexuality. Nietzsche recalls that Schopenhauer insists on the calming, soothing effect on the will and, of aesthetic feeling and of the beautiful. The beautiful would be, basically, an anesthetic, a sleeping pill, or rather a tranquilizer of the will. The aesthetic would be anesthetic. This is the point of view of the spectator, to which Nietzsche opposes once again the point of view of the creative artist, and elsewhere the cruelty of the artist, die Künstler Grausamkeit, and once again of Stendhal, whose constitution is no less sensitive or sensual, nicht weniger sinnlich, but happier than Schopenhauer's, the Stendhal who said, precisely, that the beautiful promises happiness, this time in German, das schön verspricht Glück. For Stendhal, Nietzsche comments, what 207 counts is the arousal of the will, Erregung des Willens, 105, KSA, 349, that is, the complete opposite of insensitivity, anesthesia, or a tranquilized will. And at that point, Nietzsche reverses things. He accuses Schopenhauer of not having understood the true motive, true movement and motivation of Kant, whom he nevertheless claims to be following, the motivation hidden behind the motifs of disinterest that go well beyond the beautiful and that concern, basically, every categorical imperative, For the proper trait of a categorical imperative is to command beyond empirical or pathological interest in Kant's sense, and this should be true in particular of that categorical imperative of penal justice that, as we saw last week, the death penalty is, a death penalty that should then also be disinterested, according to Kant, pure of any calculation. So I was saying, at that point, Nietzsche reverses things. He accuses Schopenhauer of not having understood the true motive, true movement, and motivation of Kant, whom he claims to be following, the motivation hidden behind the motifs of disinterest, namely that Kant does finally have an interest behind the alleged disinterest, and it is the greatest and most personal interest, allerpersönlichsten Interesse, that of a tortured man who gains release from his torture, Interesse des Torturierten, der von seiner Tortur loskommt, 105-6, KSA, 349. Nietzsche's conclusion, the ascetic ideal that inspires Kant and Schopenhauer consists in this, von ein Tortur loskommen, gaining release from torture. If one transposes this logic of an always hidden personal interest onto alleged disinterest, if one transposes this interested disinterest from aesthetics to penal law, one meets up again, down to the words themselves, with Baudelaire's denunciation, but this time turned back against a proponent of the death penalty as categorical imperative. In other words, the same argument, the same objection, your disinterest, your nobility of soul, your loftiness, your ethical pretension is a mask, the mask of an actor who hides interested calculation. This same unmasking of a masquerade can concern 208 the Hugolian abolitionist for Baudelaire just as much as the Kantian or Schopenhauerian moralist, as one sometimes says, I believe in the juridical code, for Nietzsche. Just as much as the abolitionist, the proponents of the death penalty as categorical imperative are afraid for themselves, they seek to gain release from a sentencing or a threat of a verdict and from the torture that this threat constitutes. It would be necessary to link this filiation, this misunderstanding in the Kantian filiation of Schopenhauer and of his disinterested asceticism, to a theory of music that I would have liked to gloss, if I had the time, according to two motifs, sovereignty and the telephone. Sovereignty, which we are insisting on here for the reasons you know and that I will not recall, the telephone because there is a figure here of what I will call the techniques of transcendence, and, what is more, the techniques of this telephoric relation to the sovereignty of the absent other, of the absent God. We would find an illustration of this in the telephonic apparatus that, in the United States, links until the last moment the one sentenced to death whose execution is imminent, or even already underway, at the stage of the anesthetizing injection, that links, then, the place of execution to the mouth and the ear of the sovereign governor, keeping it in teletechnic relation with the transcendent place of sovereignty, with the governor who holds the quasi-divine power of pardoning. Well, what does Nietzsche say about the sovereignty of music and the telephone apropos of Schopenhauer and then Wagner? It is at the end of section 5 of the third essay of the Genealogy of Morals. Linking the ascetic ideal of disinterest to Wagner and then, or first of all, to Schopenhauer, he sees in the ascetic ideal a decisive influence of Kant on Schopenhauer and of Schopenhauer on Wagner when the latter, Wagner, changed in some sense his concept, his interpretation, his strategy of music. Up until then music was for Wagner a means, a medium, a woman. Nietzsche even notes in quotation marks, ein Weib, a woman who, to be fruitful, increase, bear children, needed a goal, namely, a man, that is to say, she needed drama. Following Schopenhauer, Wagner then understood that there were better things to do in Majorum Musicae Gloriam, namely with Die 209 Souveränität der Musik, sovereignty is underlined by Nietzsche, who thus clearly signals that it is the divine omnipotence of music that governs this conversion. The sovereignty of music is then related, like all sovereignty, to the absolute power of the will, to the will as all-powerful, to the sovereign essence, in short, of what is called the will, and this pure, absolute voluntarism is also a Kantian legacy. Pure will, sovereign music as pure will, not as a representation or reflection of phenomena, an imitation of the phenomenality of phenomena, Abbilder der Phänomenalität, but as language of the will, sprach de willens, Nietzsche underlines. The of, de, it is the language of the will, subjective genitive, it is the will itself speaking of itself, music, music speaking music to itself, that is its sovereignty. And you are going to see how, moving from this language of music as language of the will to the language of metaphysics, all of this speaking, in short, the same language, one moves from this sovereignty of willing to the telephone with the transcendence of the absolute sovereign, the telephone call exchanged with God, with the beyond, through the musician who is also an oracle, a priest, a mouthpiece for the in itself of things, a ventriloquist of God, Vokredner Gots, who, on the telephone, speaks metaphysics, read it metaphysic, speaks in metaphysics, speaks the language of metaphysics, speaks in the language of metaphysics, read it metaphysic, and this metaphysical idiom is a telephonic language, the telephonic language of the ascesis that rises above sensible or sensual touch or at least subtilizes it, by a ruse, to the point of giving it back to itself se rendre by telephone, to the point of bringing se rendre the distant close to oneself, and the mediate immediate, and the transcendent immanent by the grace of the telephone, of a telephone that is the language of music, and of God speaking himself to himself, at will. If the ascetic's ideal is deprived or deprives itself of the enjoyment of the senses and the body, he still has the ability to take pleasure on the telephone, while speaking with God, with the sovereign beyond, with the other sovereign, with the other as sovereign, in the language of metaphysics, by harmonizing himself with the language of metaphysics, by according himself the language of metaphysics, of the metaphysics of the will on the telephone, and at will. 210 As if the telephone then became portable and cellular. Telephony is metaphysics, it is religious, sacrificial, asceticism itself, the priesthood itself. But obviously, this ascetic renunciation renounces nothing, it is yet another ruse of the ascetic in order to take pleasure, it is the pleasure of the priest, who knows what he is talking about and how abstinence causes desire to grow and intensify and sharpen, the pleasure of desire, enjoyment jouissance as enjoyment right on amim desire. I read these few lines, section 5 of the third essay. He Wagner grasped all at once that with the Schopenhauerian theory and innovation more underlined could be done in majorum musici gloriam this more, don't forget, will be sovereignty on the telephone and at will in place of music as woman namely, with the theory of the sovereignty of music namlich mit der Souveränität der Musik, sovereignty underlined as Schopenhauer conceived it, music set apart from all the other arts, the independent art as such, die unabhängige Kunst sich. Not offering images, Abbilder, of phenomenality as the other arts did, but speaking rather the language of the will itself, veel meer die sprach de willen selbst redend, directly out of the abyss, unmittelbar aus dem Abgrunds heraus, as its most authentic, eigensaint, elemental, ursprünglich saint, non-derivative revelation. With this extraordinary rise in the value of music which appeared to follow from Schopenhauer's philosophy, the value of the musician himself all at once went up in an unheard of manner, too. From now on he became an oracle, a priest, indeed more than priest, a kind of mouthpiece of the in itself or of the essence of things, een art mundstukte en sichter dinge, a telephone from the beyond, ein telephone de jenseits, henceforth he uttered not only music, this ventriloquist of God he uttered metaphysics, no wonder he one day finally uttered ascetic ideals. 103, KSA, 346. 211 You notice that I am interpreting here texts of Nietzsche that are not concerned directly with and do not literally mention the death penalty, but that unmask an all-powerful interest hidden behind the discourse of disinterest of the Kantian type, which elsewhere, as we had begun to see, conditions the legal doctrine of the death penalty. What authorizes me to do this besides the inseparable couple of interest and disinterest, the interest in disinterest, the interest taken in disinterest, the interest of disinterest is the allusion to torture and punishment, and thus, I am coming to it now, to a logic of cruelty, torture, punishment, of the relations between the cruelty of life and the law, a logic that, as you know, governs in particular the whole preceding essay, the second essay in the genealogy of morals, on wrong or guilt, should, bad conscience, and what resembles them. I invite you to reread everything that concerns the promise, memory, responsibility, Verantwortlichkeit, and especially the origin of the right to vengeance, punishment, penal law. Since our question for the moment is also, what is cruelty? One sees unfold there a philosophy of cruelty, the philosophy of a cruelty that, in sum, has no contrary. There are to be sure differences among several modes or different degrees of intensity of cruelty, between an active cruelty and a reactive cruelty, but there is no opposition between cruelty and non-cruelty. As a result, in this logic of the differential of cruelty rather than of the opposition between cruelty and non-cruelty, there is no true, original place for a debate for or against the death penalty. Both postulations can find inspiration in Nietzsche's discourse. Life is it owes it to itself to be cruel wherever it keeps itself, wherever it keeps the memory and even, I will add, the truth of itself. This means, it seems to me, that in these pages where, as you will hear, it is a question of torture, torment, terrible punishments, the question of the death penalty does not have an original place, it is named only once in a series of tortures or spectacles of cruelty. From these pages can be drawn, equally well and as one wishes, an abolitionist doctrine or its 212 contrary. The death penalty, I repeat, has no originality. Putting to death is a degree of torture and a strategy in cruelty, which requires one to interpret it in a non-juridical fashion, as it were, since this whole essay and this whole book are genealogies of law and of penal law that go back to movements of animal human life that are prehistoric or in any case anterior to law, older and more profound, more irreducible than law itself and always ready to leave undeniable symptoms in the law itself. The cruelty of putting to death is not a matter for law. And finally here is the passage at which I wanted to arrive. After a few preliminaries Nietzsche is going to accuse Kant and the categorical imperative of cruelty, Grausamkeit, a cruelty that does not speak its name, a hypocritical cruelty that gives itself airs of keeping its hands clean to ny potoucher, a cruelty, I will insist on this before picking up again the trace of red blood in Hugo, that has the odor of blood and torture, on a ground soaked in blood. In the same movement, Nietzsche is going to name the pleasure taken from causing suffering. Beginning in section 3 of the second essay, Nietzsche links the question of memory to that of suffering. And, as with the telephone, the technical dimension is not absent, it even named. The question is, how to make a memory for the man-animal, Menschentier, and Nietzsche's point of departure consists in not dissociating, not forgetting the beast in man, how to make him remember. A very old problem, year-old problem, Nietzsche notes, that has not received very gentle, very mild, Zartan, answers. Nothing is more terrifying and unheimlich in the prehistory of man than his mnemotechnics. Nietzsche underlines this word, mnemotechnik, in order to underscore that archivization and recollection engage the suffering body in a machine, in a technical repetition. It is thus indeed a history or rather a prehistory of cruelty. To remember, to imprint the memory, one causes suffering, one must cause suffering. Here is where the red appears, the red of fire before the red of blood, a thing is applied with the red-hot iron to imprint it on the memory, and this whole text is written according to the figure of impression, of the painful inscription in the body, man brennt etwas ein, damit es im Gedächtnis 213 bleibt, something is burned, something is made red hot by penetrating until it draws blood so that it remains in memory. And Nietzsche specifies what is then the universal law that he wants to recall here, the law that links memory to pain, wound, trauma, only that which never ceases to hurt stays in the memory, nur was nicht aufhört, wehzutan, bleibt im Gedächtnis, and Nietzsche underlines wehzutan, 61, KSA, 295. It is an entire reading of history and culture, of law and religion, that Nietzsche submits to this natural and zoological principle of cruelty, of the causing to hurt, causing to suffer so as to remember. With the result that punishment is not